Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Then, they simply looked away from the heaven horn sword, their hearts filled with disdain. Everyone knew that they were gathered to fight for a share of soon-to-be redistributed resources. Because of that, the number of people who participated was crucial. If the river-defying sect could only produce one person who qualified, then there was no suspense in the matter. The river-defying sect would be lucky to get 1% of the resources in the end. The Starry River Court cultivators were especially aware of why this redistribution of resources was happening. Not only were they very complacent, they simply couldn't hide their disdain for the river-defying sect. Chen Yunshan was the only one present whose eyes flickered with killing intent. He already hated Baziushan down to his guts. Not only had the events of the previous month plagued his nightmares afterwards, he had been punished by the sect, and had become a laughingstock among his contemporaries. Because of that, his rancor continued to fester day by day. Glaring at Baziushan, he thought, "It's too bad we're not allowed to kill anyone in here, otherwise you'd be dead." As for the people from the Polarity River Court, they weren't interested at all in the river-defying sect. To them, this was merely a mission to accomplish for the sect. Everyone here was to be rewarded, and they couldn't help but feel some disdain for the river-defying sect, who had only brought one person. Rumbling sounds filled the air as the heaven horn sword shot down from the sky. After coming to a stop some distance above the ground, the three patriarchs led Baziushan and Bruiser off of the sword and down to the ground. Baziushan was panting, and his eyes were wide as he took in the crowd of cultivators from the two sects. He almost couldn't believe that all of them were in the core formation stage. Each and every one was clearly an outstanding individual, and Baziushan's heart was already starting to fill with an intense sensation of danger because of it. How could there be so many of them? He thought, a miserable expression on his face. The mere idea of having to compete with more than 40 other top experts to get the legacy seals seemed almost too much for him to take. The three patriarchs were also frowning as they looked over the forces from the Starry and Polarity River Courts. As for the nascent soul cultivators leading the two groups, they merely looked over and gave faint smiles. Clearly, they weren't interested in chatting. Compared to these two sects, the river-defying sect looked quite weak. So, Chen Yunshan said all of a sudden, "It turns out the river-defying sect doesn't just have one person. They have a beast, too. I guess that brings their total to 1.5. He started laughing, and was soon joined by others from his sect. Another cultivator called out, "I think it's a bit more than 1.5. Look at this guy. Just how many paper talismans does he have stuck on himself? And look at that huge black walk on his back." More laughter rose up as the Starry River Court cultivators began to mock Baziushan's outfit. As for the cultivators from the Polarity River Court, when they saw Baziushan and Bruiser, a few of them were unable to conceal the glitters of greed that rose up in their eyes. Clearly, they could see how amazing of a creature Bruiser was. Bruiser couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy having so many core formation cultivators staring at him. Almost instantly, the scales that covered his body began to stand on end, although the armor and paper talismans he was wearing made it impossible for anyone to see that. However, they could see the violet flames which sprang out beneath his feet, and the roar which echoed out from his mouth. Basius Hun had been feeling a bit anxious, but Chen Yunshan's words, and the gazes which caused Bruiser to feel so anxious, stirred up his anger. And yet, anger did little. Compared to the two other sects, the river-defying sect really was too weak. The three patriarchs were already starting to regret having brought Basius Hun to participate in this challenge. Earlier, they had assumed that his battle prowess and precious treasures would be enough to allow him to get at least a few of the legacy seals and come away unscathed, no matter how many of the other chosen wanted to harm him. Besides, the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect had already laid down rules for how the fighting over the legacy seals would go. No one was allowed to kill any of the other chosen, an arrangement which was for the benefit of all four sects. After all, none of them wanted their chosen disciples to die in a place like this. Because of all that, the three patriarchs had felt comfortable bringing Basius Hun here. Even if he didn't come away with much in terms of the legacy seals, at least he could get to know some of the other chosen in his generation, and get some precious fighting experience. But now that they realized he would be single-handedly facing dozens of opponents, the three patriarchs were starting to hesitate. In that moment, a booming like thunder filled the sky, and an enormous silver battleship appeared out of thin air. As the ship appeared, countless bolts of lightning crackled about in all directions, destroying the clouds around it as it descended. That battleship belonged to the strongest of the four Middle Reaches sects, the Dao River Court. In almost the exact same instant that the battleship appeared, numerous figures flew off of it and began to descend at top speed. It took only a moment to determine that there were more than 40 of them. There were men and women among the cultivators, and all of them seemed to radiate an aura that transcended the mortal world, as well as shocking cultivation-based fluctuations. All of them were cultivators who had stepped into core formation in less than a single 60-year cycle. Middle Reaches sects controlled much larger territories than Lower Reaches sects, and also had access to much more resources. Furthermore, the energy of heaven and earth in the area was far stronger. Because of that, the sects here had many, many more chosen than Lower Reaches sects did. It almost wasn't even possible to compare the two regions. Along with the more than 40 core formation cultivators, an intense pressure began to weigh down as the same white-haired old man appeared who had made the final decision in the Grand Hall on Mount River Defiance a month ago. The old man looked over the collected cultivators, and didn't seem to be surprised at all that the river-defying sect only had Basius Hun with them. Smiling faintly, he said, "I would like to welcome the emissary from the presiding sect to oversee our four sects competition for the legacy seals." Even as the words left his mouth, the clouds up above swirled together as if driven by a powerful wind, rapidly forming into the shape of an enormous eye. As the eye looked down, it radiated terrifying ripples that caused all light to dim. Instantly, the cultivators of the Starry River Court and the Polarity River Court rose to their feet, clasped hands and bowed. It was the same with the Dao River Court cultivators, as well as Frigid Sect, Master Godwind, Crimson Soul, and Basius Hun. Next, a booming voice spoke. The rules covering this competition for legacy seals are the same as always. Killing is not permitted. Anyone who intentionally ends the life of another will be destroyed in body and soul. Instantly, colorful light sprang up from the temple in the middle of the huge spell formation. The stones began to tremble, and the pressure weighing down began to fade away, making it possible for the cultivators to now enter the temple. "Let the competition begin," said the voice. Instantly, the 40 cultivators from the Dao River Court began to fly toward the temple. In the blink of an eye, the disciples from the Starry and Polarity River Courts followed. As for Basius Hun, he gritted his teeth, and then took Bruiser along in the same direction. As he went along, he mentally reviewed everything he knew about the Legacy Seal competition. He knew that upon entering the temple itself, he would be teleported to a strange dimension. In the very middle of that dimension was a towering mountain surrounded by shocking spell formations that made it very difficult to approach the mountain itself. 100 Legacy Seals were located inside of the mountain, and would fly out in succession to the surrounding area, where the cultivators could fight over them. Whoever acquired and absorbed the most would get some type of technique. Basius Hun and Bruiser followed the group through the stone spell formation. Considering that Basius Hun was cautious by nature, he didn't hurry, and by the time he reached the temple itself, the disciples from the three sects had already entered. Finally, he took a deep breath and looked over at Bruiser. "Bruiser, remember to stick close to me. There are going to be a lot of bad people in there." Bruiser gave a soft howl and nodded his head. Basius Hun took a moment to straighten his garments, his paper talismans, and the big black walk. Then he gritted his teeth and stepped into the temple. The moment Bazius Hunt and Bruiser entered the temple, the light around them faded away, and jarring rumbling sounds could be heard. Outside the temple, intense pressure once again weighed down, making it impossible for anyone to approach the temple. At the same time, a light screen was projected into the air above the temple, cast by the stone spell formation. Clearly visible on the light screen were the names of all 4 sects, next to which were glowing circles, faint and barely visible. The 3 patriarchs from the river-defying sect all exchanged glances. Those glowing circles represented the number of legacy seals acquired by the various disciples in the legacy zone. As the circles glowed more and more brightly, they would create columns of light which would make it instantly obvious how many legacy seals each sect had acquired. Outside of the stone spell formation were the nascent soul cultivators of the various sects, who numbered in the dozens or so. At the moment, the red-haired old man from the Starry River Court looked courteously toward the nascent soul experts from the Polarity River Court and the Tao River Court. "The Tao River Court will definitely take first again," he said with a slight smile. "As for second place, well, Brother Ruing, I know that the Starry River Court can't compete with the Polarity River Court. Therefore, we haven't set our goals too high. Third place will do." The red-haired old man chuckled. The cultivator whom the red-haired old man had referred to as Brother Ruing was a middle-aged man wearing the robes of the Polarity River Court. Smiling, he said, "Brother Zhu, you're overthinking things. Let's just wait and see who takes second and third place." Despite his words, his expression was one of utmost confidence. As the cultivators of the 3 sects chatted, they completely ignored the river-defying sect. Master Godwind, Frigid Sect, and Crimson Soul all had unsightly expressions on their faces as they sat there silently. Chapter 363, One should be enough in this legacy zone. Heaven and earth were currently cloaked in darkness. The sky was leaden, a perfect complement to the pitch-black lands that stretched out below it. However, serving as a perfect foil to the darkness were the brilliant beams of light that were breaking out in multiple locations within the dimension. Those beams of light all contained cultivators, and the brilliance they cast instantly illuminated the murky world around them. Because of the new light, it was now possible to see that the dimension wasn't very large. Furthermore, in the exact center of it, there was a mountain with a peak so tall it pierced the clouds. It was so immense that anyone looking up at it would feel like a tiny insect. The surface of the mountain was covered with numerous sealing marks, which moments ago had been the same color as the surface of the mountain itself. However, the arrival of the cultivators caused them to glow with bright light. Close examination revealed that the sealing marks on the mountain were limited in number. There were exactly 100 of them. This towering peak was none other than the Mountain of Legacy Seals. It was also the brightest location in the entire Legacy Zone. As the crowd of cultivators appeared, Bazius Hun became visible within one of the beams of light. Next to him was Bruiser. As soon as they both appeared, Bazius Hun activated his paper talismans, causing dazzling, colorful lights to appear all around him. It actually looked quite attractive. He was like an entity of colorful light. Next, he helped Bruiser activate all of his paper talismans, until he looked equally as colorful. Because of that, they became very conspicuous within the legacy dimension. Quite a few gazes shifted in their direction, gazes of derision and mockery. Bazius Hun had already been nervous to begin with, and when he realized people were staring at him, he gasped, and his heart filled with icy fear. This place is so dangerous. So much killing intent. Bazius Hun put a restraining hand on Bruiser's back, and then looked around vigilantly. After confirming that people were looking at him but not heading in his direction, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he began to glare back at people. "I've never lost to anybody when it comes to contests like this. Am I right, Bruiser? Alright, come on. Let's both glare at them. Show them how badass the two of us are." From that point on, whenever anyone looked over at him, Bazius Hun would glare back with a murderous stare, as did Bruiser. One particular young man from the Starry River Court who was relatively close to the two of them smiled mockingly and said, "Junior Patriarch of the River-Defying Sect? Did you bring all of the paper talismans from your entire sect with you? Do you have enough? Or should I give you a few of mine?" Bazius Hun turned and cast him a fierce glare. "Sure. Hand a few over." The young man's scorn increased. Laughing coldly, he ignored Bazius Hun and began to head in the direction of the Mountain of Legacy Seals. He wasn't the only one. The disciples of the 3 sects all began to transform into beams of light that headed in the same direction. Because of how close the mountain was, none of them flew, but instead, sped along on foot. Bazius Hun chose not to act blindly and without thinking. Instead, he took some time to assess the situation. The disciples approaching the Mountain of Legacy Seals were all going along on foot. Not a single one was flying. Furthermore, all of them stopped at a certain point roughly 15,000 meters from the base of the mountain. Furthermore, the disciples didn't simply scatter. Instead, looks of vigilance could be seen on their faces as they began to gather in ranks according to their sex. Suddenly, rumbling sounds filled the air as numerous lightning bolts appeared in the area between the cultivators and the mountains, as well as a gale-force wind. The lightning bolts were as thick as buckets, and the intense wind was pitch black and contained incredible power. In fact, the wind almost looked like black dragons sweeping back and forth within the 15,000-meter region. Anyone with eyes could see how incredibly powerful the lightning bolts and the blasts of wind were. Other types of magic began to spread out. There were gigantic hands, blades of ice, and tongues of fire. There were illusory projections that looked like shrieking ghosts. Thorns began to grow up out of the ground, and deep crevices opened up randomly here and there. Obviously, the 15,000-meter area was a place rife with danger. Even nascent soul Taoist masters would be leery of such an area, let alone core formation cultivators. Baziushan looked over and noticed one of the cultivators from the Polarity River Court summon a puppet, which he sent into the 15,000-meter region. Before it got far, a bolt of lightning struck it, reducing it to nothing more than ashes. Baziushan gasped, and his face drained of blood. The Jade Slip said this mountain of legacy seals was dangerous, but it didn't say it was this dangerous. That puppet was at the same level as core formation, and it got destroyed by a single lightning bolt. Baziushan stood in place hesitantly, trembling the entire time. Baziushan wasn't the only one to react with such shock. Several disciples of the three sects used various magical means to try to enter the 15,000-meter area on their own, but in the end, were left sighing in frustration. It must be because this isn't the usual time to enter the legacy zone. The defensive spells around the mountain of legacy seals must be much more powerful than usual. Usually the Starry Sky Tao Polarity Sex Emissary limits the power, but not this time. After discussing the matter, the three groups tightened their formations and then began to slowly make their way into the 15,000-meter area in groups. Whenever dangerous situations arose, they would pool their power to defend themselves. Before long, booms filled the air, and the lands began to quake. Baziushan stood there in hesitation for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. At that point, one of the 100 sealing marks on the mountain of legacy seals suddenly began to shine brightly, then flew up into the air and spiraled out into the 15,000-meter region. Almost instantly, all of the disciples of the three sects looked over nervously at the sealing mark as it circled out further and further away from the mountain. When it reached the 13,500-meter mark, the disciples started making attempts to acquire it. The cultivators from the Starry River Court unleashed all of their cultivation-based power, creating a stream of brilliant starlight fully 3,000 meters long. It only took a moment for the stream of starlight to bear down on the sealing mark as if to wrap it up and drag it away. At that point, the people from the Polarity River Court let out a bellow as they erupted with devil chi, summoning a huge flying head that shot toward the sealing mark and began to contend with the Starry River Court. The Tao River Court had the most people in the legacy zone. When they looked over at what was happening, many of them took deep breaths and then began to emanate a strange power that seemed almost like natural law. Instantly, the air surrounding their group began to twist and distort. Then, rumbling could be heard as a towering giant took form. Without any hesitation, the giant strode forward and reached out to grab the legacy seal. As soon as the giant's hand closed around the sealing mark, it vanished and reappeared in the hand of one of the Tao River Court cultivators. "It's mine!" he cried excitedly, throwing his head back and laughing as he absorbed the mark into his body. The other Tao River Court disciples were a bit jealous, and the Starry and Polarity River Courts were disappointed, but didn't let it show on their faces. In fact, some of them even smiled in congratulation. Baziushan was left gasping at the scene which had just played out. He also understood the rules in this place a bit better now. Once the sealing marks flew out from Mountain of Legacy Seals, the people who were closer to the mountain would have an advantage in trying to acquire them. One should be enough for me, he thought, gritting his teeth. He didn't set his expectations too high. As long as he could get one, then at least he could call the mission a success. Trying to get more than that would surely be too dangerous. With that, he headed toward the mountain. By the time he reached the border and prepared to step in, the cultivators of the three sects were already about 200 or 300 meters in. Almost as soon as he entered, a black blast of wind shot toward him, filling his head with a sense of explosive crisis. Letting out a shriek, he backed up. Then a lightning bolt shot toward him, and he fell back again, scowling on the verge of tears. Within moments, he was back outside the 15,000-meter area. Only then did the various defensive magics ignore him. What do I do now? He thought. Not daring to enter the area again, he looked over at Bruiser, who stared back at him blankly. Chapter 364, You Bullies. This won't work. Baziushan thought sullenly. He considered approaching the Mountain of Legacy Seals from a different direction, but after a quick survey, was convinced that the other areas were actually more dangerous than this one. Viewed with the naked eye, all areas surrounding the Mountain of Legacy Seals were possible avenues of approach. However, with his heaven-span Dharma eye, Baziush-hun could tell that the general area where he and the members of the other three sects were was the only viable option for success. Other areas were vastly more dangerous, and in fact, the three sects were all staying in roughly the same area, relatively close to each other. Only by pooling their strength were they gradually making progress. The Dao River Court was strongest, and they were already about 1,500 meters in. On either side of them, and a bit further back were the Polarity River Court and the Starry River Court, the former being over 1,200 meters in, and the latter roughly 900 meters. Baziush-hun was the only person standing alone on the outside. Since I'm on my own, there's no way I can stay inside for long. I'm only going to have a couple chances. Eyes bloodshot, he produced some more paper talismans and slapped them down on himself and Bruiser. He also pulled out some defensive magical items. Finally, he turned and whispered to Bruiser, "In a bit, when the right opportunity comes along, I'm going to make my move and try to grab one of the legacy seals. If anything goes wrong, you save me." Bruiser immediately nodded. He could see how dangerous the 15,000-meter area was, and although he was very happy to finally be outside on a mission with Baziush-hun, he was also very nervous. Baziush-hun stood there staring at the Mountain of Legacy Seals, waiting for his next opportunity. After about 10 breaths of time passed, another of the sealing marks suddenly began to glow brightly, then flew out into the air. It flew a few circles in the 9,000-meter region, then went further out, whereupon the forces of the three sects prepared to begin fighting over it. However, the sealing mark moved too quickly, and flitted through the grasping hands of the cultivators of the three sects. Baziush-hun's eyes went wide, and then he howled at the top of his lungs as he activated all of his paper talismans, unleashing the explosive power of his undying Heavenly King body, and used the mountain-shaking bash. Worried that all that might not give him enough speed, he pushed off using the big toe of his left foot. In the blink of an eye, he was nothing but a series of afterimages that shot into the danger zone. He was moving so fast that he was little more than a blur as he arrived in front of the sealing mark, and then reached out to grab it. However, in almost the exact same instant, the people from the Starry River Court shouted in rage and pooled their power to block his path. Rumbling sounds echoed out as he was shoved backward, and the Starry River Court's stream of stars snatched the sealing mark away. Baziush-hun didn't want to accept it, but was out of options, and had to flee back to safety. Along the way, he was struck by a bolt of lightning, which destroyed most of his activated paper talismans. "You big bullies!" he fumed, glaring back. However, before his anger had much of a chance to flare up, two sealing marks suddenly flickered and flew into the air off of the Mountain of Legacy Seals. The Polarity River Court went all out in their attempt to grab the first, but the second managed to slip past the three sects. Baziush-hun's eyes widened, and then he burst into motion to make another attempt. More lightning crashed around him, and he had to dodge seas of flames. All of his paper talismans were destroyed, and even his black hawk was shattered. However, all of that brought him right up to the sealing mark. "Beat it!" A cold snore tripped through the air, sending crushing pressure into Baziush-hun's mind. At the same time, rumbling sounds filled the air as the Dao River Court's illusory giant stormed toward him. The giant waved its hand, unleashing a terrifying burst of power, a magical technique that was no weaker than the magics of the world itself. Before Baziush-hun could do anything, the giant was upon him. At that point, he drew upon all of his fleshly body power, as well as his Heaven Dao Gold Core, to fight back. He continued to reach out his hand toward the sealing mark, which was now only 9 meters away. However, that was when the giant's fist struck out, sending a violent tempest of wind into Baziush-hun that carried him away, head over heels. Blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth as another set of paper talismans was completely destroyed, along with quite a few of his defensive magical items. At the same time, the force of the blow left him temporarily immobilized. After all, the giant was backed by the power of a whole group of people, whereas Baziush-hun was acting alone. After grinding to a halt, he looked up as the giant casually grabbed the sealing mark which he had been just on the verge of taking. At the same time, numerous magics were unleashed by the world around him. The giant looked over its shoulder at him, expression that of scorn. "You think a bit too much of yourself." Then it shot back toward the group from the Dao River Court. In the moment of crisis in which the magical techniques bore down on Baziush-hun, Bruiser let out an angry roar, grabbed Baziush-hun's robe, and started dragging him backward. However, that was when the stream of stars from the Starry River Court appeared and blocked their path, making it impossible for them to escape. The lightning slammed into Bruiser, causing blood to spray out of his mouth. Thankfully, Baziush-hun had recovered by that point, so he grabbed Bruiser and rushed back out toward the safe area. The people from the Polarity River Court watched Baziush-hun and Bruiser flee with contempt. A cold snort rang out and someone said, The river-defying sect isn't strong enough to get even one sealing mark. Be a good boy and stay outside. Don't look for trouble in here. The Starry River Court people were equally derisive. Chen Yunshan even said, if you try to mess with us, we might not be able to kill you because of the rules, but the defensive spells here could destroy you. Nobody would care if that happened. The evil intentions hidden within those words couldn't have been more clear. Even as Beziash Hun continued to retreat, a black wind hit him from behind, causing blood to spray from his mouth. When he finally made it to safety, he looked back to see that the cultivators from the other sects were all about 1,500 meters into the zone of defensive spells. Complete and utter bullies. He thought, anger burning. Then he looked down and saw how hurt Bruiser was, and his rage simmered even hotter. Glaring over at the cultivators of the three sects, he growled, I don't care if you snatch the sealing marks away from me, or even if you hurt me. But you hurt Bruiser. You people are forcing my hand. Eyes more bloodshot than ever, he gritted his teeth and gave Bruiser some medicinal pills. Looking back at the situation, he saw that the Dao River Court was now about 3,000 meters in. With that, he blurred into motion, taking Bruiser toward one of the areas he had observed earlier with this Heaven's Pandarma Eye, a place that seemed impossible to pass through. Meanwhile, outside of the Legacy Zone, at the border of the Stone Spell Formation, the nascent soul cultivators from the four sects were looking at the glowing screen, and the four circles of light which represented the achievements of the disciples. The Dao River Court's circle was the brightest, with the Starry and Polarity River Courts also lit up, but not as bright. Only the river-defying sect's circle had remained dark the entire time. The level of brightness indicated how many sealing marks had been obtained, and therefore, the nascent soul cultivators from the Dao River Court were all smiles. Of course, none of this was unexpected. As far as they were concerned, the Dao River Court should be the one to take first place. The red-haired old man from the Starry River Court laughed heartily and said, Congratulations, fellow Taoists. It seems the Dao River Court really will take first place again. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem the fellow Taoists from the river-defying sect are doing very well. Definitely not as well as the Sky River Court did last time. They took second place back then, and almost tied with the Dao River Court. The faces of Crimson Soul, Frigid Sect, and Master Godwind were all very grim. Eventually, they had no choice but to sigh. They had been prepared for defeat from the beginning, but had still hoped that Beziash Hun would be able to get at least one sealing mark. Fellow Taoist Frigid Sect, the red-haired cultivator said, What do you say we make a little bet? I'm guessing your river-defying sect won't be able to get more than 2 sealing marks. Frigid Sect's expression darkened even further, and it was the same with the other 2 patriarchs. As for the Dao River Court and the Polarity River Court, they looked very amused at what was happening. Suddenly, Master Godwind looked over at the red-haired old man and slowly said, A bet? What are the stakes? The red-haired old man smiled coldly and said, I happen to have a starry meteor from the Starry River Court, which can unleash an attack with power similar to the Deva realm. I'll put that up against one of your river-defying sect's Heaven's Pan battleships. Frigid Sect's expression flickered, and Master Godwin's eyes glinted with incisive light. Starry meteors were in fact spirit treasures from the Starry River Court, and were of similar value to Heaven's Pan battleships. However, the Heaven's Pan battleships were much more precious to the river-defying sect than starry meteors were to the Starry River Court. Clearly, this red-haired old man had planned this all along. Chapter 365, What's that? We're only talking about 2 sealing marks, he said in a cold voice. Is the river-defying sect really not even confident in getting 2 little sealing marks? The red-haired old man narrowed his eyes. Master Godwin maintained his silence, as did Patriarch Crimson Soul. The 2 of them looked over at Frigid Sect. If the river-defying sect won a bet like this, it would be a big gain for their sect. Getting a starry meteor would make up for some of the losses that were going to occur within the legacy competition. However, if they lost, and had to hand over a Heaven's Pan battleship, the overall battle prowess of the river-defying sect would be significantly reduced. In the end, the Heaven's Pan battleship belonged to the Spirit Stream division, and furthermore, Frigid Sect knew Beziash Hun better than the other 2. Therefore, he was the one who would make the final decision. Frigid Sect looked up at the dark circle which represented the river-defying sect, and took a moment to think back to all the miraculous things Beziash Hun had accomplished. If they won the bet, it would be a big boost in confidence and morale for the sect. If they lost, well, even refusing to take the bet would mean that they had lost to the other 3 sects. The stakes were high, but the truth was that the river-defying sect didn't actually have much to lose. You're on. Frigid Sect said through gritted teeth. In response, the red-haired old man laughed heartily. The truth was that earlier, he had already given orders to the disciples who had gone into the Legacy Zone. Not only was their mission to get as many Legacy Seals as possible, they were also to stop the river-defying sect from getting even a single one. Considering that, he thought, It's theoretically possible he could get a single seal by accident. But he definitely won't be able to get two. Inwardly, he was chuckling coldly. What made him even more confident was that he knew that because it was not the usual appointed time for the trial by fire, the defensive spell zone outside the mountain of legacy seals would be more difficult. Therefore, it would be virtually impossible for Baziush to get close to the mountain on his own. The Dao and Polarity River Courts were paying close attention to what was happening. It was obvious to them what the Starry River Court was trying to. Not only were they trying to secure the resources which had once belonged to the Sky River Court, they were trying to weaken the river-defying sect. In the future, it was easy to imagine how they, in their greed, would begin to swallow up the river-defying sect to strengthen themselves. After all, the Starry River Court bordered the river-defying sect. In the past, the Sky River Court had completely dominated the Starry River Court, and on many situations, the Starry River Court had been forced to wait to see what the Sky River Court did before they themselves took action. But now, the Sky River Court was no more, and the Starry River Court had a new neighbor. As the matter with the bet played out on the outside, the Dao River Court forces inside the Legacy Zone reached the 3,600-meter mark. Apparently, that was their limit. Not even their powerful giant could progress much further without being destroyed. The Polarity River Court was about 2,700 meters in, not quite as far as the Dao River Court. However, the Dao River Court wouldn't be capable of snatching every single one of the legacy seals, ensuring that the Polarity River Court would still be able to get a good share. The Starry River Court was the weakest of all, and was only about 1,500 meters in. Despite being behind the Polarity and Dao River Courts, they would still be able to get some of the seals, and simultaneously deprive the river-defying sect of any. By this point, about 10 sealing marks had flown out from the mountain of legacy seals. Baziush had led Bruiser to a point some distance away from the three sects, although they were still within eyeshot. With his Heaven's Pandharma eye, he had located the perfect spot. The pressure weighing down in the area was vastly greater than the safe spot where the three sects had entered. "Bruiser, I need you to shrink down," he said, his voice cold. "Dad's gonna take you to have some fun." Bruiser looked surprised, but a moment later, he shivered and began to shrink down in size. Soon, he was small enough that Baziush was able to place him in the folds of his robe. Then, Baziush took a deep breath, causing a tremor to run through him. Cracking sounds rang out as he used the power of the Undying Live Forever technique and his Heaven Dao Gold Core to shrink down. Bones and flesh alike became smaller, until Baziush was the size of a small child. His clothing was too large, so he simply ripped it off. Then he waved his finger toward the ground, and a flash of black light could be seen as the turtle walk appeared. "You people are forcing my hand," he said through gritted teeth. "I didn't want to cheat." Baziush didn't like using the walk publicly, but right now, he was out of options. Taking a deep breath, he lay down on the ground and dragged the turtle walk over him. Now that he had shrunk down, it was easy for him to fit underneath it, making it look very much like an actual turtle as it lay there on the ground. Almost in the same moment, a delighted exclamation could be heard from within his bag of holding. "Ha ha ha. You definitely deserve to be my pet. Good job, little Bay. Master approves." It was none other than the little turtle, who flew out with a pop and landed on the ground just behind Baziush. "You shut up!" Baziush yelled. Ignoring the little turtle, he tilted the edge of the turtle walk up and looked at the 15,000 meters of dangerous territory up ahead, then began to crawl forward. The little turtle followed along, laughing. From a distance, it looked like two turtles, one big and one small, crawling slowly into the zone of restrictive spells. Almost as soon as they entered, a bolt of lightning many times bigger than any of the previous bolts fell from above and slammed into the turtle walk. However, the walk was virtually indestructible, and no amount of lightning could do anything to it. Baziush felt some vibrations, but that was it. With the added protection of the walk, his Undying Live Forever technique and Heaven Dao Gold Core ensured that he was completely unharmed. Off in the distance, the cultivators of the three sects were currently fighting over one of the legacy seals when they suddenly sensed that something strange was going on with Baziush. The cultivators began to look over, and soon noticed the two turtles. "What's that?" "It's a turtle shell. I can't believe that guy from the river-defying sect is using this method to get into the defensive spell zone." "Ha ha ha. Baziush actually found a turtle shell somewhere and is using it for protection? Wait, it's not just one turtle. Look. There's an even smaller turtle behind the first one. Hilarious." Roars of laughter could soon be heard from the three sects. Even the group from the Dao River Court couldn't contain their scorn. The people from the Starry River Court were laughing the loudest, especially Chen Yunshan. "Baziush," he yelled through his laughter, "aren't you the junior patriarch of the river-defying sect? I can't believe you're willing to become a turtle just to get some legacy seals. Come, come. Just count out to me a few times and I'll give you a few for free. What do you say? Baziush-hun could hear the mocking of the three sects, and couldn't help but let out an angry harumph. You just wait and see what happens, he thought. As he crawled forward, black winds screamed, and seas of flame battered him. Blades of ice shot toward him, along with countless other magics. However, none of them could stop him. With a turtle walk on his back, he crawled relentlessly forward until he was 300 meters in. The mocking cries coming from the three sects began to die down. In fact, many people's eyes began to widen, and gasps could be heard. What kind of turtle shell is that? How is this even possible? The area Baziush-hun is in is far more dangerous than where we are. The lightning, the fire, the wind. None of it has any effect on that turtle shell. Whoa. Look, he's picking up speed. Jaws dropped as the turtle shell, apparently having become used to the area, began to go faster and faster. 600 meters. 900 meters. 1,200 meters. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the magic slammed into the turtle shell, and yet nothing could stop it from accelerating. Before long, it had passed the 1,500-meter mark. Impossible. Chen Yunshan howled. He simply couldn't believe what he was seeing, and was panting as a result. He wasn't the only one to react in such a way. Everyone from the Polarity River Court had similar looks of disbelief on their faces. By this point, more than 100 bolts of lightning had struck the turtle shell, and yet, it only continued to move faster and faster. Of course, despite the fact that Baziush-hun was hidden under the turtle shell, all of them knew exactly what kind of expression was on his face. One of utmost pride. HMMPH. When Lord Bay takes action, he frightens even himself. I can't believe you people dared to bully me. Feeling very pleased with himself, he continued to crawl along on his hands and knees. Soon, he was 1,800 meters in. Then 2,100 meters. Then 3,000 meters. Not even the cultivators from the Dao River Corps dared to lightly enter such a region, but Baziush-hun didn't seem worried at all. In fact, soon the cultivators of the three sects could hear Baziush-hun humming a little tune. Not a single one of the dangerous magics in the area had even the slightest effect on the turtle shell. This. Everyone was completely and utterly stunned. Chapter 366, Shameless. Cheater. The cultivators from the three sects were virtually going crazy. Of course, they wished they could do something to stop Baziush-hun, but he was in an area of extreme danger that they didn't even dare to enter. They could only watch wide-eyed as the two turtles sped further and further into the zone of defensive spells. 3,900 meters. 4,800 meters. Before long, Baziush-hun was 6,000 meters in, a distance that none of the rest of the sects dared to attempt to match. 6,000. 6,000 meters? Damn it. How could this guy possibly get 6,000 meters in? Doesn't that mean that he's going to get past the Dao River Court and have the first chance to get the legacy seals? Question mark. As the cultivators of the three sects realized what was happening, shouts of astonishment and jealousy began to rise up into the air. 6,000 meters in, the magic was so intense that it fell like rain. At that point, Baziush-hun stopped for a moment, slowly lifted the edge of the turtle walk and looked out with eager anticipation. He could hear the shouts of astonishment coming from behind him, and it made him happier than ever. Even as he wallowed in his pride, the mountain of legacy seals began to tremble, and a legacy seal flew out. As it circled about, it got closer and closer to Baziush-hun. Ha ha ha. Now nobody can even think of stealing it from me. Hey little legacy seal, come over here. Smiling broadly, he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, and then waved his finger at the incoming legacy seal. Whoever was closest to the legacy seals obviously had the advantage, and at the moment, nobody was there to compete with Baziush-hun. The legacy seal shivered in place, then shot toward Baziush-hun, disappearing into the turtle shell. Got one. He cried excitedly, absorbing it. When the cultivators of the three sects saw this happen, their eyes turned as red as rabbits. That was especially true of the people from the Dao River Court. They poured power into their giant to try to get it to move forward, and even as they did, another legacy seal flew out and was grabbed by Baziush-hun. The rage of the cultivators burned hot and bright. Are you looking to die, Baziush-hun? This isn't fair. You're pushing things too far, Baziush-hun. Baziush-hun only began to hum his little tune louder than before. After resting for a bit longer under the turtle shell, he saw a third legacy seal, which he quickly sucked into the shell. I guess I'll just wait here and grab each one as it comes along. Humphrey. Feeling more pleased than ever, and more awesome, Baziush-hun thought about bringing out his mirror to ask Imposter Nightcrypt how amazing he was. However, it didn't seem like a good idea at the moment, so he suppressed it. He was feeling quite comfortable underneath the turtle shell, grabbing legacy seals at leisure. However, the cultivators of the three sects were simmering on the point of complete madness. If things kept going the way they were, then Bazius Hun would likely pull off a miracle that would leave them humiliated more than they had been in years. That was especially true of the dozens of core formation chosen from the Dao River Court. The pressure on them was suddenly quite intense. The entire group went all out, causing the illusory giant to turn even more corporeal, and then carry them forward 1,500 meters in a wild sprint. The Polarity and Starry River Court cultivators also took various risks, gritting their teeth to shoot forward once again. The three sects advanced in grand fashion, with cultivators using all sorts of magical items, divine abilities and magical techniques. They utilized everything within their power to try to head deeper into the danger zone. When Bazius Hun sensed the surge of energy behind him, and realized that the three sects were trying to catch up, his anger flared. This is my spot. I can't believe you people are going to try to steal from me again. Complete bullies. Gritting his teeth, he hunkered down in the turtle shell and started crawling forward again. The little turtle followed along, laughing in amusement. Time passed. As Bazius Hun crawled forward, he continued to grab the legacy seals as they flew out. Eventually, the Dao River Court reached the 6,000-meter mark. The Polarity River Court was right behind them, and even the Starry River Court had reached the 3,600-meter mark. All three sects had truly reached their limit. And yet, to their complete despair, Bazius Hun had already crawled up to the 9,000-meter mark. And he kept going. Soon, he reached 10,500 meters. Then 12,000. The distances involved left the Dao River Court in a state of complete hopelessness. The Polarity River Court was filled with bitterness, and the Starry River Court was going mad. One legacy seal after another flew out and was taken by Bazius Hun. All the cultivators were filled with a sense of indescribable powerlessness. 12,000. 12,000 meters. This can't really be happening. As of this moment, the Starry River Court had 2 legacy seals, the Polarity River Court had 1 more than them, and the Dao River Court had the most with 5. All of the other legacy seals were going to Bazius Hun. To make matters even worse, Bazius Hun was loudly announcing how many he'd acquired. 31. 37. 43. The mountain of legacy seals was shaking violently. From ancient times until now, nothing like this had ever happened. No one had ever gotten so close to the mountain, or acquired so many legacy seals. Bazius Hun was completely elated. He even took a moment to look back at the cultivators from the other 3 sects, and felt more wonderful than ever. After that, he decided he might as well keep crawling forward. 47. 53. 57. Bazius Hun's voice continued to ring out as he got closer and closer to the mountain of legacy seals. The cultivators of the 3 sects felt as if wild beasts were trampling their hearts. As they watched Bazius Hun, their eyes burned with madness and killing intent. From the look of things, if they could, they would ignore the rules and simply kill him. Shut up. Damn it. You're completely shameless. Cheater. I'm gonna kill you. Bazius Hun turned around and disdainfully lifted the back edge of the turtle walk to peer out at the 3 sects. Then he cried out as loudly as possible, "Do you people dare to come over here? We can have an epic fight. I dare you. Come on. I'm waiting for you right here." Saying such words was like pouring fuel onto the fire. The 3 sects exploded with rage, especially Chen Yunshan, whose face was distorted from fury. A moment passed, and then Bazius Hun sighed and said, "Why aren't any of you coming over? How about you all come together? I'll take you all on at once. What do you say? Lord Bei is getting tired of waiting. Heroes are always so lonely. The scenery here is wonderful, what a pity none of you dare to come share it with me." With that, he grabbed another legacy seal. Bazius Hun was used to calling out the numbers by now, so he yelled, "This is the 59th. After some thought, he was curious what it would be like even closer to the mountain, so he began to proceed forward again. At the same time, the cultivators of the 3 sects realized that they couldn't stay in their current positions safely, and began to move in the opposite direction. Of course, a scene of similar madness could be seen outside of the legacy zone. Some time earlier, the river-defying sect's circle on the glowing screen had suddenly lit up. Frigid Sect, Crimson Soul, and Master Godwin were immediately delighted. After all, that glowing light represented the honor of the whole sect. Based on how bright their glowing circle was compared to the other 3 sects, they were able to speculate that Bazius Hun had acquired a single legacy seal. Even one makes this whole thing worth it. Crimson Soul thought, tightening his hands into fists. Not too far away, the red-haired old man from the Starry River Court felt his heart suddenly tremble. He even frowned, although it only lasted for a moment. "Congratulations, river-defying sect," he said with a false smile. You got lucky and managed to get a single legacy seal. However, luck will only carry you so far, and before he could finish speaking, the river-defying sex glowing circle suddenly got a bit brighter. Then, only moments later, it brightened again. Soon, it was brighter than the starry river quartz circle. The nascent soul patriarchs from the other three sects were shocked, especially those from the starry river court. How is this possible? The three patriarchs from the river-defying sect were also astonished, and exchanged incredulous glances. The red-haired old man's expression was extremely unsightly, and rage could be seen flickering in his eyes. All of a sudden, he felt as if the disciples he had sent into the legacy zone were completely useless. Even as he began to feel regret in his heart, the river-defying sect's glowing circle got even brighter. There were no rumbling sounds, but everyone felt as if their minds were crashing with thunder. The river-defying sect's glowing circle was getting brighter with indescribable speed. A moment later, and it surpassed the Polarity River Court. The nascent soul Taoist masters from the Polarity River Court couldn't prevent their expressions from flickering. Moments later, the river-defying sect surpassed the Tao River Court. The white-haired old man took a step forward to stare more closely at the glowing circles. Everyone had looks of madness overtaking their faces. The brightness of the river-defying sect's glowing circle was increasing so dramatically that it completely exceeded the imaginations of all present. Chapter 367, Living Mountain Incantation. It was so bright that it was almost painful to look at, as if it were the only light which existed. Even the light from the other three sects combined was completely and utterly crushed by it. What's going on? Don't tell me that all of the legacy seals are being taken by only one person from the river-defying sect? Impossible. Heavens, even when the Tao River Court took first place last time, the light wasn't this bright. How? How many legacy seals does that represent? The nascent soul experts from the three sects were all shocked. The red-haired old man from the starry river court was physically shaking, and his face was covered with an expression of utter incredulity. Maybe the circle got broken somehow, he murmured. The nascent soul Taoist master from the Polarity River Court was panting, and a look of unprecedented anxiety could be seen in his eyes. Originally, the matter of redistributing the resources wasn't very important to the Polarity River Court, especially considering the compensation the Starry River Court had offered to gain their support. However, if things kept going the way they were, that compensation wouldn't even make up for the losses they would incur. Now, in this moment of anxiety, their anger toward the Starry River Court was growing. If the Polarity River Court had such a reaction, there almost wasn't even a need to mention the nascent soul experts from the Tao River Court. They were all trembling, and looks of despair could be seen flickering in their eyes. If they didn't end up with more resources than they had in the previous competition, their decision to join in the Starry River Court's little plan would result in indescribable losses. Furthermore, the Sextava Patriarch would surely be furious. After thinking about the consequences at stake, one of the other nascent soul cultivators from the Starry River Court said, "Impossible. This is definitely a mistake." However, his words of consolation fell completely flat. The area outside of the stone spell formation descended into a deathly silence. All of the nascent soul Taoist masters were looking at the glowing circles, and it was completely obvious that the river-defying sect's circle was continuing to grow brighter. At the same time, the circles representing the other sects hadn't changed at all. Frigid Sect, Crimson Soul and Master Godwind were all dumbstruck. Even they had no idea what could be going on inside the Legacy Zone. What is Baziush doing in there? Crimson Soul murmured, looking over in confusion at Master Godwind and Frigid Sect. Meanwhile, back in the Legacy Zone, the disciples of the three sects were howling in fury. Baziush was currently 12,000 meters in, and continuing forward toward the Mountain of Legacy Seals itself. By this point, deep despair had taken root in the hearts of everyone present. From the first moment this Legacy Zone had been opened in ancient times until now, not a single core formation cultivator had ever reached the actual foot of the mountain. In fact, no one knew what dangers existed there, nor what would happen if someone reached that point. But now, everyone watched helplessly as the damnable and shameless Baziush used his cheating methods to pull off a miracle. It's not fair. I can't believe you can actually cheat the system here. Oh heavens, have you no eyes? Send lightning to smite this despicable Baziush. Tears welled up in their eyes as Baziush reached the 15,000-meter mark. He was now right at the foot of the Mountain of Legacy Seals. As soon as he reached that point, his jaw dropped. It felt as if he had just passed through a sheet of water, and he involuntarily stopped moving. Oh so carefully, he tilted up the edge of the turtle shell, and could sense that there was no lightning, no black wind, and no magic of any other type. Curious, Baziush backed up a few meters, and sure enough, could feel the lightning and other magic battering the turtle shell. Then he moved forward a bit, and the sensation vanished. Under the despairing gazes of the crowd from the three other sects, Baziush-hun went back and forth a few times to confirm that the 9-meter area right beneath the mountain was free of any sort of defensive spells. Trembling with excitement, he slowly pushed the turtle shell off of himself and stood up, cracking sounds ringing out as he returned to his normal size. Then, he clasped his hands behind his back, flicked his sleeve, and stuck his chin up. Glancing back scornfully at the cultivators of the three sects, he said, HMMMPH. Wanna fight with me? Who of you dares to come over here and have a duel to the death with Baziush-hun? No one responded, but if looks could kill, then the gazes falling onto Baziush-hun would have chopped him into mincemeat. Seeing that nobody was going to say anything, Baziush-hun couldn't help but sigh like a lonely hero. Then he turned and looked up at the mountain of legacy seals, which was so toweringly tall that he couldn't even see the top. I wonder what it would feel like to touch it, he thought. After pondering the matter for a moment, he decided that it most likely wouldn't be very dangerous. Therefore, he cautiously reached out and tapped the surface of the mountain with the tip of his finger. Nothing happened, and he breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, the cultivators of the three sects simply stared with wide eyes. I guess I have nothing to worry about. Flicking his sleeve, he planted his hand firmly down onto the mountain and prepared to boast a bit. However, in the moment that his hand landed on the mountain, rumbling sounds began to echo out. The ground began to shake, and the sky vibrated as the dozens of remaining legacy seals on the mountain suddenly began to blaze with light, and then fly into the air. They made a spectacular sight as they swirled about, each one radiating dazzling, multicolored light. The cultivators of the three sects were completely shocked to see so many legacy seals flying out at the same time, and many of them unleashed magics to try to grab them. Shocked, Baziush-hun was just about to pull his hand away from the mountain when suddenly, all of the dozens of legacy seals began to speed in his direction. He couldn't have evaded them even if he wanted to. He was like a black hole, and all of the seals were flying toward him, fusing into his body and merging with the seals he'd already acquired. As they combined, a mnemonic appeared inside of Baziush-hun's mind, a fragmented divine ability. Because it was incomplete, he couldn't quite make it out clearly. However, it was in that moment that the cultivators from the other sects who had acquired legacy seals earlier all began to scream. At the same time, their bodies began to twist and distort as the seals that they had absorbed earlier flew out from inside of them. How could this be happening? No. That's my legacy seal. Amidst the cries of shock and alarm, the legacy seals sped toward Baziush-hun and merged into him. As of this moment, Baziush-hun had 100 legacy seals. Each and every one of those 100 seals was inside of him, merging together. The fragmented divine ability was now complete and easy to see. Living Mountain Incantation. Baziush-hun's mind spun as the divine ability was imprinted into his mind. Even before the process was complete, he could tell that this divine ability was something completely shocking. Suddenly, an ancient voice began to speak inside of Baziush-hun's mind. Merge with the mountain, become a living mountain. Stand in front of the mountain and be called an immortal. The voice started out as a mere whisper, but by the end, its words echoed like thunder. That was especially true of the final word spoken, immortal, which was spoken with heaven-rending, earth-crushing volume. Meanwhile, outside of the legacy zone, the river-defying sect's glowing circle was exploding with intense light. In fact, the light was so bright that it formed a pillar which shot up into the air. Heaven shaking, earth-shattering rumbling sounds echoed out as the beam of light ascended into parts unknown. The nascent soul cultivators from the three sects looked on with minds reeling. If that were all there were to it, it might not be a big deal. However, as the river-defying sect's light grew stronger, the lights representing the Tao, polarity, and starry river courts grew dimmer, until they reverted to their original appearance. The river-defying sect's beam of light had consumed the light from the three other sects. This is impossible. Something definitely went wrong. Majorly wrong. From ancient times until now, no one has ever lost a legacy seal that they had already absorbed. Looks of unprecedented shock appeared on the faces of the nascent soul cultivators, and it was with completely bloodshot eyes that they looked over at the river-defying sect's patriarchs. Frigid Sect, Crimson Soul and Master Godwind were looking on with wide eyes. They didn't have any idea what was going on inside the legacy zone either, but one thing was for sure, they couldn't help but feel strong reverence for Baziush-hun. Chapter 368, Let me explain. What is your river-defying sect doing in there? This is wrong. The red-haired old man from the Starry River Court was trembling from the enormity of the situation. After all, the Starry River Court would be hard-pressed to deal with a furious Tao River Court and Polarity River Court. In fact, it was now possible to tell that only about a third of the anger of those two sects was directed at the river-defying sect, with the rest being reserved for the Starry River Court. Therefore, the only option left for them was to try to drag the river-defying sect down too. However, even as the words left his mouth, the sky above began to shake, and a gigantic, Blinding figure of light appeared out of thin air. Instantly, intense pressure weighed down, and the lands began to quake. All of the nascent soul cultivators immediately clasped hands and bowed formally. "Greetings, emissary." The figure of light looked at the temple in the middle of the stone spell formation, but despite the level of his cultivation base, he wasn't able to see exactly what was happening inside. Of course, he didn't really care about that. Although a divine ability was being secretly imparted to a legacy successor, that in itself wasn't a major incident. The Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect had a total of 300 secret legacies, and all of them were shocking in power. With the exception of a few dozen that were particularly powerful, it was hard to determine which ones were stronger than the others. If I remember, the Living Mountain Incantation is rated in the top 10 among the secret legacies. Unfortunately, it's far too difficult to cultivate, which is why it's virtually unheard of to see anyone use it. Now that I think about it, it's been tens of thousands of years since this arcane pocket realm was tamed and this secret legacy was left behind in it. The gigantic figure of light waved his hand, and ripples spread out across the sky like waves rolling across a sea. "Today," he said, his voice rumbling like thunder, "someone has mastered the Living Mountain Incantation. Listen, ye of the 4 great sects, within a month, inscribe this person's information onto a jade slip and deliver it to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect to be kept on file." With that, the figure began to fade away. The only reason he had come was because he had sensed the Living Mountain Incantation taking form. Having accomplished his task, he immediately returned to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. As the enormous glowing giant disappeared, the nascent soul cultivators of the Starry River Court sat there with faces as pale as death. No longer did they try to accuse the river-defying sect of cheating. No matter what had occurred within the legacy zone, the emissary's words had to be accepted as fact. Baziush of the river-defying sect had obtained a complete legacy, and had gained enlightenment of the Living Mountain Incantation. Crimson Soul, Frigid Sect and Master Godwind exchanged glances, and could immediately see the excitement in each other's eyes. They even seemed to be sitting up a bit straighter than before. The Dao River Court and the Polarity River Court sat there in taciturn silence for a moment. Then, they both took the initiative to approach the river-defying sect. "Congratulations, fellow Taoist Frigid Sect. Ha ha ha. The junior patriarch of your honored sect has gained enlightenment of the Living Mountain Incantation, and even attracted the attention of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. In the future, he will surely rise to tremendous heights. Fellow Taoist Crimson Soul, now I understand why you were so confident earlier. This kid Baziush is really extraordinary. Now that I think about it, he really stuck out to me back when we came to visit you before. He's like a dragon amongst men." These nascent soul Taoist masters weren't currying favor. Rather, they were worried about how to explain the matter when they got back to the sect, and were hoping that the river-defying sect would bend the rules and not take all of their resources. Frigid Sect, Crimson Soul and Master Godwin were adept schemers, and knew exactly how to handle the situation. Suppressing their excitement, they decided not to mention anything about the resources. "Ziush is a naughty and mischievous kid," Frigid Sect said. "We're just as worried as you are about what's going on inside the Legacy Zone." The Dao and Polarity River Courts knew exactly what was being implied when the first thing Frigid Sect mentioned was Baziush's safety. It's impossible to send messages into and out of the Legacy Zone, so it's hard to say what's going on. But don't worry, fellow Taoist Frigid Sect. The matter of the Legacy Seals is over. Everyone will be teleported out within the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Having heard this, Frigid Sect, Crimson Soul and Master Godwind were much relieved, and even began to chat randomly with the other patriarchs. As for the group from the Starry River Court, they sat off to the side, their faces ashen as they ignored the other sects. Meanwhile, back in the Legacy Zone, now that Baziush had absorbed all of the sealing marks, the defensive magics faded away. There was no crushing pressure, no lightning, no black winds or seas of flame. In the blink of an eye, they were all gone. Baziush was completely absorbed in the Living Mountain Incantation, when suddenly Bruiser bumped him. Looking around, he realized that none of the defensive spells were in operation, and the cultivators of the 3 sects were about 3,000 meters away from him, their eyes flickering with cold fury. "The defensive spells are gone?" Baziush shivered, and then subconsciously took a few steps back. The looks being given him by the 3 sects caused his hair to stand on end. "Hey there, fellow Taoists. You know, we're all Middle Reaches sects. We're on the same team." Even as he stammered an explanation, the cultivators of the 3 sects began to walk wordlessly in his direction, the coldness in their eyes flaring. Backing up, he continued, "Killing people isn't allowed. Don't do anything impulsive, okay? You definitely don't want to fly off the handle." Baziush's heart was pounding. He could tell that their tempers had been riled up to the point of detonation. Plus, not only did they need to vent their frustration, they also coveted his turtle walk. Damn it, he thought. Why did the defensive spell suddenly vanish? Trembling and on the verge of tears, he continued to back up. Listen, fellow Taoists, you guys all have big teams, but I'm all alone. Getting the ceiling marks was just a matter of luck. I know you're feeling frustrated, but you were doing the best you could. Don't be sore losers. Come on, fellow Taoists, let's all calm down. I really didn't do it on purpose. Surprisingly, some of the other cultivators actually listened to his words and stopped walking. After all, the matter was over now, and fighting about it wouldn't solve any problems. However, it was still difficult to rid themselves of the fury which existed in their hearts. Seeing that his words were having some effect, Baziash-hun breathed a sigh of relief. He was well aware that this was not the time to get people riled up. Although it was true that anyone who killed someone else would be executed in punishment, if he lost his poor little life in the process, what good would that do? Just when he was about to continue offering some consolation, the little turtle suddenly flew up and landed on top of his head. Baziash-hun's heart instantly began to pound with a feeling of impending doom. Before he could say or do anything, the little turtle cleared its throat and then shouted, "It seems you people just don't understand. Listen, I'll explain what my master just said in a clear way. What he actually means is that you people are a bunch of moronic noobs. How dare you try to fight with my Baziash-hun? Stop gawking and screw the hell off." His voice was so loud that no one could possibly not hear him. The cultivators of the three sects who had just been calming down suddenly felt their rage burning hotter than ever. That was especially true of the people from the Starry River Court, who immediately devolved into madness. Chen Yunshan was the first to give voice to his rage. Kill Baziash-hun. If we work together, we can completely exterminate him. As long as we do it together, there's no way our sects are going to do anything about it. That walk of his is a precious treasure. Kill him, and maybe the legacy seals inside of him will be available for the taking again. Although nobody quite agreed with Chen Yunshan's assessment of the situation, their killing intent was bursting. The rage which they had been suppressing had been ignited by the little turtle's words. Instantly, shouts of fury rose up as dozens of core formation cultivators all flew into the air toward Baziash-hun. It was a majestic sight as they unleashed all sorts of magical techniques in a deadly attack. That's not what I meant at all. Baziash-hun shrieked as he took to flight. He was no fool, and knew that no matter how strong he was, his undying Heavenly King Core and Heaven Dao Gold Core couldn't stand up to dozens and dozens of Earth Core chosen all at the same time. As for being screwed over by the little turtle, it only caused the hatred in his heart to grow. Tears were on the verge of leaking out of the corners of his eyes. Even as dozens of crazed enemies closed in, the little turtle popped its head out and shouted, "Bring it on, you idiotic weaklings. My master can beat you all single-handedly. Bring it on. If you think you have what it takes, then fight." "You shut up," Baziash-hun shouted. Then he reached out, grabbed the little turtle, and hurled him backward toward the crowd. "Kill him, all right?" he screamed. "He's the one who said it, not me." The turtle shot through the air so quickly that nobody could possibly evade him, and with smacking sound, he bent into the face of one of the cultivators from the Starry River Court. The cultivator was hit so hard that it nearly knocked his teeth out, and as he staggered backward, the black silhouette of a turtle could be seen on his cheek, complete with 4 limbs, a head, a tail, and a turtle shell. Then the little turtle whizzed through the air back to Baziash-hun. "What do you think?" he said, looking very proud of himself. "Is Lord Turtle awesome or what? Humphrey. When Lord Turtle leaves his mark somewhere, not even a demigod can erase it. A demigod. Did you hear that, you little punk? You're going to have Lord Turtle's mark on your face for all eternity." The cultivator reached up and felt the black mark on his face, and to his horror, realized that he really couldn't wipe it away. Heart filling with even more anger than before, he spat the blood out of his mouth and once again began to chase after Baziash-hun. Chapter 369, Marks. Baziash-hun's heart was thumping with pure fear. If he was being chased by a single person, he would definitely turn and fight. He might even try fighting if there were 2 or 3 people. Considering how heroic and incredible he was, he figured he could probably come out on top in a situation like that. After all, with the level of his fleshly body, it wasn't likely that only 2 or 3 people in the same cultivation level as himself would be strong enough to kill him. But when he looked over his shoulder, he saw dozens of core formation cultivators all bearing down on him with burning killing intent. From what he could tell, if that many people all attacked him at once, it wouldn't matter if his undying live forever technique was even stronger than it was, he would still lose his poor little life. Such thoughts filled his heart with both gloom, and also rage toward the little turtle. The little turtle didn't seem to think he had screwed Baziash-hun over at all, though. He flew along off to the side, eyes gleaming with excitement, letting loose a stream of shouting. "Ha ha ha. Bring it on, bring it on. Ya bunch of wimps. Let's see if you have what it takes to kill my master. Then he lowered his voice to talk to Bazish-hun. "Don't be afraid, little Bay. They're just a bunch of wimps, right? Come, come. Throw me back toward them again, I'll crush them to death." "Shut up. This is all your fault." Bazish-hun didn't dare to throw the little turtle back toward the crowd of cultivators from the three sects. When he thought about the enraged look on the face of the man who had been marked with the turtle, his heart trembled. As he pushed forward with greater speed, all sorts of dazzling magical techniques shot toward him. Ice mountains, lightning, seas of flame, twisting vines, hundreds of flying swords, and even a gigantic vortex-like wave of water. Although the pressure weighing down from this tide of magical techniques couldn't compare to the defensive spells from earlier, the sheer number involved created a shockingly deadly force. Unfortunately, the turtle walk wouldn't be of much help in this situation. After all, the restrictive spells from before had only blasted into the turtle walk, and hadn't attempted to lift it up. These people wouldn't just let him hide underneath and pretend to be dead. "I'm finished. Kaput. The mountain of legacy seals is gone. Why hasn't the teleportation begun? If it doesn't start soon, then I'm dead." He continued to speed along rapidly, the enraged roars of his pursuers echoing out constantly behind him. "Don't you run, Bazish-hun. You were just blowing your horn a few seconds ago, why are you running like a scared rabbit now? Humphrey. You challenged us to fight before, and now we're giving you the chance. Stand and fight." Everyone from the other three sects was giving vent to their frustration, and their killing intent was so intense it caused brightly colored light to flash in heaven and earth. From a distance, the roughly 100 core formation cultivators were like countless streams of light shooting after Bazish-hun. That was especially true of a Starry River Court cultivator who had been branded with a little turtle mark. His heart was completely overtaken by rage. No matter how he rubbed at his cheek, he couldn't wipe the mark away. The odd looks given to him by people nearby were especially humiliating. "I'm gonna kill you, Bazish-hun," he screamed, his voice rising up above the voices of all the other cultivators. Bazish-hun dodged the flying swords, pierced through the vortex, and leaped over a sea of flames. However, a few lightning bolts managed to hit him, causing him to shake visibly. Bruiser, who was still nestled in the folds of his robe, struggled to get free, but Bazish-hun pushed him back. "Stay put, there are some bad people out here." Unfortunately, the legacy zone wasn't very big, and core formation cultivators could move very quickly. As a result, they were already starting to run in circles. To Bazish-hun's despair, he found that the core formation cultivators were slowly getting closer and closer. Furthermore, the teleportation effect had not yet activated. Worse, the core formation cultivators were splitting up into 3 groups to try to surround him. He was really on the verge of going crazy. Eyes completely bloodshot, he shouted, "You people are forcing me to do this. Get over here, little turtle." When the little turtle heard this, his eyes immediately lit up, and he shot toward Bazish-hun's outstretched hand. Then, he let out a whoop as Bazish-hun tossed him violently into the air. A whizzing sound could be heard as the little turtle turned into nothing but a blur of afterimages. This was a type of speed that core formation cultivators couldn't match. In the blink of an eye, he had landed smack dab onto the right cheek of a burly man from the Polarity River Court. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the burly man screamed and staggered backward, blood spraying out of his mouth along with quite a few chunks of teeth. When he looked up, a black turtle mark could be seen on his face. It had a head, a tail, 4 limbs, and seemed very lifelike. The burly man's jaw dropped, and he reached up to rub the side of his face. When he realized that the mark wouldn't rub off, he looked over at the cultivator from the Starry River Court who had a similar mark, and then his eyes turned completely bloodshot. Roaring with rage, he shot directly toward Bazish-hun. In fact, he even unleashed some unique divine ability that caused him to suddenly accelerate past everyone else. Shockingly, it took him only a moment to be right in front of Bazish-hun. "Time to die, Bazish-hun." The burly man extended his right hand, and a powerful core formation aura erupted, creating a huge vortex. At the same time, the indistinct image of a huge devil hand appeared behind him. Devil chi swirled out, pouring into the devil hand as it shot toward Bazish-hun to grab him. As it closed in, it grew larger, until it was fully 300 meters tall. Bazish-hun let out a shout as he waved his right hand, summoning a violet cauldron which instantly smashed into the devil hand. Intense rumbling sounds echoed out. This violet chi cauldron was formed by the power of a Heavendao gold core, causing the devil hand to collapse as soon as it was hit. The resulting shockwave caused the burly man from the Polarity River Court to cough up a huge mouthful of blood. Bazish-hun wasn't harmed in the least, and yet his anger continued to burn. Reaching his right hand up into the air, he shouted, "Little turtle." The little turtle immediately flew back into his hand, after which he strode over to the burly man and reached his hand back. "Now I'll give you another," he howled, then smashed the little turtle down onto the burly man's other cheek. Then he hit his chest, and before the man could react, had hit him in nearly a dozen other places. Blood sprayed out of the man's mouth, and his eyes burned with madness. Finally, he drew upon his own life force to shove Baziush-hun and then speed away, the madness in his eyes replaced by terror. As he fled, it was possible to see more than a dozen little turtle marks all over him. "Bring it on!" Baziush-hun yelled confidently. Just when he was about to give voice to some taunts, more than a dozen magical techniques descended toward him like rainwater. The sight of so many lightning bolts, seas of flame, vortexes, wild winds and vines caused Baziush-hun's heart to seize with fear. Immediately, he fell back. A moment later, countless magical techniques slammed into the spot he had just been occupying. "You people are too brutal. Stop ganging up. If you have what it takes, come fight me one at a time." Drawing upon the undying live forever technique, and his powerful fleshly body, he continued to flee at top speed. Chen Yunshan from the Starry River Court immediately yelled out, "We have to team up to deal with a shameless villain like you. If we kill you together, it won't matter that we broke the rules." His words instantly bolstered the killing resolve of many in the group. "Chen Yunshan!" Baziush-hun yelled, glaring over at him. He had been targeting Baziush-hun from the beginning, and that left Baziush-hun feeling very angry. Seeing how he continued to try to incite the crowd, Baziush-hun angrily threw out the little turtle. "Hit him in the mouth. Shut him up." The little turtle sailed excitedly through the air. When he appeared directly in front of Chen Yunshan's face fell, and he tried to dodge. But he simply wasn't capable of evading the little turtle. A boom rang out as the little turtle slammed into his face, sending all of his teeth flying out of his mouth as he staggered backward. "Baziush-hun!" he screamed. Eyes completely bloodshot, Chen Yunshan ignored the mark which had just been left on his face and performed a double-handed incantation gesture. Instantly, streams of starlight power descended onto him, giving him blinding speed as he chased after Baziush-hun. Chapter 370, "I'm gonna kill you, Baziush-hun. Screw the hell off." Baziush-hun roared, unleashing the mountain-shaking bash, sending him barreling toward Chen Yunshan with explosive speed. They were both moving incredibly quickly, but Baziush-hun had the advantage. As he closed in, he stretched out his left leg and tapped his big toe on Chen Yunshan. A deafening boom echoed out, as well as a miserable shriek from Chen Yunshan as he was sent flying. At the same time, golden strands appeared on the surface of his body, apparently some sort of restrictive spell that was boring into Chen Yunshan and sealing his flesh and blood. "You think a bit too much of yourself. One of my toes can send you flying." Baziush-hun's left shoe had exploded, revealing the fact that his big toe was flickering with golden light. Brushing off his robe, he produced a new shoe, put it on, then continued to flee. Behind him, the enraged cultivators of the Starry River Court helped the trembling Chen Yunshan to his feet. Even as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, he realized that his cultivation base had been sealed, making it completely impossible for him to use it at all. Eyes flaring with madness, he howled, "Fellow Taoists from the Starry River Court, set up the formation and kill this guy. Fellow Taoists from the Polarity River Court and Tao River Court, if we don't join forces and cut him down, how can we ever live down the humiliation of this day?" The cultivators of the Starry River Court exchanged glances and then nodded. Unleashing the power of their cultivation bases, they called upon the same stream of starlight they had used to deal with the defensive spells earlier, sending it shooting toward Baziush-hun with incredible speed. As that happened, the group from the Polarity River Court looked at each other, then howled, sending devil chi surging out to form a gigantic head. The vicious-looking head let out a fierce howl, causing intense pressure to weigh down all around it as it shot after Baziush-hun. The cultivators from the Tao River Court weren't any more willing to let the situation drop. If they did, they could only imagine what would happen upon returning to their sect. They wouldn't even be able to look anyone else in the eye. Moments later, intense rumbling sounds echoed out as the illusory giant appeared again. Howling, the giant began to charge toward Baziush-hun. From a distance, it was possible to see a stream of starlight, a gigantic head, and an enormous giant, all three of them deadly divine abilities, closing in on Baziush-hun. Baziush-hun's scalp was tingling so hard it felt like it might explode. "You guys are really serious, aren't you? I can't believe you're actually using spell formations against me." By this point, his undying live forever technique was in full operation, and he was flying along as fast as his Heaven Tao Gold Core could push him. Unfortunately, the combined divine abilities of the three sects were even faster than that. Moments later, intense rumbling sounds could be heard as the stream of starlight appeared in front of him. Baziush-hun trembled, and blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth. Before he could do anything else, though, the huge head closed in, spitting out a blast of frigid devil chi that surrounded him, making it almost impossible to move, and freezing the blood that spilled out of his mouth. Before he could recover, the giant unleashed a fist strike onto him. Boom. Frozen blood shot out of Bazius Hun's mouth as he was flung backward, his hair in wild disarray and his eyes completely bloodshot. As he flew through the air, he slapped his bag of holding, producing a fistful of medicinal pills which he hurled into the air behind him. Those medicinal pills contained all sorts of strange properties, and as soon as they exploded, they immediately caused problems for all the pursuing cultivators. Bazius Hun continued to flee, so nervous that he was bordering on madness. Damn it! Why hasn't the teleportation started? Patriarchs, I'm about to lose my poor little wife. Tears welled up in his eyes as he watched the cultivators of the three sects building up another volley of divine abilities. What are you scared of? The little turtle said disdainfully. I'm still here. Just throw me at them. They're just using some lame Dharma idols and magical projections, that's all. Lord Turtle has destroyed so many of those kinds of things that he can't even remember how many. Bazius Hun threw his head back and roared, you people push things too far. A murderous aura erupted out from him as he reached his hand back and then hurled the little turtle out as hard as he could. Boom. The little turtle instantly appeared in front of the Dao River Quartz giant, which could do nothing to stop him. In the blink of an eye, he had pierced through the giant and was heading toward the Dao River Court cultivators who were operating it. This time, the little turtle struck a female disciple. She was the type of person who radiated an extraordinary air, and despite her killing aura, she was quite beautiful. But then, an enormous smacking sound rang out as the little turtle hit her right in the middle of the face. Tears leaked out of her eyes from the pain, and she let out an agonized shriek. Then, she realized that everyone was looking over at her with odd looks on their faces. Heart pounding, she pulled a mirror out of her bag of holding, and when she looked at herself, she screamed in blood-curdling fashion. I'm gonna kill you, Bazius Hun. She raved, her hair flying about in disarray. Without any hesitation, she shot after Bazius Hun as fast as she could. Unfortunately, he was far too quick and agile. The young woman's impulsive action instantly affected the other cultivators who were operating the giant. As for Bazius Hun, considering how effective this tactic was, he quickly grabbed the little turtle and threw him out again. Then, Bazius Hun went crazy, constantly tossing out the little turtle to fight back against the magical techniques and divine abilities. Before long, more than half of his pursuers had little turtle marks on their faces, chests, waists, stomachs, and even some on their rear ends. The mark of the little turtle was actually a very terrifying thing. Even if you hit their clothing, the mark would pass through and end up on their skin. The marks even glowed, as if they were worried that people might not notice them. Not even thick clothes or powerful magical defenses were capable of stopping the little turtle marks from glowing brightly. There was one young female disciple who got hit on the chest, and nearly collapsed when everyone looked over to see her and the glowing turtle mark there. People used all sorts of defensive magical items when the little turtle closed in, but they were all useless. The terrifying little turtle was causing everyone in the battle to go crazy. The divine abilities and magical techniques they were unleashing were influenced by their surging emotions, or perhaps by the turtle marks. In any case, they eventually just faded away. There's too many of you for me to beat in a fight, but I can sure embarrass you guys to death. Bazius Hun was shocked, and initially felt that the little turtle was being too vicious. However, as soon as he thought about how these people were trying to kill him, he angrily yelled, "Little turtle, are you sure those marks of yours can't be erased?" "Don't worry," the little turtle said proudly, "not even a demigod could erase them." With that, Bazius Hun glanced back at the cultivators who had no marks on them, seemingly itching to get at them. Great. They were the ones who pushed things too far, so they can't blame me for this. Gritting his teeth, he hurled the little turtle out again, sending him flying toward one of the unstruck cultivators. Those unmarked cultivators were currently hesitating a bit. However, they had convinced themselves that the marks couldn't possibly be indelible. In their minds, they would certainly be able to find a way to deal with them after returning to the sect. Even if they couldn't, surely someone from the elder generation would be able to help them. Therefore, it was with burning rage that they continued to chase after Bazius Hun. Booms rang out continuously as all of them were branded with the mark of the little turtle. Furthermore, all of their powerful divine abilities and magical techniques were faltering. The stream of starlight collapsed, followed by the huge head. Then the Dao River Quartz giant fell into pieces. The only thing chasing Bazius Hun now was a mob of enraged cultivators, all of whom had turtle marks on them. "I swear to the heavens, I'm gonna kill you, Bazius Hun. Damn it. If I don't kill you today, I'm not surnamed Liu." Bazius Hun's powerful fleshly body was being pushed to its limit. He was coughing up blood and covered with wounds, and yet, his counterattacks were incisive and penetrating. Whether it was his own attacks, or the little turtle marks, he had pushed everyone to the absolute limits of fury. Thankfully, It was in that moment that teleportation power began to fill the legacy zone. Beams of teleportation light began to rise up, and the mob of pursuers suddenly stopped in place. If they didn't enter those teleportation lights before the time limit was reached, they would lose their chance to leave, and not even their sex would be able to do anything to save them. As of this moment, they had to abandon any hopes of killing Baziush-hun. Having been forced to give up, they stared at Baziush-hun with such murderous glares that it seemed they were trying to cut him to pieces with their eyes. Baziush-hun breathed a huge sigh of relief as he leaped into one of the teleportation lights. Looking over his shoulder, it was with great pride that he looked at the little turtle marks glittering on all of his opponents. Humphrey. You guys are the ones who pissed me off. When I attack, I frighten even myself. The little turtle looked at the crowd of enemies and seemed completely satisfied. He even appeared to be sighing. From the look of it, he was more proud of himself than Baziush-hun was. Chapter 371, Patriarchs, Save Me. Outside the temple and the stone spell formation, the nascent soul cultivators were waiting anxiously for the disciples to emerge. Suddenly, beams of light descended from above, within which were the disciples of all the sects. Without a single exception, the disciples all had black turtle marks on them, either on their faces, or on other parts of their bodies. The nascent soul cultivators from the three sects couldn't stop their eyes from widening at the sight. Frigid Sect, Crimson Soul and Master Godwind instantly had a very bad feeling. All of you. Before any of the nascent soul Taoist masters from the three sects could inquire into the matter, another beam of light shot up from one of the enormous stones in the spell formation. Then, Baziush-hun appeared. The instant he was fully materialized, he shot at top speed toward the patriarchs of the river-defying sect. They're trying to kill me. He shouted as he neared. Save me, patriarchs. I almost lost my poor little wife. They want me dead. Even as the words left his mouth, the other disciples atop the enormous stones devolved into madness. Disregarding the fact that they were in the presence of members of the older generation, they all shot toward Baziush-hun. I'm gonna kill you, Baziush-hun. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the nearly 100 cultivators who had just returned all launched attacks. All of the nascent soul cultivators were completely taken aback. As for Frigid Sect, Crimson Soul and Master Godwind, their expressions turned very grim. Considering that all these people wanted to kill Baziush-hun, they could only imagine what dangers he must have been facing just now inside the legacy zone. Humphrey. Crimson Soul said, taking a step forward and stomping his foot onto the ground. A massive shockwave spread out in all directions, sending the cultivators of the three sects tumbling off their feet. Baziush-hun is the junior patriarch of the river-defying sect. Which of you dares try to kill him? These cultivators were all chosen, but they were still just in the core formation stage, and couldn't possibly compete with Crimson Soul. The fearsome aura emanating out from him now caused them all to tremble inwardly. Even as Baziush-hun cowered behind Crimson Soul, Frigid Sect, and Master Godwind, he felt very moved, and couldn't help but muse that all the dangers he had faced in the legacy zone were worth it. Frigid Sect's eyes glittered, and his expression was grim as he looked over at the nascent soul cultivators from the other sects and said, Tao River Court. Polarity River Court. Starry River Court. You three had better give us a good explanation for this. Master Godwin stepped over to Baziush-hun and put his hand on his shoulder, using his cultivation base to scan Baziush-hun for injuries. At first, he seemed surprised, but then he gave Baziush-hun a look that no one else noticed. Baziush-hun instantly understood his intention. Forcing his face to look even paler than before, he let out a wail, then bit his tongue and coughed up some blood. Placing his hand onto his chest, he began to pant for breath. Pointing at the cultivators of the three sects, he said, They're so vicious. They tried to kill me. I just... When the other cultivators saw this, the fury they had been suppressing raged even higher than before. They had all seen how tough Baziush-hun was with their own eyes. Furthermore, he had been as quick as a six-legged rabbit, which had made him very difficult to hit in the first place. And yet here he was claiming to be seriously injured. Baziush-hun, you although several people began to shout in rage, before they could say more than a word or two, the white-haired old man from the Tao River Court grimly shouted, Shut up, all of you. His thunderous voice instantly crashed down on everyone, causing the disciples' hearts to tremble. Averting their gazes, they quickly went silent. The Tao River Court will provide an explanation within 1 month's time. Fellow Taoists from the river-defying sect, I hope you will take some time to consider the matter we discussed earlier, and provide an answer as soon as possible. Looking over at Baziush-hun, he forced a smile onto his face, then left along with the other Tao River Court cultivators. As for all of the turtle marks on the disciples, he completely ignored them. As the Tao River Court cultivators were leaving, the group from the Polarity River Court offered some similar words about providing an explanation, then left. Last was the Starry River Court. As for the expression on the face of the red-haired old man, it couldn't have been more unsightly. Glaring at the disciples of his sect, he was just about to turn and leave when Master Godwin suddenly said, "Fellow Taoist, I expect that starry meteor to be delivered within the month." Without even looking back, the red-haired old man said, "I wouldn't go back on my word for a paltry starry meteor." With that, he gave a cold harumph and left with his disciples. In the silence which followed afterward, Frigid Sect, Crimson Soul and Master Godwin looked over at Bazius Hun with incredulity written on their faces. Bazius Hun continued to clutch at his chest. Complexion ashen, he looked piteously over at the three patriarchs. "Patriarchs, you have no idea how miserable I was in there. If things had gone on for even a moment longer, it would have been the end of me. You would have needed to pick a new junior patriarch for the river-defying sect." The three patriarchs weren't sure whether to laugh or cry. After a moment, Crimson Soul said, "How did you pull it off?" "Huh? Oh. Well, even I'm not sure. They wanted to kill me almost as soon as they saw me. It was really bewildering. I'm talking about the legacy seals." "Oh, the legacy seals. Look, I don't want to brag, but as soon as I went inside, the legacy seals acted as if I were their master or something. They just kept rushing toward me. I didn't even need to go after them. It was a real headache." Bazius Hun braggadocio caused the three patriarchs to simply stand there staring at him. Unsure of the situation, he cautiously probed, "So, did we win?" "I got all the legacy seals, and I even got this thing called the Living Mountain Incantation." Frigid Sect, Crimson Soul and Master Godwin all exchanged glances, and then suddenly burst out laughing. The truth was, they didn't care how Bazius Hun had managed to get all of the legacy seals. However, he did it. He was the junior patriarch of the river-defying sect, and they were all on the same team. "You didn't just win. You won big." Master Godwin laughed heartily. Relieved, Bazius Hun also started laughing, feeling prouder of himself than ever. "Alright, let's get back to the sect," Frigid Sect said excitedly, his eyes shining with approval of Bazius Hun. With that, he swept Bazius Hun up into the air toward the Heavenhorn Sword. On the way back to the river-defying sect, the patriarchs told Bazius Hun about everything which had happened outside. It was almost unbelievable. They had acquired 100% of the resources, which meant that all of the other three sects had to take the shares they'd acquired in the last competition and send them to the river-defying sect. There was nothing they could do to complain about the matter. After all, the rules set forth by the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect at the request of the three sects themselves. In addition to all that, the river-defying sect was also to get a starry meteor. Because of all of that, the river-defying sect's overall power would continue to grow stronger. As of now, they were in a good position whether to want to act aggressively or be more defensive. Furthermore, because of the situation with the resources, there would be more interactions with the Tao and Polarity River Courts. In the negotiations which would eventually come regarding the redistribution of resources, they could not only make the other two sects happy, but probably get better benefits for themselves. Most importantly of all, because of the heaven-shaking, earth-toppling events which had just occurred, the river-defying sect was now much closer to having a Deva Realm Patriarch. They had enough resources, and enough information. It wouldn't be long before Crimson Soul, Frigid Sect, and Master Godwin all had their chance to become Devas. With the solid foundation they were establishing, the river-defying sect was finally in a position to have a true position of power in the middle reaches. Bazius Hun wasn't interested or skilled in politics or scheming, so as far as he was concerned, the dealings with the other three sects were best left in the hands of the wily foxes Frigid Sect, Crimson Soul and Master Godwin. In terms of what the patriarchs wanted him to focus on, they made it clear right away. Matters between all the sects aren't really important. What you need to do now is work on understanding the Living Mountain Incantation. It's one of the 300 secret legacy magics in the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. If you can master the Living Mountain Incantation, your battle prowess will increase to a shocking level. Bazius Hun immediately began to meditate upon the Living Mountain Incantation. However, as he contemplated the technique, he realized that it came with some very harsh requirements in terms of cultivation. Furthermore, it needed to be cultivated in a special environment. Based on the description that came along with the technique, that environment could only be found in a land of mountains within the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect itself. Bazius Hun was a little depressed about that, but knew that there was nothing he could do about it now. Even as he let the matter drop, he realized that they were nearing the sect headquarters. There, the Blood Ancestor towered over the lands, and the aura of the dire Sky Banyan suppressed everything in the area. The four mountain ranges stretched out like dragons. That was the river-defying sect. Chapter 372, They're Talking About Me. Bazius Hun hadn't been gone very long, and furthermore, everyone had been aware of the purpose behind his departure. As such, The entire sect had been quietly awaiting his return, and wondering what had occurred. Although everyone had been prepared for the worst, no one had been able to keep from wondering what it would be like if Bazius-hun managed to pull off a miracle. Actually, the patriarchs had already sent word back to the sect about the result. Everyone knew that the river-defying sect had acquired 100% of the resources, that the other 3 sects had been crushed, and that Bazius-hun had single-handedly driven countless chosen crazy. Therefore, as soon as Bazius-hun returned, the entire sect erupted into wild cheering that shook the heavens. "Elder Brother Bay, you're incredible." The junior patriarch smashed the starry river court and trampled the polarity river court. "He's unparalleled under heaven." Bazius-hun had just stepped off of the heaven horn sword, and when he heard all of the cheering, he was instantly enlivened. Reaching over excitedly to tug at Frigid Sect's sleeve, he said, "They're talking about me." Frigid Sect cleared his throat, but didn't say anything. Pulling his sleeve out of Bazius-hun's grasp, he headed back toward Mount River Defiance with Master Godwind and Crimson Soul. Bazius-hun flew out into the air, filled with excitement at the sight of all the disciples in the sect cheering at him. After only a moment of thought, he realized that now was not the time to look icy and cold. Trying to appear as affable as possible, he cleared his throat and headed to the most crowded area he could find. Over the course of the following days, Bazius-hun spared no effort in spreading different versions of the stories of his accomplishments in the Legacy Zone. However, in each version, he was always incredibly heroic and mighty, and single-handedly crushed his opponents. Bazius-hun could clearly tell how much the disciples in the sect adored him. In fact, there was one occasion when he merely smiled at one of the female disciples, and she literally fainted from excitement. As of this moment, Bazius-hun felt as if the whole world were beaming at him with approval. Even the sun seemed to be grinning. Bruiser was also the subject of much acclaim, and immediately went to show off to some of the female beasts he spent time with. Half a month went by before things finally started to calm down. After thinking about everything that had happened in the Legacy Zone, Bazius-hun was more concerned than ever about his cultivation base. "I need to get stronger," he thought. With that, he somberly went into secluded meditation to cultivate the Frigid School Will Evolving Incantation and his undying muscles. The Frigid School Will Evolving Incantation was a very profound technique indeed. Before, his cultivation of it had mostly consisted of him fumbling around in the dark. He had even been forced to ask some questions of Frigid Sect before being able to wrap his mind around it. Use the technique to form the Frigid, then use the Frigid to evolve the will. Closing his eyes, he did as the mnemonic described, taking a drop of the Heavenspan River water that he had absorbed and transforming it into a power of frigid coldness. Gradually, frigid chi began to build up around him, until frost appeared on the walls of his immortal's cave. At the same time, his body began to get colder and colder. A few more days went by, and finally, he opened his eyes. Deep within, a profound gleam could be seen. As of this moment, Bazius-hun was convinced that he had grasped the quintessence of the Frigid School Will Evolving Incantation. First form the Frigid, then evolve the will. Frigid. He slowly lifted his right hand and looked at his fingers, the tips of which were covered with white frost. "I don't have enough frigid chi." According to the description in the Frigid School Will Evolving Incantation, people who manipulate frigid chi are divided into 4 levels. Frigid Acolytes, Frigid Adepts, Frigid Masters, and Frigid Paragons. Frigid Acolytes can summon frigid chi and use it to freeze objects within a small area. Frigid Adepts can freeze everything in a 3,000-meter area, and Frigid Masters can create a frigid land 30,000 meters across. Furthermore, those frigid domains can also be used to create clone projections. As for Frigid Paragons, they can even freeze portions of the Heavenspan River. Bazius-hun's eyes shone with a strange light as he contemplated what it would be like to freeze part of the Heavenspan River. Even freezing just a small portion would be an act of power that would leave everyone in awe. "Right now, I don't even count as a frigid acolyte." Bazius-hun took a deep breath. He knew that this wasn't a matter that could be rushed. The only thing he could do was slowly absorb Heavenspan River water and accumulate frigid chi. The frigid chi would build up inside of his Heavendao gold core, and once the 9 spiritual seas that made up the core were completely transformed into frigid chi, it would indicate that he was at the peak of the gold core stage. "I wonder how many years that will take," he thought, shaking his head. However, he didn't feel anxious. After all, he currently had more than 1,000 years of longevity to work with. Therefore, he focused on his undying muscles. By this point, he could progress from his big toe to his second toe. Other than his cultivation, he also had the river-defying pill to worry about. Although he now felt comfortable with the concoction process, he still hadn't been able to come up with a way to solve the life force problem. Although absorbing some of the chi and blood of the true spirit had improved his confidence, after some tests, he found he still couldn't succeed. Most importantly, he still couldn't come up with enough life force from the Heavenspan River water. It must have something to do with my cultivation base. I'm just not strong enough to extract the boundless life force from the Heavenspan River. He shook his head. For now, worrying about the concocting part wasn't even worth it. He needed to figure out how to get the life force he needed. As his train of thought progressed, he looked down at his bag of holding and recalled the idea he'd come up with before going to the Legacy Zone. The root of the entire problem was that he needed life force, and he had long since determined where he would get it. The little turtle. The undying, indestructible qualities of the little turtle ensured that it had plenty of life force. However, the problem was that the little turtle would definitely not cooperate willingly. That was why Baziushan had begun to secretly plan how to concoct a certain type of spirit medicine. He wanted to make a high-level medicine that would knock the little turtle out. Although it sounded like a simple enough task, it wasn't. He would only have one chance to succeed, if he somehow tricked the little turtle into taking that medicine, and it worked, then all would be well. But if the medicine didn't work, then he could only imagine what lengths the feisty turtle would go to in his attempt to get revenge. What a headache, he thought, sighing. After some time passed, he gritted his teeth and continued on with the concocting effort in the same way he had been before. Thankfully, the three sects were supposed to visit soon to deliver the resources they owed, which would surely include a large number of legendary spirit medicines. After some thought, Baziushan decided that he should definitely go study some of them. As Baziushan went about his cultivation and medicine concocting, the cultivation world of the Middle Reaches was astir. Although the three sects had done everything they could to suppress news of what had occurred in the Legacy Zone, it was virtually impossible to sweep such a momentous event under the rug. Before long, everyone in the Middle Reaches had heard about it, and everyone was thoroughly shaken. Furthermore, when everyone heard that the task had been accomplished by Junior Patriarch Baziushan alone, and that not only he had been up against dozens of top core formation chosen, but he had also left a special mark on all of them, it led to a complete uproar. And that was before people heard about the Living Mountain incantation. By that point, people were starting to look into his background, and soon, the details about his life began to spread. He had joined the Spirit Stream sect as a teenager, and had fought a bitter battle against the Luotian clan in which he risked his own life to defend his fellow disciples. He took first place in the chosen battles in his sect, and was also an eccentric genius when it came to concocting medicine. Later, he infiltrated the Bloodstream sect, and became both a blood master and their blood ancestor. He alone had prevented a war between the Spirit Stream sect and the Bloodstream sect, and even convinced the two sects to join forces. Then they absorbed the Profound and Pillstream sects. In the end, he became the junior patriarch of the newly formed River-defying sect. Any one of the many things he had accomplished would be shocking, let alone all of them together. It didn't take long for Baziushan's fame to spread throughout all of the cultivation world of the Middle Reaches. Of course, the River-defying sect controlled the information that leaked out about him. They had no desire for the world as a whole to learn his true nature. That was kept secret. One matter that led to gasps throughout the Middle Reaches was that all of the core formation chosen who had entered the Legacy Zone had ended up with turtle marks on their bodies and faces. They were very strange marks, marks that would shine brightly at night, and could not be covered up, even with thick clothing or magical shields. It was a shocking matter, and no matter how the three sects attempted to erase the marks, they couldn't. The combined efforts of numerous nascent soul cultivators proved useless, to the point where the Deva Patriarchs of the sects got involved. Shockingly, not even the Deva Patriarchs could do anything about the marks. In the end, the entire cultivation world was stunned by the matter. As for the core formation cultivators who had been affected, the matter left them filled with sorrow but unable to weep. Furthermore, they now hated Baziushan more than ever. Most of them went into secluded meditation and refused to come out into the open. To them, being branded with that turtle mark was like a fate worse than death. Because of the terrifying nature of Baziushan's turtle mark, countless people were terrified, and resolved to never, ever provoke him. Chapter 373, 3 Breaths River-defying Pill. As the entire cultivation world was talking about Baziushan, something else happened. The Tao, Polarity, and Starry River courts all took time to come visit the River-defying sect. During the negotiations, the River-defying sect didn't refuse to compromise with the Tao River Court and the Polarity River Court. In the end, they reached an agreement whereby which those two courts only handed over some of their resources. Because of that, not only did those courts came to understand the River-defying sect a bit better, they also developed their relationship in a good direction. After all, there had never been any hate between them, only an instinctual aversion to newcomers. After everything that had happened, such aversion was much reduced. However, when it came to the Starry River Court, the River-defying sect didn't back down at all. They knew that they had to put on a good show for everyone paying attention to the situation. If they let the Starry River Court off the hook, then it would be entirely possible for more situations like that which had occurred with the resource redistribution to arise in the future. The River-defying sect had the upper hand, and the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect had set forth rules governing the situation. The Starry River Court had no other choice than to comply, and hand over all of their resources, plus the Starry Meteorite. Of course, because of that, the two sects came to view each other as enemies. The Dao and Polarity River Courts were more than happy to see such a development. After all, their patriarchs were also wily old foxes, and were well aware that the river-defying sect was merely asserting itself as a newly arrived sect who had fought its way up from the lower reaches. Not only did they not fear conflict, they were also willing to work peacefully with the Dao and Polarity River Courts. Naturally, those two courts were fine with such an arrangement. There were many schemes and plots involved with the overall situation, and none of that was of much interest to Bazius Hun. Almost as soon as the sect received all of the resources, he went over to look through the medicinal plants. Generally speaking, not a single request by Bazius Hun would ever be denied in the river-defying sect, so before long, Bazius Hun had a whole collection of spirit plants in hand. He found all of the plants he remembered reading about, including some types of virtually extinct immortal grasses that he was confident would work well in a knockout medicine. Next, he went straight into secluded meditation. During the concocting process, he did something fairly unusual. He intentionally gave voice to words which were completely different than what he was actually thinking. It was all for the goal of knocking out the little turtle. The concocting process lasted for a month. Afterward, rumbling sounds filled the immortal's cave, and to Bazius Hun's excitement, 2 fingernail-sized white medicinal pills appeared. It was impossible to tell the quality of the pills, but a mere whiff of their aroma would cause all of the pores on a person's body to suddenly open up as if they were about to receive an incredible replenishment of energy. Anyone would think that it was an uncharacteristically high-level medicine. That was because Bazius Hun had created a surface layer for the pill made from a very expensive medicinal plant. Based on the luster and sheen of the pill, it was clearly the type of amazing pill that would cause anyone to drool with desire. Of course, it was only Bazius Hun's meticulous selection of various spirit plants that led to the color of the pill. What was impossible to tell by looking at the pill was that on the inside, it contained the knockout medicine that Bazius Hun had conceptualized only after intense and prolonged effort. After looking at the resulting spirit medicine, Bazius Hun couldn't help but take a deep breath. Expression flickering with excitement, he pondered how to get the little turtle to consume it. Just asking him to consume it wouldn't work. Furthermore, he needed to prevent potential retaliation on the part of the little turtle. After some thought, his eyes sparkled and he murmured, "This spirit medicine is incredibly valuable. Very, very rare in the world. Based on the aroma, it's obviously a spectacular delicacy. I don't think I can bring myself to consume it now. I can only eat it in a critical moment, a moment when all of the extinct immortal grasses I used could be considered worth it. Only then could I possibly eat these 2 consummate spirit medicines." Panting, he carefully put the 2 spirit medicines into a small bottle, then sealed it and put it into his bag of holding. After some thought, he seemed to still be worried about them, and quickly took them out again. After opening the bottle to ensure that the pills were still there, he tucked the bottle into the fold of his robe. Then he went to take a short walk. Only afterwards did he seem to be convinced that they were safe. After gritting his teeth, he sealed the bottle again and then put it into his bag of holding. During the following few days, he took the bottle out constantly to check the number of pills inside. At first, he checked after the amount of time it took an incense stick to burn. Then he checked every 2 hours. Then he checked every few days. Eventually, he settled on a duration of 4 hours. Every 4 hours, he would check on his pills as if they were precious treasures. Finally, a look of deep satisfaction appeared on his face. HMMPH. He thought. "Ah, little turtle, I've definitely piqued your curiosity. When the time comes." Ha. That was what he was thinking every time he checked on the pills. Another 10 days passed. Then, in the afternoon, Bazius Hun opened his bag of holding and was instantly shaken to the core. The pill bottle only had 1 pill in it. Bazius Hun quickly suppressed his excitement, worried that the little turtle might notice. Plastering a look of shock onto his face, he rifled through his bag of holding, and after finding nothing, opened his third eye, which he powered with the full strength of his Heaven Dao gold core. Violet light spilled out, illuminating the entire mortal's cave. Finally, after much searching, he managed to find a crease in the corner of the bag of holding, where he saw the little turtle. The reason bags of holding could hold so many items was that they created small, unique dimensions. Such dimensions often contained cracks and fissures that weren't visible to the naked eye. Although he had examined this particular crack before, he had never found anything unusual in it. But now, he just so happened to have found the little turtle. The little turtle was already unconscious, his head lolled to the side and his limbs stuck out, unmoving. Bazius Hun chuckled. He knew that the only reason he had been able to spot the turtle was because he was unconscious. Were it not for that, the crafty little thing would still have been able to evade him, heavens Pandharma I or not. After cautiously taking the little turtle out of his bag of holding, a snapping sound rang out, and it returned to its previous state. After shaking him, his head and limbs began to smack against his shell, producing distinctive knocking sounds. Thrilled, Bazius-hun threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Then he began to exact his revenge, shaking the little turtle as hard as he could. "Who said you could curse me, huh? Who said you could piss off that big crocodile, huh? Who said you could provoke that toad, huh? You got me injured and even got people to try to kill me." He angrily shook the little turtle, causing knocking sounds to ring out in the immortal's cave. Before long, the turtle began to emit the fragrance which Bazius-hun found so familiar. Bazius-hun's excitement instantly grew, and he couldn't help but think back with a sigh to how things had been before. Worried that the little turtle might wake up, he quickly produced a pill furnace and threw the little turtle inside. Then he poured in a large quantity of Heavenspan River water. Settling his chi and clearing his mind, he set about concocting a river-defying pill. Time was limited, he had no idea when the little turtle might wake up. Worried about the prospect of revenge, he went about the concocting even faster than usual. Thankfully, he had reviewed the formula for the river-defying pill hundreds if not thousands of times, and was completely familiar with the process. As soon as the pill furnace heated up, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture and got to work. 3 days later, the entire pill furnace was glowing bright red. Then, the pill furnace burst open, and the little turtle flew out and flopped onto the ground. At the same time, a virtually transparent medicinal pill appeared, which apparently possessed some level of intelligence, as it immediately attempted to flee. As soon as the medicinal pill appeared, the sky above the river-defying sect began to dim, and a huge wind kicked up. The nascent soul cultivator's expressions flickered as, in almost the exact same instant, tribulation lightning formed up above. A bolt of lightning appeared, and before anyone could do anything, it slammed down onto Bazius-hun's immortal's cave, causing it to burst open. Bazius-hun quickly tossed the little turtle into his bag of holding and then opened his Heavenspan Dharma eye. After locating the semi-translucent medicinal pill, he immediately began to chase after it. By this point, all of the river-defying sect's nascent soul cultivators were flying out into the open. Although they weren't sure exactly what was happening, they knew that any event which provoked tribulation lightning was no light matter. "Patriarchs!" Bazius-hun shouted anxiously. "Quick, set up a spell formation. I concocted a river-defying pill and it's alive. It's trying to get away." In response, Frigid Sect shivered, and his eyes went wide. With a roar, he unleashed his cultivation base, causing intense pressure to fill the entire area. Even the old monkey appeared, shooting toward the pill with speed that far surpassed Bazius-hun. Thanks to the cooperation of several of the patriarchs, the fleeing medicinal pill was eventually apprehended by the old monkey. As for the tribulation lightning, the nascent soul cultivators handled it easily. The old monkey excitedly held the pill up toward his nose and inhaled. "A 3 breaths version," he said. "That's fine too. Even a 3 breaths version will be useful." The old monkey gave Bazius-hun a deep look that contained both approval and gratitude. Then he flashed into motion, disappearing with the medicinal pill. Bazius-hun was a bit disappointed. He had concocted that medicinal pill, only to have it taken away by someone else. Just when he was about to go look for Patriarch Frigid Sect to complain, suddenly, an incredible pressure weighed down from above. This wasn't pressure from tribulation lightning, and it caused everything in the entire area to tremble. All cultivators of the river-defying sect felt themselves shaking as if heavenly might were descending. Then, a bemused voice echoed out in all directions. "How amusing. My first visit to your river-defying sect, and I run into some pill tribulation." Chapter 374, Hostage. A boy appeared up above, wearing a long red robe. As he strode forth, the pressure that felt like heavenly might grew even more intense. Ripples even appeared on the surface of the Heavenspan River, and the plants and vegetation in all 4 mountain ranges of the river-defying sect bent over as if they were bowing in obeisance. If even the plants and vegetation were affected, it almost wasn't necessary to mention the cultivators. Frigid Sect and the other patriarchs hesitated for only a moment. As soon as they saw that boy, expressions of dread rose on their faces. Even the dire Skybanian was trembling. "A deva," Frigid Sect said, trembling. He exchanged a glance with Crimson Soul and Master Godwind. They had heard about this boy. In the vast eastern cultivation world, there was only one Deva realm expert who maintained the physical appearance of a child. He was one of the 5 Deva realm experts of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, Liu Onda. Frigid Sect, Crimson Soul and Master Godwind immediately clasped hands in formal greeting and said, "Greetings, Senior Li." The other nascent soul cultivators were shaken, and quickly followed suit. Bazius-hun was standing off to the side, and immediately started to get nervous. This was his first time seeing a Deva, and from the heaven-like pressure weighing down from him, It made it seem like the whole world was being crushed. Heart-pounding, he didn't even dare to look at him directly. He couldn't help but marvel at how this boy, despite not being tall as Baziush-hun himself, was so incredible. The boy looked at Baziush-hun with an enigmatic smile, but didn't say anything to him. Then he waved his sleeve. "Frigid sect, the three of you lead the way to your grand hall. I have an important message for you." Frigid sect, Crimson Soul and Master Godwind looked very somber as they voiced their assent and then respectfully led the way. The nascent soul cultivators followed along with serious expressions on their faces. The entire river-defying sect fell into silence, and many people started to get nervous, wondering why the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect might have sent a Deva. Baziush-hun's nervousness was mounting. For some reason, he got the feeling from the way the boy had looked at him that something strange was going on. After returning to his immortal's cave, he began to repair the damage done by the bolt of lightning, frequently looking over his shoulder at the summit of the mountain. Suddenly, he thought of something, and opened his bag of holding to check to see if the little turtle was still asleep. Upon finding that he was, he put him back in the place where he'd found him. That way, he murmured to himself, even if he suspects something happened after he wakes up, I can just pretend I don't know what he's talking about. Although he was pleased with himself for how he'd handled the situation, he couldn't help but feel nervous about the arrival of the boy, and once again looked up in the direction of the Grand Hall. In that very moment, the boy like Liu Onda was sitting down in the seat of honor in the Grand Hall on Mount River Defiance. Frigid Sect, Crimson Soul and Master Godwin stood respectfully off to the side, while the other nascent soul cultivators waited outside. "It seems I'm connected by destiny to your river-defying sect," the boy said coolly. "I was the one who slaughtered the majority of the Sky River Court before your arrival." Frigid Sect, Crimson Soul and Master Godwind were shaken by those words. "That's why I was the one selected to come here today, to tell you about another of the rules in the Middle Reaches cultivation world. Every so often, all of the four great sects that exist downriver of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect must send an important disciple or two upriver to be political hostages. I'm here to take your hostages back with me to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect." The boy looked at Frigid Sect, Crimson Soul and Master Godwind, whose expressions flickered with surprise as they looked up at him. Hostages? Although this was Frigid Sect's first time hearing of the arrangement, it wasn't anything out of the ordinary. After all, the four great sects of the Middle Reaches were important parts of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, and were essentially like feudal vassals. Master Godwin took a deep breath and said, "We'll definitely pick our hostage candidates as quickly as possible." He was well aware that when a Deva came with a request, it wasn't something they could refuse. "You don't need to do anything," the boy said calmly. "I've already made the decision for you. The main hostage will be Baziush-hun." The hearts of the three patriarchs began to pound. With that, the boy sensed some divine sense sweeping out into the rest of the river-defying sect. With the exception of the location where the true spirit was resting, which was a place he didn't wish to disturb, the rest of the sect was like an open book to him, although apparently, he didn't notice the monkey. There's something special about that girl." A strange light flickered in the boy's eyes, and he waved his hand, causing the image of a young woman to appear, seated cross-legged in meditation. That girl was none other than Gongsun. She's going to be the other hostage. Go ahead and notify them, and also explain that they can take no more than 5 fellow disciples of your sect to act as their Dao protectors. The entire group will come with me to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect to continue their cultivation. The three patriarchs were grumbling inwardly. The truth was, they didn't care much about Gongsun. Although she had respectable latent talent and potential, what they really cared about was Baziush-hun. Master Godwind hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Senior." Before Master Godwind could finish speaking, the boy's eyes turned cold and he interrupted. "Planning to refuse?" Instantly, Master Godwind turned extremely cold, almost as if he were being frozen. He couldn't even speak a word. Frigid Sect quickly offered further explanation. "Senior, there's something you might not be aware of. Although Baziush-hun is our junior patriarch, the truth is that he's extremely naughty and mischievous, and definitely not the ideal candidate for hostage. Senior, I'm just worried that he might cause problems for your honored sect." "That's absolutely right, Senior," Crimson Soul said with a smile. He was also aware of how important Baziush-hun was to the river-defying sect. Baziush-hun isn't just naughty and mischievous, he loves concocting medicine. The downside to that is that he always causes huge problems, creating plagues and harming everyone in the area. Not even chickens or dogs can escape his tribulations. If he goes to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, I'm afraid he really might cause a big catastrophe. "None of those things will be problems," the boy responded. "The majestic Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect controls all of the eastern reaches, and leads the cultivation world on behalf of the Heavens Pansy. Do you really think we can't handle one core formation cultivator?" Even if he were more naughty and mischievous than he is now, even if he caused worse disasters, do you really think he would bring the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect to its knees? He likes concocting medicine. Well, in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, we have the best pill furnaces, the best medicinal plants, and the best concocting facilities. Whatever problems he has with concocting medicine, they can be solved there. Fear not. Bazius-hun might be a hostage, but at the same time, he will be a disciple of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. Very well, the matter is settled, and there will be no more discussion. Go. In 3 days, I will take your disciples back to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. Clearly, the boy would brook no further argument. Waving his hand, he sent out a gentle light that carried Frigid Sect, Crimson Soul and Master Godwind out of the Grand Hall, after which the door slammed shut with a bang. Outside the hall, Frigid Sect, Crimson Soul and Master Godwind looked at each other with grim expressions. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do in this situation. Master Godwind sighed and said, "Well, we don't have much time. It won't be difficult to explain the matter to the girl, but as for Bazius-hun, Brother Frigid Sect, why don't you go talk to him first? We can go later to offer more explanations. We also need to think about which disciples to send with him as Dao protectors." Of course, Master Godwind was very worried about the whole thing. Bazius-hun was the blood ancestor, and if mishaps occurred after he left, the bloodstream division would be at a serious disadvantage. Well, at least he can take Dao protectors, right? Crimson Soul said through gritted teeth. Even though he can only take people from his generation, they'll at least be of some help. Whoever he wants to go with him will have no choice in the matter. I'll explain everything to them. Frigid Sect sighed. Frowning, he headed toward Bazius-hun's Immortal's Cave, where he found the restless and antsy Bazius-hun, and then explained the situation to him. Bazius-hun's jaw dropped, and he stared at Frigid Sect, his mind spinning. Hostage? In the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect? He had read about political hostages in the ancient records, and knew that they always suffered all sorts of tragic and grievous fates. He was especially worried about going alone. Being all by himself in a strange sect didn't seem safe at all. The river-defying sect was great. He had an incredibly high standing, lots of female disciples liked him, and people offered formal greetings to him wherever he went. The mere thought of going to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect caused his vision to grow dim. Yelping, he lurched forward and grabbed onto Frigid Sect's leg. "Patriarch, I don't wanna go," he wailed. "I'll miss you all too much. This is my home. Don't make me go. I just made a heroic contribution to the sect. I'm the junior patriarch. For years now, I've always been ready to stand up for the sect during hard times. I saved my fellow disciples from the Luotian clan, I made a name for myself in the Fallen Sword Abyss, I went undercover in the Bloodstream sect. But my biggest contributions have been to the river-defying sect. Patriarch, I don't wanna go. I can't stand to part with all of you. I'll miss my fellow disciples. Don't make me go, please. Have Shangwantani go instead. He'd be a great choice. He is heroic and confident and super handsome. Heaven and earth would weep if he doesn't become the hostage. Or how about Song K? The Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect doesn't have somebody like him, do they? So send him. Or what about Bane Lai or Nine Isles? They would be great choices. If not, then how about Chen Man Yao? Send her. Frigid Sect felt a headache coming on. Sighing, he looked down at Bazius-hun and softly said, "Ziush-hun, if I had any choice in the matter, I definitely wouldn't make you go." A tremor ran through Bazius-hun, and he looked up at Frigid Sect, looking like he was about to cry. "I really have to go?" Frigid Sect tousled Bazius-hun's hair. A kind look appeared in his eye as he said, "Yes, you do. However, you can take some Dao protectors with you. Also, it won't be for very long. You'll be back here at home before you know it." Chapter 375, Bazius-hun's Dao protectors. Bazius-hun felt as if his heart were withering. Looking up again at Frigid Sect to make sure he wasn't pulling a prank, he finally exclaimed, "Why did you make me so outstanding, oh heavens? I can't believe that even the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect can't do without me." Moments ago, Frigid Sect had been feeling sad, but after hearing Bazius-hun's words, he could do nothing but cough dryly. Now that he thought about it, in some ways, sending Bazius-hun to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect wasn't that bad of a choice after all. "You leave in 3 days, he said. "Take this command medallion. It gives you the authority to select any Dao protectors from your current generation to accompany you." With that, he handed Bazius-hun the command medallion and then turned to leave. Before walking out the door, he added one final reminder. "You can select, at most, 5 Dao protectors. The Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect won't allow any more than that. Bazius Hun stood amidst the ruins of his immortal's cave, watching frigid sect leave. Then he slumped down, somewhat in a daze. After wrestling with his thoughts for an hour, he watched the sun rise and then finally sighed. Ah, whatever. Since the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect wishes for me to come, then I guess I'll go check things out. Although he was still a bit depressed, the idea of being able to select his own Dao protectors was an exciting thought. I'm not going to take Bruiser with me, he murmured. The Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect is too much of a strange and dangerous place. So, Dao protectors. Who should I pick? I'm going to be in a strange place, so I'll definitely need someone good at digging up information. With that, he began to think about everyone he knew. They'll need to be quick-witted, and good at making discreet inquiries. I need someone who'll be able to find out about everything in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, and quickly at that. I'll need to know all the rumors. It will definitely require a pure genius. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh, and his eyes began to shine. Zubakai. Back in the Spirit Stream sect, Zubakai had always been adept at rooting out information. He knew who all the top beauties in the sect were, and how they were ranked. Bazius Hun also remembered how, whenever Zubakai got some new information, he would make a record of it in his little notebook. He prefers to handwrite things instead of using jade slips. Only a person completely dedicated to his work would do that. Yeah, nobody would be fit for this position other than Zubakai. Chuckling, Bazius Hun thought about how quickly Zubakai had fit into the river-defying sect as a whole, and how he knew about all the gossip and news. In fact, whenever Bazius Hun wanted to know anything, he was completely confident in being able to get an answer from Zubakai. Without any further hesitation, he shot through the air toward the mountains of the Spirit Stream Division. As he neared Zubakai's Immortal's cave, he saw Zubakai standing outside, his eyes sparkling like gems, and his expression one of intense sorrow. Almost immediately, Zubakai began to wail, "Sect Uncle Bay, I'm going to miss you so much. I heard that you're going to become a hostage in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. Who knows when we'll meet again, Sect Uncle Bay. You take care of yourself." "Wow, you got the news that quickly?" Bazius Hun said, surprised. He had just been informed himself, and yet somehow, Zubakai already knew. "Yeah, that's right," Zubakai said proudly. "Nobody knows more about what's going on in the river-defying sect than Zubakai. Wherever I go, I find out all the secrets. I have countless ways of ferreting out information." This was actually what Zubakai was most proud of, and he couldn't tolerate when people doubted his abilities. "But don't worry, Sect Uncle Bay," he continued in a serious tone. "I'll continue to make sure everyone knows about all of your stories. All the new recruits in the sect will hear everything about you." Inwardly, he was feeling very pleased. The recent events in which virtually all the female disciples in the sect had become infatuated with Bazius Hun had left him very depressed. As far as he was concerned, with Bazius Hun around, it would be very difficult to get a Taoist partner of his own. All of the girls he liked turned out to be smitten with Bazius Hun, which left him feeling very down. As soon as he'd heard that Bazius Hun would be leaving for the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, his heart had swelled with excitement. Bazius Hun was actually very pleased by what he had just heard. Clasping Zubakai's shoulder tightly, a look of both sincerity and sorrow appeared on his face as he said, "Listen, my brother, I was actually hesitating before. After all, the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect will be an unfamiliar place, and I didn't want to drag any of my sect brothers and sisters into this situation with me. But after what you said just now, I completely understand." "Huh?" Zubakai suddenly realized that he hadn't gotten all the information, and that something about the situation was clearly off. He opened his mouth to speak, but before he could, Bazius Hun said, "I need a Dao protector who can help me get information in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, and that person is you." A tremor ran through Zubakai, and his eyes widened. Suddenly, he understood everything, and his face fell. "Sect Uncle Bay, my cultivation base is a bit low." Bazius Hun waved his hand dismissively. "I need someone who can get information, not someone with a high cultivation base." But I'm really clumsy." "Ah, don't worry about it. As long as you can root up all the secrets and get all the news about the places we go to, that will be enough. Besides, I'm well acquainted with your brave personality. The blood notice from years ago proved that. Alright, don't bother with any pretense of refusing. I know you'll miss me too much if I leave you behind. Therefore, the matter is settled." Bazius Hun laughed heartily, but then he noticed that Zubakai's face was a bit ashen, and he appeared to be on the verge of refusing. Therefore, Bazius Hun quickly pulled out the command medallion Frigid Sect had given him and waved it in front of Zubakai's face. "A Patriarch's command medallion," Zubakai said with a gasp. He was completely and utterly thunderstruck, and unsure of how to react. After a long moment passed, He felt like he was about to cry. He knew that he couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. All of a sudden, he felt a bit sick to the stomach. Bazius-hun put his arm around Zubakai's shoulder and cleared his throat. Chuckling, he said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Come, little treasure. You know everything about the sect, so help me analyze the situation a bit. Which other dependable disciples do you think I should bring with me?" Zubakai appeared to be on the verge of tears. The thought of going to the unfamiliar Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect was a terrifying thing. However, despite how much he didn't wish to go, he didn't have a choice. Based on what Bazius-hun had just said, it appeared that they would be able to drag some other people into the situation with them, which helped Zubakai focus. Gritting his teeth, he pondered the situation for a moment, and soon thought of Master God Diviner. Zubakai and Master God Diviner had developed a bit of a grudge between each other, and Master God Diviner had even given him a nasty look before. Both of them had happened to like the same female disciple at one point, but in the end Master God Diviner won her over. Sadly, Zubakai's cultivation base was too low, so he had been forced to accept the situation. However, he never forgot about what had occurred. Therefore, when he realized that he had a chance to drag others into the situation with him, the first person he thought about was Master God Diviner. "Well," he said, "we'll need someone good at divination and fortune-telling. He'll need to have a high cultivation base, too. That way, when danger comes, he can divine the details ahead of time and we can figure out the best way to protect ourselves. If I were going to pick someone, I would definitely pick Master God Diviner from the Bloodstream Division." "You're absolutely right. We definitely need someone who can perform divination." Bazius-hun was fully convinced. Grabbing Zubachi, he headed toward the Bloodstream Division to find Master God Diviner. To their surprise, when they reached Master God Diviner's Immortal's Cave, they found him standing outside, his hands clasped behind his back, looking up into the sky. His bags were already packed and lined up next to him, and apparently, he had been waiting for them. "So, you're finally here," he said calmly. He seemed completely cool and collected, almost as if he belonged in a higher world. Looking a bit melancholy, he flicked his sleeve and said, "I long since divined that tribulation was coming my way. It was decreed by fate that I would leave the sect for a period of years, and that the tribulation would come during that time. Considering that someone from the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect came to visit, it was obvious that my tribulation was nigh." With that, he looked over at Bazius-hun and Zubachi, his countenance completely otherworldly. "It doesn't matter where you're going. I will accompany you. It is my tribulation, and it has been decreed by fate." Zubakai couldn't help but gasp at the sight of Master God Diviner, standing there with his robe fluttering in the wind, looking like some sort of transcendent being. The words he had just spoken were enough to shock just about everyone. Bazius-hun had a look of complete incredulity on his face as he said, I can't believe you actually divined that we were coming." But then, he walked a few circles around Master God Diviner, who suddenly recalled how terrifying Bazius-hun could be, and started to get a bit nervous. "All right, Master Snort, Bazius-hun said, "answer me this. Can you divine where I'm going to hit you in just a moment?" Master God Diviner's face turned pale, and he instantly began to curse in his heart. He had complete and utter confidence that Bazius-hun would do just as he had said and launch a blow. Master God Diviner suddenly shrank down, and instead of looking like a transcendent being, he reverted to his normal appearance. In fact, he even looked a bit devious. Smiling, he said, "I was just kidding around with you, Junior Patriarch. Actually, sir, Master Godwind came last night and told me to get ready for you to come, and that I had to do whatever you told me. I was so excited at the prospect of accompanying you, Junior Patriarch, that I couldn't sleep the whole night. Therefore, I decided to just pack my bags and wait for you." Bazius-hun laughed heartily and clapped Master God Diviner on the shoulder. From the expression on his face, he clearly seemed very pleased with himself, and also was reveling in how much more intelligent he was than Master God Diviner. As for Master God Diviner, he appeared to be on the verge of crying. Worried that Bazius-hun would press the matter, he quickly offered a reminder. "Junior Patriarch, Zubakai and I won't be enough. We need someone with us who's really good at fighting." Chapter 376, An Uninvited Guest. "It would need to be a very skilled warrior," Master God Diviner said somberly, "an expert who could keep us safe at all times. We need some muscle, a person with an extraordinary cultivation base, and even more importantly, shocking potential for growth." Zubakai was nodding his head vigorously, and Bazius-hun was looking at him with an intense stare. Shaking his head, Master God Diviner continued, "Don't forget, we don't know how many years we'll be in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. Therefore, we can't be sloppy in our selection. The best thing to do would be to pick someone who will likely reach core formation shortly after arriving. You couldn't be more correct. Bazius-hun said, eyes sparkling. Then he laughed loudly. Master God Diviner inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he said, Junior Patriarch, I have a suggestion. Why don't you pick from either Song-K, Ghost Fang, Nine Isles, or Banelai? Which one do you think is better? After some thought, Bazius-hun murmured, Any of them would do, actually. But Song-K is my nephew, after all. Going to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect will actually be an incredible opportunity, so the most appropriate thing would be to give that chance to him. Master God Diviner and Uchiha exchanged a look of surprise, but didn't dare to say any further. Instead, they merely praised Bazius-hun for how much he took care of his juniors. And that was how Song-K became their muscle. Of course, none of the three of them actually went to Song-K to tell him. Bazius-hun called over a disciple from the Bloodstream Division and sent him to deliver the news. I can take 5 people, and now I have 3. Next, I need to pick someone to be my confidant. It didn't take much consideration for him to think of Big Fatty Zhang. Eldest brother is definitely the best choice to be my confidant. Plus, even though the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect will be new to us all, it is a river source sect, which means that eldest brother will probably be able to get some good fortune of his own. With that, gave orders to Uchiha and Master God Diviner to prepare for departure in 3 days. Then he flickered into motion, becoming a bright beam of light that shot off into the distance. After he left, Uchiha and Master God Diviner exchanged bitter smiles as they pondered what the future held for them. When Bazius-hun arrived at Big Fatty Zhang's Immortal's Cave, he was in the middle of performing some spirit enhancements. Bazius-hun waited outside for a bit of time, a smile on his face, until Big Fatty Zhang finally opened the door. After seeing that it was Bazius-hun, he laughed heartily, then hurried out proudly with a flying sword in hand. What do you think? A 3-fold spirit enhancement. Bazius-hun looked at the sword in surprise. Apparently, Big Fatty Zhang had become shockingly skilled at spirit enhancement. He immediately offered some praise, which Big Fatty Zhang soaked up readily. So, why have you come? Big Fatty Zhang said. As long as I can help out, I'll do it without even the slightest frown. Bazius-hun hesitated for a moment. Although it was true that Big Fatty Zhang might be able to get some good fortune in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, he would probably be a lot safer if he stayed behind in the river-defying sect. After pondering the matter briefly, he described the situation and then left Big Fatty Zhang make the choice for himself. Almost as soon as he heard what was happening, Big Fatty Zhang's eyes began to shine. Reaching out, he grabbed Bazius-hun's arm. I'll go. No questions asked. The Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. That's a river source sect, right? My master said that the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect is the only place in the Eastern cultivation world where they perform 15-fold spirit enhancements. They even have a legacy technique for spirit enhancement. 9th Fatty, you definitely have to take me. Bazius-hun breathed a sigh of relief. Then he chatted a bit with Big Fatty Zhang to make sure he was truly determined to come along, before finally nodding in agreement. Alright, eldest brother. Meet me in 3 days at the Grand Hall on Mount River Defiance. After leaving Big Fatty Zhang, Bazius-hun returned to his ruined Immortal's Cave on Mount River Defiance. There, he sat down cross-legged and pondered who to pick as his last Dao protector. Xiaomai and Songjun. Ah, what a headache. I only have 1 spot left, and there are 2 of them. What am I supposed to do? Who should I take? Actually, the truth was that even if he could take both of them along, he would do everything possible to prevent that from happening. It really didn't have anything to do with the number of spots left. After much thought, he couldn't come up with any good ideas. Therefore, he decided to stop thinking about it for a while. Closing his eyes, he slipped into meditation to calm himself and ponder what gains he might achieve in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. Deep in the night, he opened his eyes, looked around, and sighed. I'm gonna miss this place too much, he thought, shaking his head. He still hadn't decided who to pick to fill the last Dao Protector slot. It was at that point that his expression flickered, and he looked up, a somber and even intimidating look on his face. Moments later, the air in the direction in which he looked began to ripple and distort, and a slender, graceful woman emerged. Completely ignoring his intimidating expression, she stepped forward to stand right in front of him. A fragrant aroma accompanied this young woman, who was none other than Chen Manyao. She wore a close-fitting black garment that only served to accentuate her natural beauty. As she stood there beneath the shimmering moonlight, she looked completely and utterly enticing. That was especially true when her long, luxurious hair rippled in the breeze. Furthermore, there was something charming and soul-stirring in her eyes that made her dangerously attractive. What are you looking at me so viciously for? She asked in a voice so soft and weak that it would cause anyone who heard it to be even more attracted to her, and would leave most men hard-pressed to resist the urge to throw her to the ground and ravage her. Bazish-hun looked up at her with a frown. He knew that the sect leadership had come to an agreement with whatever group backed her, which was the only reason why she had been allowed to stay in the river-defying sect. However, he still felt completely on guard against her. "What do you want?" he asked calmly. "Oh, nothing." "What, I can't just came to see you." Somewhere in her eyes could be seen a trace of bitterness, like a grudge. As she looked at Bazish-hun, she realized that he was looking her up and down, causing a spark of aloof pride to rise in her heart. Just when she was about to continue speaking though, she suddenly realized she couldn't move a muscle, and that a third eye had appeared on Bazish-hun's forehead. The violet eye seemed to possess a strange power, a power that left Chen Manyao completely immobile. A moment later, her right hand began to move, completely beyond her own control. It slowly rose to one of the buttons on her garment, and undid it, revealing some of her curvaceous body that had previously been concealed under the tight fabric. After that first button was removed, Bazish-hun's third eye closed, and Chen Manyao's body returned to her own control. She was panting, and her forehead was beaded with cold sweat. Without even thinking about it, she backed up a few steps, her face flickering between the red of anger and the green of humiliation. "You came here for a reason," Bazish-hun said grimly, "and I'm not the kind of person who would pretend you haven't. I'll ask you again, what do you want?" He was actually trying to imitate the way Song Kei would talk to people, and he pulled it off more than perfectly. Chen Manyao took a breath to still her heart. Not daring to do anything rash, she backed up again, and then clasped hands and bowed deeply. "Junior Patriarch, I very much hope you'll agree to let me take the final spot." "No way," Bazish-hun said immediately. "Now get out of here. Junior Patriarch, please hear me out. With me at your side, you'll be able to communicate with the wildlings anytime you wish, and plus, I can find out all sorts of information for you. In addition to that, the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect has a battleship that can take you to the wildlands. My home. If you agree, I'd be willing to share some of the secrets of the wildlands with you. Another thing you can't forget is that I know a lot about the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect, and I can even at this point." Before she could even finish speaking, Bazish-hun waved his sleeve, causing a wind to wrap around her in preparation to throw her out. "Bazish-hun," she gushed, "there are clues about Du Lingfei in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect. Take me with you and I can help you find them. Only I can do that, because I'm a wildlander. The agents in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect know me, but they don't know you. I'll even swear an oath to help track down those clues." As she spoke, the wind around her slowed to a crawl, but when she finished speaking, it picked up again and carried her off of Mount River Defiance. Even as her anxiety built to a crescendo, Bazish-hun's cold voice echoed in her ears. "Meet me in 2 days at the Grand Hall on Mount River Defiance." Having sent Chen Manyao away, Bazish-hun sat there silently at the edge of the ruins of his immortal's cave, looking up into the starry sky. If Chen Manyao hadn't spoken that one name, he would never have even considered taking her. However, that name left him unsettled. By now, even he wasn't sure exactly how he felt about Du Lingfei. It was almost as if nothing about her was real except for what had happened in those mountains. "Maybe all I want is an answer," he murmured, "and the truth." As he sat there beneath the moonlight, his eyes flickered with reminiscence. Chapter 377, The Celestial. Time passed. Soon, the moon rose again, and now, there was only 1 day left. Bazish-hun had filled all 5 spots for his Dao protectors, and couldn't stop thinking about the benefits and drawbacks of going to the unfamiliar Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect. On the final day, he went to visit Songjun and Huziomai to bid them farewell, which left him feeling very down. Finally, he sat down cross-legged to pass the final night. It was around the 3rd watch when Frigid Sect appeared next to him, without word or sound to herald his coming. He looked down at Bazish-hun, saw the sadness on his face, and sighed. Bazish-hun opened his eyes, looked at him, then looked away without saying a word. "Zish-hun," Frigid Sect said in his ancient voice, "you're going to be leaving tomorrow. There are some things I need to explain to you. Master Godwind, Crimson Soul and I have come to an important decision." Overlooking the fact that Bazish-hun was ignoring him, he smiled and sat down next to him. "I know that your goal in practicing cultivation is to live forever. The thing is, all of us want to live forever. That's one of the reasons why we all work hard at cultivation. Unfortunately, on the road that leads to living forever, there are other things that pop up, things that are sometimes even more important than our final goal. Right now, you probably don't understand what I'm talking about, but by the time you reach my age, I think you will. The reason we cultivators can increase our longevity has to do with our cultivation bases. With foundation establishment, you get an additional 100 years of life. With core formation, 500. And did you know that nascent soul cultivators receive an increase, at minimum, of 1,000 years? Do the math yourself. If you reach nascent soul, how long can you live? Frigid Sect looked expectantly at Baziush-hun. Baziush-hun had been planning to ignore Frigid Sect no matter what he said. Regardless of how much he understood the decisions made by the sect, that didn't stop him from feeling depressed about the situation. However, to hear Frigid Sect bring up this topic, the topic upon which he was most focused in life, and in which all his hopes lay, ensured that he couldn't hold himself back from doing the calculations. It really was simple. Upon realizing that after reaching nascent soul, he would be able to live for 2,000 years, Baziush-hun's eyes shone, and his heart began to beat. 2,000 years. He murmured, licking his lips. He might have been able to refuse to think about the nascent soul stage if he hadn't calculated the exact numbers involved. But now, he could hardly refrain from panting, and his desire to reach nascent soul was even more intense than ever. And again, that's the minimum. If you use special techniques and methods, or certain spirit medicines, you can increase your longevity by multiple times over. Of course, people who do that have to pay a heavy price. Although their cultivation bases are not limited in any way, they are doomed to die eventually, no matter what happens. Such people live a long time, but not forever. I'm in that very situation. Frigid Sect sighed and looked at Baziush-hun. Baziush-hun looked back at him. Do a lot of people do that? Yes. But don't forget that the path cultivators travel is a long and winding one. From chi condensation to foundation establishment, from foundation establishment to core formation, from core formation to nascent soul. Many people are rejected off of the path before they can get very far. Out of 100 chi condensation cultivators, one will be lucky to reach foundation establishment. Of course, that still leaves us with a lot of foundation establishment cultivators, but out of every 100, one might reach core formation, if they are lucky. When it comes to nascent soul, well, even if you count all the people who have died, the Spirit Stream Division hasn't even produced 10 of them, even going back years and years. Given that, do you think reaching nascent soul is difficult? Frigid Sect sighed again before continuing. It most definitely is difficult. The process is a challenging one, to say the least. Either you succeed and become the nascent soul Taoist master, or you fail and die. Of course, sects in the middle reaches have much higher rates of success among cultivators who attempt to step into the nascent soul stage. However, that doesn't change the difficulty level for the people involved. Baziush-hun didn't say anything. He knew that nascent soul was a difficult stage to reach, and that even with his Heaven Dao Gold Core, he would only have a slightly higher chance of success. Baziush-hun, although becoming a hostage in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect means losing a bit of freedom and independence, the truth is that you have an extremely rare opportunity. The Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect is a river source sect, responsible for watching over all of the eastern heavenspan river. The spiritual energy there is very strong, far beyond that of the middle reaches. They have all sorts of unique techniques and divine abilities, plus many types of fantastic spirit medicines. After you get there, you can take advantage of all the power available in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect to increase your chances of reaching the nascent soul stage. Frigid Sect was slowly raising his voice, causing it to pound into Baziush-hun's ears. Baziush-hun could hear the sincerity in Frigid Sect's voice, and could tell that he wasn't being dishonest in any way. It really was true that he would have a better chance of reaching nascent soul in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. That, along with his Heaven Dao Gold Core, wouldn't give him a 100% chance of success. However, he would have an astonishing 70% chance. Thinking of the matter that way, going to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect wasn't a bad thing at all. In fact, it was actually incredible good fortune when it came to his cultivation. Much of Baziush-hun's negative feelings were already draining away, and his eyes were beginning to shine brightly. If you become a nascent soul cultivator in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, you can even join their Parliament of Elders, and would gain a relatively high level of power and influence. At that point, even being a hostage wouldn't matter, and wouldn't be an obstacle to you in any way. In fact, your hostage status would be a shield of sorts to you as a member of the Parliament of Elders. Furthermore, if you become a nascent soul cultivator there, it would be of incredible benefit to the river-defying sect. After all of the analysis provided by Frigid Sect, Baziush-hun couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Patriarch, he said quietly, I think it's a big waste for you to be a cultivator. You should go off and become a diplomat. Frigid Sect roared with laughter before tousling Baziush-hun's hair. I'm not finished yet. Stop interrupting. Then, his expression turned serious. Baziush-hun, much like foundation establishment and core formation, there are 3 ways to enter the nascent soul stage. The first is the simplest, and yet the most dangerous because of the high failure rate. Although you can make the attempt multiple times this way, every failure leads to a loss of longevity. That method is using nascent soul pills. Baziush-hun was listening very intently. There was no information in the sect records about the nascent soul stage, so this was his first time hearing such an explanation. Frigid Sect shook his head before continuing. That method leads to a low-grade nascent soul, with only a slim chance of ever becoming a deva. It is also the most commonly used method. The second method is by using a 5 elements heaven beast soul. The so-called heaven beast soul is the soul of a dead deva realm beast. All such souls have a certain measure of 5 elements power, and any cultivator who steps into nascent soul with one will not only be very powerful, they will also have a good chance of becoming a deva. Baziush-hun was shaken, and immediately committed the words 5 elements heaven beast soul to memory. Never could he have imagined that it was possible to reach the nascent soul stage with the soul of a deva-level beast. Then there's the third method. Frigid Sect paused for a moment, his eyes shining brightly with both veneration and madness. This sort of expression was something rarely seen on his face. Baziush-hun instantly started to get even more nervous. This last method is the stuff of legend. In fact, in the Heavenspan realm, only one person has ever done it. The requirements are incredibly strict. That method is by using 5 elements deva souls. A deva soul is the soul of a dead deva realm cultivator. One of the unique properties of deva souls is that each one contains the power of one of the 5 elements, either metal, wood, water, fire, or earth. To reach the nascent soul stage using this method requires 5 different deva souls. Anyone who succeeds becomes completely invincible within the nascent soul stage. Baziush-hun gasped. 5 deva souls? To him, it seemed almost inconceivable. Devas were already rare to begin with. Even in the middle reaches, there were currently only 3 of them. If you added in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, there wouldn't even be 10. Considering all of that, using the 5 elements deva souls method seemed virtually impossible. Frigid Sect sighed. From ancient times until now, the number of devas who have existed is very limited, and the souls of any who die are rare and precious items. Because of that, you can see why using the 5 elements deva souls method to step into nascent soul is unimaginably difficult, and thus, the stuff of legend. Baziush-hun took a deep breath, and couldn't hold back from asking, Patriarch, didn't you just say that someone did succeed once? Who is that person? Frigid Sect didn't respond for a moment. Looking up into the sky, he said, the Celestial. The Celestial? Baziush-hun was taken aback. He is the most powerful cultivator in the Heavenspan realm. And also the one who rules over the 4 great river source sects. He lives on the island in the middle of the Heavenspan Sea. The Celestial. Common people like us can't even speak his name. If you do, he will sense it, and no one wishes to do that. That is why people simply call him the Celestial. Frigid Sect sighed yet again. According to the legends, he reached Heavendao Foundation Establishment, Heavendao Gold Core, and used the 5 elements deva souls method to reach nascent soul. The entire time, he walked the heavenly path 1. You've had some contact with the wildlands, so you can probably imagine what type of position the Celestial occupies. Chapter 378, I'll be back. Baziush-hun reeled as he thought back to the old wildlander he had spoken to by means of Chen Man Yao. The things that old man had told him clicked into place with what he had learned just now, and suddenly, he understood. If the 4 main branches of the Heavenspan River and the sects that grew near them were the feudal governments, then this Celestial was the emperor. Baziush-hun sat there in silence with Frigid Sect for a long moment. Finally, Frigid Sect rose to his feet and extended his right hand, within which was a blue-green walnut. Apparently, the walnut had been crafted from jade, and inside of it was a sleeping soul. It didn't emanate any soul fluctuations at all, and in fact, even examining it with divine sense didn't reveal the slightest fluctuation. Baziush-hun stared at it blankly for a moment. Is that? Frigid Sect looked at the walnut, then at Baziush-hun, his expression alive with anticipation. Ziush-hun, your service to the river-defying sect has gone above and beyond the call of duty. The fact that you are a member of the river-defying sect is a true blessing. Unfortunately, we are too small and weak now, and are unable to provide you much in the way of help. However, after discussing matters with the fellow Taoists from the other divisions, we all agreed that it was appropriate to take this, a deva soul, and give it to you. Frigid Sect's voice echoed like thunder in Baziush-hun's ears, causing his mind and heart to tremble. A deva soul? Baziush-hun's eyes widened. If he hadn't just heard Frigid Sect's explanation of the rarity of 5 elements deva souls, he wouldn't have thought this item to be of much value. But now that he understood everything, his heart was filled with waves of shock. It wouldn't be a wild guess to assume that this deva soul was the only one in the entire river-defying sect. In fact, there might not even be a second one in all of the eastern cultivation world of the Middle Reaches. After all, Deva souls were items that middle reaches sects usually wouldn't possess. It was only because the Spirit Stream Division had once been the frigid school that it had won this. For the first time ever, Baziush-hun didn't reach out to take the treasure being offered him. It was so valuable that he didn't dare to even touch it. "We were going to give this to you eventually anyway," Frigid Sect said with a smile. "We're just handing it over a bit early. Don't feel any pressure. After all, reaching the nascent soul stage by means of a 5 elements Deva soul is something legendary, to say the least. Think of this wood-type Deva soul as a direction to follow. If you can't collect any other Deva souls, then perhaps you can find someone in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect who will trade you a 5 elements Heaven Beast soul for it. Either way, we have long since begun to think about how to make your path to the nascent soul stage as clear as possible." Baziush-hun was trembling, and was even having trouble breathing. He looked up at Frigid Sect for a long moment, then clasped hands and bowed deeply. "Many thanks, Patriarch. Very well. I've said everything I needed to say, and it's nearly dawn. I'll wait for you at the Grand Hall on Mount River Defiance with the rest of the Patriarchs." Patting Baziush-hun on the shoulder encouragingly, he turned to leave. For some reason, he seemed especially old underneath the pale moonlight. Baziush-hun carefully placed the Deva soul into his bag of holding. His mind was currently in chaos. Not only was he feeling really hesitant about leaving the sect, he was deeply and profoundly moved. Soon, dawn arrived, and as the first rays of light pierced through the clouds and illuminated the river-defying sect, they revealed a scene of lush mountains and flowing rivers. Everything was peaceful and quiet, with pulses of spiritual energy filling the entire area. The river-defying sect truly looked like a celestial paradise. A look of determination could be seen in Baziush-hun's eyes as he straightened his clothing and headed toward the summit of the mountain. At the same time, Zubakai and Master God Diviner gathered their belongings, mustered their courage, and headed in the same direction. Big Fatty Jong was very excited as he flew into the air, and as for Chen Man Yao, she shot through the dawn air in a beam of colorful light. Somewhere in the Bloodstream Division, an immortal's cave opened, and Song Ke walked out. His face was ashen, his fists clenched, his teeth gritted. Unfortunately for him, he had no choice in the matter, so he flew up into the air and headed toward Mount River Defiance. In addition to them, other cultivators of the river-defying sect began to step out of their immortals' caves. News had spread over the past few days, and many people knew about the matter of the hostages. In fact, if the sect hadn't specifically forbidden people from visiting Baziush-hun to express condolences and bid him farewell, he would have gotten almost no rest. As of this moment, all of the cultivators in the entire sect had emerged. During the past 3 days, they had been prohibited from disturbing Baziush-hun, but now, they simply had to see him off. Song Jun and Hu Xiaomai were in the crowd, both of them looking very sad as they flew toward Mount River Defiance. When Baziush-hun arrived at the Grand Hall, he saw Frigid Sect and the other nascent soul cultivators there waiting for him. He also saw that he wasn't the first disciple to arrive. Gong Sunwaner had come a bit earlier, and when she caught sight of Baziush-hun, she smiled slightly. Baziush-hun had been informed earlier that Gong Sunwaner was also to be a hostage. For some reason, he'd always found there to be something strange about her, although he wasn't sure what. When she looked at him, he forced a smile onto his face and walked over to stand next to her. Strangely, she had no Dao protectors. Surprised by that, he asked, "Where are your Dao protectors?" "I don't need any," she replied with a smile. Baziush-hun blinked a few times, and was about to inquire further when Master God Diviner and Zubakai arrived, followed by Big Fatty Jong and Chen Man Yao. Last of all was the ashen-faced Song Ke, who was wearing a very grim expression. Upon arriving, he snorted slightly and then stood next to Master God Diviner, looking somewhat sulky. Cultivators were gathering outside of the mountain to say their farewells to Baziush-hun. Baziush-hun could see Song Jun and Hu Xiaomai in the crowd, as well as Hu Yunfei, Third Fatty Hai, and many other familiar faces. None of them could cover up the gloomy expressions on their faces. All of a sudden, Baziush-hun realized that his life truly was bitter sometimes. He always seemed to be saying goodbye to people. It had been like this back when he had left the village, and back when he had left the Spirit Stream sect. Now here he was in the river-defying sect, and it was the same thing. Just when he was pondering whether or not to make a short speech like he usually did, an intense pressure suddenly exploded out from the Grand Hall. At the same time, the door to the hall slowly opened. The boy appeared, clad in a red robe, his hands clasped behind his back. Although he was not very tall, he seemed grander than heaven and earth, which was, of course, because of the heaven-shaking, earth-shattering energy which roiled off of him. As the pressure of the Deva realm filled the entire river-defying sect with solemn silence, the boy looked at Baziush-hun and Gong Sunwaner, then nodded slightly. "Since everyone's here, let's be off." He waved his hand up into the sky, causing intense rumbling sounds to echo out, as if the sky itself were being crushed. Then, two illusory hands appeared, ripping a huge hole into the air itself. Then, a 30,000-meter-tall giant emerged to hover above in the air. The giant had a powerful fleshly body, and a savage aura. Although it wasn't quite as impressive as the Blood Ancestor, it was still a completely shocking sight. As it hovered there, the mountains below almost seemed like toys that it could crush at will. Gasps could be heard among the river-defying sect cultivators, and even Bazius Hun's eyes went wide. That was especially true after the giant threw his head back and howled, then dropped to its knees and prostrated itself in the direction of Mount River Defiance. "Master," it said, its voice deafening as it rolled out in all directions. Even as everyone in the sect was shaken, the boy flicked his sleeve, causing the visions of Bazius Hun and everyone around him to blur. Their bodies were suddenly filled with pain, and they vanished. When they reappeared moments later, they realized that they were looking down at Mount River Defiance. All of them were now on the head of the giant. To be able to teleport people without any spell formations whatsoever was something that nascent soul cultivators could only do with great difficulty. However, this young boy had done it with the flick of his sleeve, as if it hadn't taken him any effort at all. This was the first time that Bazius Hun had been shaken in such a way by a deva. Even more shocking was that each hair on the giant's head was like a huge tree, making his head almost like a forest. Zubakai shrieked, and Big Fatty Zhong's face drained of blood. Master God Diviner was left trembling, and even Song Ke started panting a bit. Chen Manyao took things in stride a bit better, whereas Gong Sun Wanner was the only one who didn't seem to have any reaction whatsoever. As for Bazius Hun, he was a true gold core cultivator, so although his face paled a bit, he stood there in place, looking down at the river-defying sect. Suddenly, he cried out in a loud voice, "I'm leaving. But I'll be back." The Deva Realm boy looked over at Bazius Hun with a smile, then sat down cross-legged on one of the giant's huge hairs. A moment later, the giant rose to its feet, roared, and leaped back into the hole in the air, vanishing in an instant. The only thing left behind for the river-defying sect cultivators to see were some ripples, and the echoes of Bazius Hun's voice. Book 4, A Different Kind of Hostage. Chapter 379, Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect. Beyond the Middle Reaches was the true Eastern Heavens Pan River, vast and majestic, so grand that it wasn't possible to see the end of it. It was an area so large that the entire Middle Reaches cultivation world couldn't even compare to it. If you followed it along far enough, it reached the place where the river flowed out from the sea. In that location was a waterfall so large and boundless that it virtually defied description. It was as tall as an enormous mountain, and so wide that it was impossible to see one end from the other. As the waters flew down, they transformed into the Eastern Heavens Pan River. One could only imagine what existed at the top of that waterfall, the Heavens Pan Sea. The spiritual energy in the area was so strong that it also defied description. The spiritual energy of the Middle Reaches cultivation world couldn't even compare to it. This was the location of the sect headquarters of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect. Shockingly, that headquarters rose up from within the boundless mists at the bottom of the waterfall. Towering high above the waterfall itself were 7 rainbows, which were organized into 3 levels. The first level, and the highest, was made up of a single rainbow. The second level had 2 rainbows, one on the left and one on the right. Beneath them was the third level, made up of 4 rainbows lined up in a row. Considering how enormous the waterfall itself was, it only made sense that the rainbows were even more majestic. Astonishingly, those 7 rainbows were actually part of Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect. Even from a distance, it was just barely possible to see countless indistinct figures flying back and forth through the air, making it very clear how enormous the sect was. Furthermore, those rainbows were only part of the sect. Higher up, at the very top of the waterfall, was an enormous, ancient battleship. It was pitch black, and emanated the most archaic of auras. There was something ghastly about it, and it was even possible to see ghostly figures inside, perhaps the reserve powers of the sect itself. In addition to all that, there were 4 gigantic cities built on the banks of the Heavens Pan River, 2 on each side. Any one of those cities alone was larger than any of the 4 great sects of the Middle Reaches, and could clearly house millions upon millions of people. The mere sight of this sect would leave anyone completely shaken. This was the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect. At the base of the waterfall were 4 enormous cities. Towering above the waterfall were 7 rainbows. And behind the waterfall was the Heavens Pan Sea. A moment ago, the enormous giant had just stepped out of thin air to appear some distance off from the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect. Bazius Hun was on the giant's head, looking at the sect and gasping. The mere size of the sect was enough to cause his head to spin. Then, as he got closer, he could feel the spiritual energy getting stronger, so strong that it was almost uncomfortable. Bezius Hun wasn't the only one to have such a reaction. Everyone else was left similarly gasping. Master God Diviner's face was a mask of incredulity. How did they do this? Rainbows are fundamentally immaterial, but that's what the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect actually built their headquarters with. You're right, Chen Manyao said, keeping her voice low. Rainbows are immaterial. However, experts in the demigod realm can take that which is immaterial and make it eternal. Furthermore, the 7 rainbows are strictly separated by a ranking system. From bottom to top, those ranks are Starry, Sky, Dao, Polarity, Mortal, Earth, Heaven. See the highest rainbow? That's Heaven. The next 2 below it are Earth and Mortal. The 4 rainbows which make up the bottom level are Starry, Sky, Dao, and Polarity. We're from the river-defying sect, but technically, we count as the Sky River Court. Therefore, our final destination will be the 2nd rainbow of the 3rd level. Bezius Hun listened intently as Chen Manyao explained everything she knew about the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. Those 4 cities on the banks of the river are nothing more than the outer sect. You see, the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect's ranking system is a bit different from what we're used to. Even Gong Sunwaner seemed to be surprised at how much Chen Manyao knew, and was listening carefully. The Data Realm boy opened his eyes and looked over. You seem to know quite a bit, little girl. Chen Manyao's face flickered. Fearful of angering a Data Realm eccentric, she nervously clasped hands and said, "Please don't take offense, senior." "None taken," the boy said coolly. "The more you explain, the fewer words I have to waste in my own introduction. Listen up, all of you." Just as the girl said, the ranking and organization of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect is different from that of most other sects, and that's intentional. Most sects have an outer sect, an inner sect, a conclave, and a legacy echelon, or some variation thereof. But not the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. We are organized by color. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, violet. Those 7 colors are how we organize our sect. It doesn't matter who you are, as long as you're under the nascent soul stage, you have to follow that ranking system. Everyone starts out as a red-robed disciple, and rises in the ranks, not based on cultivation base level, but based on how many merit points you accumulate. The more merit points you get, the higher your rank. Newcomers do not even qualify to step onto the rainbows. Only becoming yellow-robed disciples gives you that right, the right to ascend from ground to the rainbows. As the boy talked, the giant strode forward, carrying them toward the 2nd city on the left bank of the Heavenspan River, at the base of the waterfall. Very well, this city is where you will start out. As for where you end up later, that will depend on your own personal good fortune. He rose to his feet, flicking his sleeve to send a jade slip flying over to Bezius Hun. Take this jade slip. Once you're in the city, someone will arrange everything for you. With that, he waved his sleeve again, causing a wave of power to pick Bezius Hun and the others up and fly them off of the giant's head. Then the giant roared, ripping open the sky in front of it and vanishing into the hole. As for the boy, he also disappeared, reappearing out of sight, far up on the 2nd level rainbow. After the boy left, Bezius Hun breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked over at the huge city, which teemed with countless people, beyond which was the enormous waterfall and the rainbows. This place was gigantic, and completely unfamiliar to Bezius Hun, leaving him feeling more isolated than ever, a stranger in a strange land. These 4 huge cities have simple names, Chen Manyao said softly. Starry City, Sky City, Dao City, and Polarity City. Once in the cities, don't make the mistake of underestimating anyone. There could be people with powerful cultivation bases who simply don't have enough merit points to rise beyond the level of being an orange-robed disciple. Remember, in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, everyone under the nascent soul stage is a disciple, and their ranking is based on the color of their robes, not their cultivation base. That is why Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect cultivators are often called 7-colored disciples. With Chen Manyao there to explain things, Bezius Hun and the others weren't at such a loss even though they were newcomers to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. Things were already starting to become clear. What are the requirements to reach the 1st and 2nd level rainbows? Gong Sunwaner suddenly asked. Chen Manyao had long since been very leery of Gong Sunwaner, and thus, did absolutely nothing to conceal her knowledge. The 1st rainbow is also called the Heaven Rainbow, and is occupied by the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect's one and only demigod patriarch. Beneath it is the Earth Rainbow on the left and the Mortal Rainbow on the right. The Earth Rainbow is for the Devas, and the Mortal Rainbow is for the sect leader. It is also the location of many trials by fire and special cultivation zones. Most terrifying of all is that ancient battleship at the very top of the waterfall, which actually rests on the Heavenspan Sea itself. All of the 4 rivers or sects have a battleship like that, and they are boundlessly mysterious and infinitely powerful. With that, she glanced over at Baziush-hun, clearly done with her explanation, and also obviously not planning to divulge any information about the wildlands. Only she and Baziush-hun were aware of her involvement with the wildlands, and he didn't plan to say anything either. As for Gong Sunwaner, she merely smiled, and didn't ask any further questions. "Well, let's go," Baziush-hun said with a sigh. "Now that we're here, we might as well find a place to settle down." With that, he headed toward the city, and everyone followed along. As they neared the city itself, they sensed invisible fluctuations spreading over all of them. Baziush-hun took out the jade slip he'd been given, which began to glow with a bright light that was none other than teleportation power. Before anyone in the group of 7 could react, they had vanished. When they reappeared, they were in a grand hall somewhere in the middle of the city. As soon as they appeared, and before they could even see their surroundings clearly, an icy voice spoke out. "Hostage Baziush-hun. Hostage Gong Sunwaner. Within these bags of holding you will find identity medallions and red Taoist robes for both you and your Tao protectors. From this day on, all of you are cultivators of the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect." 2 bags of holding appeared out of thin air and flew toward Baziush-hun and Gong Sunwaner. Before they had a chance to even open them, streams of power wrapped them up and threw them out of the hall. Moments later, they were out on the street. No one even spared them a second glance. Apparently, they were used to people appearing like this. Baziush-hun looked around blankly. Zhu Bekai and Big Fatty Zhang were a bit pale-faced from the teleportation. Song Kai and Master God Diviner seemed to have handled it a bit better, and Chen Manyao didn't appear to be affected at all. However, the cold reception from the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect was something none of them were used to. Feeling less than pleased with the treatment, Baziush-hun took a deep breath, looked back at the Grand Hall, and shouted, "Hey, I'm an important political hostage." Chapter 380, I'm hungry. Baziush-hun's shout provoked no response from within the hall. Master God Diviner and the others exchanged awkward glances. As for Baziush-hun, he was extremely displeased. After all, he was an important political hostage, a status that he felt should come with at least some level of respect. "Right guys?" he said, looking over angrily at Big Fatty Zhang and the others. "Come on, I'm an important political hostage." Big Fatty Zhang cleared his throat and looked left and right, but didn't say anything. "Ah well, whatever. I guess this hostage will just have to rough it out. Alright guys, what should we do now?" Sighing, he looked over at Master God Diviner. Master God Diviner began cautiously, "Well, maybe we should check things out first before making any decisions." Zhu Bekai and Big Fatty Zhang seemed to agree with him. Chen Manyao didn't say anything, and Gong Sunwaner simply stood there with a slight smile on her face. As for Song Kai, he looked just as grim as always, and didn't seem interested at all in even looking at Baziush-hun. Baziush-hun looked around at everyone, and felt a headache coming on. He was already starting to regret bringing all these people with him. However, he couldn't change the situation now. Therefore, he decided to do just as Master God Diviner had suggested, and began walking down the street in the city. As he went along, he slowly forgot about his mistreatment from before. Soon, he began to gasp and let out exclamations of shock. He wasn't the only one to react in such a way, the others were similarly astonished by the things they saw. After all, they were at the source of the entire eastern Heavenspan River, and this city had an enormous population. Most of the people in the city were disciples of the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect, but others were from various families and clans that had lived in the city for generations. One of the strangest things that Baziush-hun realized was that he hadn't seen a single overweight person in the city so far. Everyone was skinny to the point of being gaunt. Some of them even looked like a little more than skin and bones. Furthermore, everyone always seemed to be rushing about, as if they didn't want to waste even a bit of time. Another strange thing was that none of them revealed even the tiniest sliver of their cultivation base. Baziush-hun was a gold core cultivator, so he was able to pick up some clues here and there. However, most other cultivators would look around and see people who looked like nothing more than mortals. Suppressing his curiosity about that, Baziush-hun focused on all the things that were for sale in the city. Just about anything could be bought, from spirit treasures to magical items to ancient books. There were all sorts of medicinal pills as well. There was spirit food available, some of which was made from precious materials of heaven and earth. Other spirit foods were the meats of different types of wild beasts. The prices for the spirit foods were astronomical, and yet to the surprise of Baziush-hun and his companions, people still would buy them, although it always seemed to be with some level of reluctance. Baziush-hun had never seen such a bustling city before, nor had any of his companions. Thus, they took their time strolling through the city, slowly taking in all the sights and sounds. As time passed, they were convinced of one thing. Prices in the city were simply beyond belief. Thankfully, Hun had been given a sizable sum of spirit stones back in the river-defying sect, but even with what he had, it only took a quick calculation on his part to come to the conclusion that he didn't have enough to buy any of the things he really wanted. After a few hours of wandering the city, the entire group came to another shocking realization: for some reason, all of them were very hungry. This development caused their eyes to grow wide. After all, once cultivators reached foundation establishment, they didn't need to consume physical food. Instead, they subsided on spiritual energy alone. But as of this moment, a sensation of profound hunger had risen up within all of them. What's going on? I'm hungry. Hun rubbed his belly and then looked over at Chen Manyao with a confused expression on his face. Chen Manyao was also clearly taken aback. After a moment of thought, she pulled out a jade slip which she used to send a message to someone. After a moment, an odd expression appeared on her face. Looking around at her companions, she hesitated, then said, "Did any of you notice that your cultivation bases have progressed already?" Everyone quickly checked their cultivation bases, and sure enough, it was just as Chen Manyao had said. They hadn't experienced huge advancements, but the evidence was there. They had just been so entranced by the bustling city that they hadn't noticed. Chen Manyao went on to explain, "Considering how close we are to the heavens Pansy, the spiritual energy is especially strong, and after entering our bodies, it throws our 5 yin organs into chaos. Although it causes our cultivation bases to advance more quickly, it's also very draining on us. That's why we're feeling hungry. Essentially, the energy drain is so severe that we can't sustain our cultivation without eating normal food." Even as Chen Manyao explained the situation, Hun's stomach began to grumble loudly. When she finished speaking, his face fell. Other than death, the thing he feared most in life was hunger. Back on Fragrant Cloud Peak when he had begun to practice the Undying Live Forever technique, he had almost starved to death. After reaching Foundation Establishment, he had never felt the pangs of hunger, but now, here they were rising up again. Chen Manyao smiled bitterly and said, "Furthermore, I just asked a friend of mine, and was told that everyone in the city has to eat a huge amount of food every day to replenish their energy. Also, it has to be spirit food." Big Fatty Zhang was already starting to get very nervous. Just like Hun, he feared hunger as if it were the shadow of death. So does that mean we have to be eating constantly? Once you become a yellow robe disciple and get into the Rainbow District, then the aura there will aid in your absorption of spiritual energy, and the problem will resolve itself naturally. Chen Manyao's brow was also furrowed because of the sensation of hunger she felt. Gong Sunwaner rubbed her belly, licked her lips, and then chuckled. "Well then, I think I'll go get something to eat. See you all later." With that, she waved at them and melted into the crowd. "Junior Patriarch, what do we do?" Master God Diviner said, looking at Hun. "I'm hungry too." Zubekai had the same reaction, and even grim-faced Song K finally turned to look expectantly at Hun. Rubbing his bag of holding anxiously, Hun gritted his teeth and said, "Let's just suck it up for now. We need to find a place to stay first, then we can worry about how to get something to eat." The others agreed that it was a good idea. All of them produced some medicinal pills to temporarily relieve their hunger, and then began searching through the city for a place to stay. Soon, they found the location where Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect disciples could get Immortals Caves, which was when Hun learned that all the Immortals Caves were rented out, not sold. After looking over the rent prices, Hun couldn't help but gasp. This is way too expensive." The cultivator in charge was an orange robe disciple, and all he did was look at Hun coldly, refusing to even say a word. It was soon apparent from the incredible prices that only very wealthy people could afford Immortals Caves here. Ordinary people had to settle for spirit abodes. Of course, the prices for spirit abodes were also very high. Since they had few options available, Hun and his companions agreed to rent the cheapest spirit abode they could find. By the time they acquired the Jade Slip Key and found the spirit abode in the city, it was starting to get dark outside. It was located in the city's East District, and was very simple and crude. It actually reminded Hun of his residence back in the village when he was young. Furthermore, to his agony, renting it for half a year cost him a half of the spirit stones he'd been given by the sect. A whole day had been wasted already, and all of them were getting increasingly hungry. By this point, all of their stomachs were grumbling loudly. Sighing, Hun tossed the bag of spirit stones over to Master God Diviner and told him to go find some food. Master God Diviner excitedly caught the bag of holding and then rushed out, to return shortly with a large collection of spirit food which he divided out equally. Now that they had food, everyone sat around silently eating, wrapped up in their own thoughts. As for Hun, he couldn't stop thinking about how much he missed the river-defying sect. The night passed silently. The next day at dawn, Baziush-hun was awoken by the sound of his own grumbling stomach. Looking around at everyone else, he could tell that they already looked a bit skinnier than they had the day before. Damn it! What wickedness is this? How are we supposed to deal with this? It was a terrifying situation. He was so hungry he could hardly see straight. Producing more spirit stones, he asked Master God Diviner to go out again to buy spirit food. And that was how the first day passed. Then a second day went by, and a third, and a fourth. During that time, everyone from the group went out to explore the city at some point, but would return frowning and settle down cross-legged and unmoving, not willing to waste any energy. Despite trying to save energy, all of them, Baziush-hun included, were started to get much thinner. That was especially true of Zubachi, who was already at the point of looking like skin and bones. However, none of that was truly frightening. What scared them the most was that the bag of holding was on the verge of running out of spirit stones, most likely within 2 days. Even Baziush-hun's personal bag of holding was almost 90% devoid of spirit stones. We have to think of a plan, he said passionately, looking around at everyone with a serious look on his face. Going on like this won't work. You guys are my Dao protectors. Go out and make some money. Almost as soon as the words left his mouth, Sankei rose to his feet, a look of determination flickering in his eyes, as well as a bit of madness. Baziush-hun looked at him curiously, and was just about to ask what he was going to do when Sankei blurted, "I've had enough of this." "Enough, do you hear me, Baziush-hun? Dao protector? Forget it, I quit. Sankei can solve his own problems for himself. From now on, you're on your own. It all comes down to the merit points, right? Maybe I wasn't a match for you in the Bloodstream sect, or in the River-defying sect, but here in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, I'm going to become a Yellow Robe disciple on my own merit, and get promoted to the Rainbow District." Baziush-hun's eyes widened angrily, and he was just about to offer a retort, when suddenly Master God Diviner rose to his feet. Chapter 381, Out of Options. Master God Diviner gritted his teeth in hesitation for a moment before continuing. "Junior Patriarch. Junior Patriarch, I'm leaving too. If we all stick around here, we'll never solve the problem of being hungry. Look, why don't you?" At the sudden realization that everyone was apparently planning to go their own way, Baziush-hun shot to his feet. "Don't go, guys. You're my Dao protectors. I brought you here with me. What am I supposed to do if you all leave?" What was especially terrifying was the realization that the spirit stones the sect had given him were almost all gone. The fact that everyone was leaving at that point was what hurt the most. "I brought you here with me. You're supposed to take care of me." Despite his protestations, Sankei simply snorted coldly, then turned and left. His plan was to go on some missions to earn the resources he needed to take care of himself. Baziush-hun called after him. However, Sankei didn't even look over his shoulder. As for Master God Diviner, he was getting ready to leave too, but Baziush-hun reached out and grabbed his arm. "Master God Diviner," he said piteously, "I won't call you Master Snort anymore, okay? Don't go. Junior Patriarch, I don't have any other choice. Before coming here, none of us had any idea that merely staying alive in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect would be so difficult. I think I'll go start performing some divinations to get some food to eat." Although his words were chosen well, inside, he was furious, and at the same time, couldn't stop thinking about how much he missed the River-defying sect. Shaking himself out of Baziush-hun's grip, he left the spirit abode and was gone in a flash. "I can't believe you people," Baziush-hun said angrily. As far as he was concerned, Sankei and Master God Diviner were being completely unreasonable. If they had gone out on their own earlier, it might have been tolerable, but instead, they waited until he ran out of spirit stones to abandon him. Even as Baziush-hun stood there fuming, Chen Manyao sighed and stood up. Looking over at Baziush-hun, she said, "This is my fault for not getting complete information. Junior Patriarch, I'm going to go look for some friends of mine. If destiny will have it, we'll meet again in the Rainbow District." Without giving Baziush-hun a chance to respond, she flew out of the spirit abode. Chen Manyao's sudden departure pushed Baziush-hun toward the brink of madness. After all, she had came to him to ask to join the party, and now here she was just throwing him to the wayside. Thankfully, he could console himself with the fact that Zubakai and Big Fatty Jong were staying behind. Humphrey. Fine, if they want to go, let them go. At least eldest brother and little treasure have some loyalty. Looking over at them, he slapped his chest and said, "Look, you two, don't worry, however, that was when Zubakai rose awkwardly to his feet. "Junior Patriarch, hey, what are you doing? Sit back down." Heart pounding, Baziush-hun was just getting ready to physically block Zubakai's path, when he noticed the look of determination in his eyes, as well as the tears. "Junior Patriarch," he pled, Let me go, please. I don't want to die of starvation. Look at me. I'm the weakest of all of us, and I'm already skin and bones. If things keep going like this, I'm going to be the first one to die. Show me mercy, I beg of you. Let me go. Please, Junior Patriarch. He even started tugging at Bazius Hun's sleeve. The anger faded from Bazius Hun's face, and he sighed. Alright, everyone has the right to pick their own path. Leave if you want. Many thanks, Junior Patriarch. Eyes filled with gratitude, Uchiha fled the spirit abode. As soon as he was outside, he caught sight of Master God Diviner off in the distance. The two of them exchanged a glance, then joined together and headed off into the city, chuckling. Looking quite proud of himself, Master God Diviner produced a chunk of spirit meat from his bag of holding and started munching on it as he said, Song-K has pretty high ambitions and isn't very flexible. I bet he really did think that he was in a bad position. We're different though. Finally, we're free from the clutches of evil. Uchiha hesitated for a moment, then produced a similar chunk of spirit meat. After taking a bite, he said, Are you sure this is a good idea though? After all, we're still technically Dao protectors. Clearly, the two of them had quite a collection of resources built up. After all, for the past several days, all of the food they'd been eating had been provided by Bazius Hun. Master God Diviner hesitated for a moment. After a bit of thought, he said, There's nothing we can do about that. If we had stayed back there, we would still have gone hungry eventually anyway, what with the Junior Patriarch's way of handling things. Don't worry, let's take care of ourselves first, and then we can meet back up with him when we get to the Rainbow District. After a bit more chatting regarding their plans, the two of them headed off into the city to find their own place to stay. As of this point, the only people left in the spirit abode were Bazius Hun and Big Fatty Zhang. Big Fatty Zhang looked at Bazius Hun standing there in anger, then sighed and closed his eyes to meditate. Despite Bazius Hun's rage, there was nothing he could do about the situation. At least he had Big Fatty Zhang there to accompany him. However, the next day, not even Big Fatty Zhang could take it any longer. When evening fell, he walked over to Bazius Hun and said, Ninth Fatty. Bazius Hun instantly started to get nervous. Eldest brother, are you Ninth Fatty? It's not that your eldest brother doesn't care about you. If things keep going like this, I'm gonna die. I'll go out to perform some spirit enhancements. Don't worry, Ninth Fatty, after I get some money built up, I'll come back and take care of you. Big Fatty Zhang had clearly made his mind up, and Bazius Hun didn't say anything to try to change his mind. Big Fatty Zhang clapped Bazius Hun on the shoulder, then took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming as if he had accepted a holy mission. With that, he walked out of the spirit abode. Bazius Hun was the only person left. As the sun slowly sank down over the horizon, he stood outside the door looking more lonesome than ever. Finally, he let out a long sigh. Gone. They've all gone. Crestfallen, he walked back into the spirit abode and sat down, his hunger growing. What am I supposed to do? I'm so hungry. Considering that night was falling, he finally went out and used some of his dwindling spirit stone savings to buy some more spirit food. Then he looked around at all the red-robed disciples hurrying here and there on various missions. Although some of the missions were dangerous, considering that Bazius Hun's cultivation base was in the gold core level, they wouldn't pose any threat to him. However, the rewards for accomplishing such missions were small. Based on his calculations, doing missions to survive would require him to do them almost all day every day. That was mostly because the high level of his cultivation base meant that the drain on his body was even more noticeable. And of course, the missions with bigger rewards were the ones that were more dangerous. Despite putting some thought to it, he couldn't come up with any good ideas. Sighing, he went back to his spirit abode. Back inside, the little turtle finally woke up and stuck his head out of Bazius Hun's bag of holding. He looked at Bazius Hun suspiciously, clearly wondering why he had been asleep so long. However, Bazius Hun wasn't in any mood to pay attention to him. Seeing how he was being ignored, the turtle's suspicions faded, and he disappeared back into the bag of holding. A few more days passed. Bazius Hun went out into the city a few times to try to get inspiration for what to do. He completely suppressed his cultivation base, ensuring that no fluctuations whatsoever emerged from him, which also reduced the drain on his body. However, no matter how many ideas he came up with, he found that there were already people in the city using those methods to earn merit points. Trying to compete with them would be pointless. He even tried to find some unique missions at the missions office suited to his style, but there were simply too many disciples there looking for missions. By this point, he knew exactly why all of the people he had seen in the city were always thin and in a hurry, and also had such strange cultivation bases. The pressure weighing down on them on a daily basis created something like an instinct. Because of the interference of the spiritual power, it was impossible to see who was powerful and who was weak. Don't tell me that a majestic gold core cultivator like me is actually going to starve to death. He lamented. He was getting to the point that he was so hungry he couldn't take it. His bag of holding was now completely devoid of spirit stones, and he was almost out of food. Soon, he would have nothing left to eat other than spirit plants. Of course, he had plenty of those, because he was always equipped with numerous ingredients with which to concoct medicine. However, even if he sold them all, the merit points they would earn would vanish just as quickly as his spirit stones. I can't keep going on like this, or I'm going to die. This Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect is just too wicked. I can't believe they treat their disciples so harshly. I'm a gold core expert. I'm an important political hostage. Don't they even care that I'm starving to death? Depressed, he even considered resorting to theft. However, the punishment for theft in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect was so severe that he quickly abandoned such thoughts. Alright, I'm out of options. I guess I'm going to have to use my best skill to solve this problem. I'm going to concoct medicine. Chapter 382, Ultra Fasting Aid Pill. Even if some disastrous things happen as a result, I don't care. Things are already bad enough as it is. What do I have to be scared of? I'm gonna concoct some sort of medicine that prevents hunger long term. In fact, I already came up with a name for it. Ultra Fasting Aid Pill. Eyes bloodshot, he slapped his bag of holding, producing a pill furnace, as well as some flame stones. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he devoted all of his thoughts to the Ultra Fasting Aid Pill he wanted to concoct. Some people in the world perform better under more pressure, and Bazish-hun was just that type of person. In fact, he was extraordinary even among people like that. The truth was that surviving in this city wasn't as hard as Bazish-hun imagined it to be, especially for gold core cultivators. In fact, it was relatively simple. All he had to do was take on a few relatively dangerous missions every once in a while, or do smaller, easier missions on a daily basis. Using either of those methods, it would only take a year or two to save up enough merit points to become a Yellow Robe disciple and be promoted to the Rainbow District. Of course, it would require a bit of frugality, but it was nothing undoable. But Bazish-hun didn't like danger, and didn't want to do any missions. Only when he was so hungry that he could hardly see straight did the pressure build to the point where he finally exploded with creativity and innovation. For the following 4 days, he didn't rest or sleep. He ate what little food he had left, and even nibbled on some spirit plants, until finally, the pill formula for his Ultra Fasting Aid Pill came to be complete in his mind. My Ultra Fasting Aid Pill will be a concentration of the quintessence of heaven and earth. Upon consuming it, one will receive temporary replenishment, will be relieved from the pressure caused by the draining of ordinary energy, and will even find that the spiritual power inside of their body has become gentler and easier to work with. Bazish-hun was trembling with excitement, and although he was now quite gaunt, his eyes were shining brightly. Having completed the Ultra Fasting Aid Pill formula, he immediately began to concoct. 6 hours later, his first batch appeared, and although it only contained 3 pills, the mere odor emanating from them caused Bazish-hun's hunger to lessen. Ha ha ha. I really am a genius. It worked. My Ultra Fasting Aid Pill worked. Surging with excitement, he took the 3 pills out of the furnace, and was just about to consume them when he hesitated, and thought back to all the bizarre and strange things which had happened in the past when he had concocted medicine. Maybe it would be better to do some tests. Gritting his teeth, he left his spirit abode, sold a few medicinal plants to get some merit points, and then went and bought a spirit chicken. Back in his spirit abode, he gave one of the Ultra Fasting Aid pills to the spirit chicken, then carefully watched to see what happened. After a full day passed, he was convinced that nothing had gone wrong, and that the spirit chicken was fine. At that point, his eyes blazed with excitement. Looks like I really did succeed. He threw his head back and laughed uproariously, then went to work on the next batch. Before long, he had several dozen Ultra Fasting Aid pills. Now that I think about it, it would be a waste for me to consume these pills myself. I actually like spirit food a lot better than medicinal pills. After some thought, he decided to try to sell some of the pills. Filled with anticipation, he left the spirit abode yet again. Instead of trying to sell the pills to one particular shop or another, he went to one of the busiest public squares in the East District of the city, and after spending a bit of time, found a suitable location to set up a vendor's stand. After placing 3 pill bottles onto the stand, each of which containing a single pill, he sent some power from his cultivation base into a jade slip, causing it to send bright, multicolored light shining up into the air above him. Immediately, 4 brightly glowing characters could be seen. Ultra Fasting Aid Pill. With that, he settled down to wait for customers. It didn't take long. After all, the term Ultra Fasting Aid Pill was quite eye-catching. Before long, people began to gather around him. Ultra Fasting Aid Pill? I've never heard of that medicinal pill before. Considering how things work in Sky City, I almost can't believe this guy dares to sell a fasting aid pill. He's either a con artist or a psycho. Humphrey. Fasting aid pills don't do any good here. More and more people gathered and began to discuss the matter, but no one was willing to buy a pill. That was even more so considering that Bazius Hun's quoted price was 100 merit points. Bazius Hun soon got nervous, and was even starting to consider dropping the price. However, that was when a certain cultivator appeared in the crowd. He was currently gaunt, but considering his height, he had obviously once been very muscular. Furthermore, he had a cold gleam in his eyes, and a murderous aura that anyone could detect. He wasn't alone, either. Walking along next to him was a young boy with a waxen face and listless eyes. As soon as the big man appeared, the gathered crowd went silent, and many of them even backed up a bit. Apparently, they recognized him, and didn't dare to do anything to offend him. Ultra fasting aid pill? 100 merit points, huh? The big man's eyes narrowed as he looked at one of the pill bottles, then back at Bazius Hun. Because of the way that everyone in the city suppressed their cultivation bases, it was impossible for the man to determine Bazius Hun's cultivation level. However, based on his judgment, he placed him at foundation establishment or higher. Eyes glittering coldly, he said, if this thing really works, then it would definitely be worth 100 merit points. But if it doesn't, then you'll either pay me back tenfold, or I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget for a long time. Before Bazius Hun could even react, he reached out, grabbed one of the pill bottles and crushed it, then tossed the medicinal pill to his child. The boy morosely opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. Of course, everyone was watching closely to see what would happen. As for Bazius Hun, his expression was the same as ever, but inside, his nervousness was mounting, although it wasn't because of the big man. From what he could tell, the man was only in the great circle of foundation establishment, and Bazius Hun knew that he could stomp the man in a fight even if he were hungrier than he already was. What had him nervous was his uncertainty about how effective the pill would be. As everyone looked on, the boy's expression suddenly flickered. His eyes opened, and he began to shake visibly, causing the audience to crane their necks to see what would happen next. Gradually, the onlookers' eyes began to widen, and then cries of disbelief and shock began to ring out. What's going on? Heavens! I can't believe this ultra-fasting aid pill actually works. How is this possible? ? As such exclamations continued to fill the air, the young boy's gaunt frame suddenly began to fill in with flesh. Within only a few breaths of time, he was the picture of a healthy boy. He was even a bit chubby. Gasps and cries of astonishment could be heard in all directions. As for the big man who had bought the pill, he was shaking, and his eyes began to shine with shock. Immortal medicine. That's immortal medicine. The man quickly reached out to grab the remaining 2 bottles, but before he could, Bazius Hun leveled a cold gaze at him. The man's mind filled with rumbling sounds, and his hand lurched to a halt. As of this moment, a sensation of deadly crisis had filled him, and something inside of him was telling him that if he dared to try to steal the pill bottles, he would be struck dead instantly. I painstakingly concocted these pills with undying wheatgrass, Bazius Hun said coolly. It's very expensive. I only offered it up for 100 merit points because I knew that nobody would be interested or even trust that they were real. As of this moment, these pills cost 300 merit points each. The big man took a deep breath and said, fine, 900 merit points for the first pill plus these 2. Without any hesitation, he pulled out a jade slip and transferred 900 merit points to Bazius Hun. Then he grabbed the pills and hurried off. Although everyone else in the crowd wished they could have bought the pills, nobody was able to do anything. That was when Bazius Hun cleared his throat and produced 3 more bottles from his bag of holding. In the time it takes an incense stick to burn, he sold 30 ultra-fasting aid pills. Only after all of the pills had been snatched up did he put away his vendor's stand, and then stroll off proudly, hands clasped behind his back. HMMMPH. Master God Diviner schemed his way out of the group, but little did he know that Bazius Hun could casually come up with 9,000 merit points with almost no effort. The sight of so many merit points in his identity medallion filled his heart with complete satisfaction. Right now, I'm a red-robed disciple, which means I have to spend 100,000 merit points to become an orange-robed disciple. However, to leave Sky City and fly up to the Rainbow District, I need to become a yellow-robed disciple, which costs 1 million merit points. That's not very much. Feeling very proud of himself, he rubbed his belly and then hurried to a nearby spirit food restaurant. After buying enough food for 5 people, he began to stuff himself, simultaneously contemplating how wonderful life was. Filled to bursting, he returned to his spirit abode and began to concoct more medicine. Chapter 383, Attracting attention. As the night wore on, Bazius Hun became obsessed with pill concocting in a way that was completely different from before. By the time the sun rose, he had concocted 50 ultra-fasting aid pills, whereupon he hurried out of his spirit abode toward the public square. This time, he had barely set up his vendor stall and put the medicinal pill bottles out before a whole crowd of cultivators had gathered, pushing and shoving in their madness to buy some of the pills. It didn't take long before all 50 of the ultra-fasting aid pills were gone. Bazius was completely taken aback. However, after a bit of thought, he realized why the pills sold so quickly. Compared to the outrageously expensive spirit food in the city, the pills were very cheap. Furthermore, they were so effective that no one could possibly be unmoved by them. After some consideration, though, Bazius decided not to raise his prices. As far as he was concerned, the inhabitants of the city had things rough as it was, and besides, he was already making a great profit. However, the next day as he was passing by a random shop, he noticed to his astonishment that they had an ultra-fasting aid pill for sale for 3,000 merit points. Upon arriving at the public square, he couldn't even sit down before 8 cultivators rushed over and began fighting over the chance to be first in line. And furthermore, all of them wanted to buy his entire supply of pills. By now, Bazius was on guard, and after a bit of observation, came to the realization that these cultivators were all employees of various shops in the East District. Obviously, they wanted to purchase the pills at a low price and then resell them for a profit. Bazius was not very pleased at all, and immediately established a new rule governing sales. Each customer could only purchase 1 pill at the normal price. The second pill would be twice as expensive. The same went for the third pill. However, this new rule wasn't very effective. After all, the cultivators in Sky City were most unscrupulous. Bazius simply ignored that, though, and continued selling pills for 7 days. By that point, he had accumulated close to 100,000 merit points. Meanwhile, the matter of the ultra-fasting aid pills in the East District had caused quite a commotion. Many people had heard of them, including certain powerful organizations in the city. There were countless such organizations in Sky City, which were essentially gangs of cultivators. The largest and most powerful of them was the Celestial Sky Society, which controlled nearly 80% of the shops. With that monopoly, and the fact that they were backed by a Deva clan, no one ever dared to provoke them. When it came to the East District, there was no single person from the Celestial Sky Society who ran it, but rather, there were 3 of them, all of them famous orange-robed disciples. Currently, they were meeting in a secret location, serious expressions on their faces as they studied an ultra-fasting aid pill. They took turns holding it in their hands and looking at it from all angles. None of them spoke, and a bit of time passed before someone called out greetings from outside of the secret chamber. Standing outside was an old man with a full head of white hair. He was surrounded by a strong medicinal aroma, and as soon as he entered, the 3 orange-robed cultivators rose to their feet and greeting him respectfully. The old man didn't waste any words. Pointing at the ultra-fasting aid pill, he said, "This pill contains 123 different types of medicinal effects. The combination of so many types of effects can lead to infinite variations. I've never seen anything like it in my life. In terms of ingredients, it contains 19 different varieties of medicinal plant, which, when merged together, give rise to those 123 different medicinal effects. If my speculations are correct, a unique concoction method was used to produce the pill. Whoever concocted it might not have overall skill in the Tao of medicine to rival my own, but when it comes to the techniques of mutual augmentation and suppression, he definitely is my superior." This old man had spent several days researching the pill, and had been left completely shaken by what he saw. One of the 3 orange-robed disciples couldn't help but ask, "Is there any way you can reproduce the formula and technique so that we can concoct it ourselves?" "Apparently you didn't understand what I just said. Let me put it this way, not only have I never heard of an ultra-fasting aid pill before, even after researching it, I can assure you that the formula is not like anything I've ever seen before. There are some flaws to it, but consuming it won't cause any significant harm. At worst, it might cause some temporary damage to one's vital energy. However, any such damage will quickly be repaired. Furthermore, after consuming the pill, a cultivator will be able to stave off the draining of their energy for about half a month. In the final analysis, I'm convinced that someone recently invented this pill formula. Do you really think that I can simply analyze and reproduce such a powerful, recently invented pill formula? I don't have that level of skill." Eyes shining brightly, the old man continued, "However, what I can do is take an existing pill and possibly split it up into more than 1 pill. Unfortunately, that would reduce the quality and make the side effects worse." The 3 orange-robed disciples didn't respond. All of them knew that if these pills continued to be concocted and sold to the inhabitants of Sky City, it would have a seriously detrimental effect on the sale of spirit food. In fact, it could even end the industry altogether. Obviously, The Celestial Sky Society had no desire for the status quo to change. If only they could acquire the pill formula, then they would be able to get a handle on the situation, and perhaps even prevent the pill from being concocted. The three orange-robed disciples exchanged glances, and then two of them turned to the third. Killing people violates the rules set forth by the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect, said one of the two, so we should avoid that if possible. Even the main headquarters agrees with that. Both of the men clasped hands respectfully. Therefore, fellow Taoist Zhou, would it be possible for you to get in contact with the cultivators selling this pill, and somehow acquire the pill formula? If not, well, Humphrey, I guess we could use the cooperation method. Meanwhile, Bazius Hun had been enjoying life for the past 7 days. He was both pleased and shocked at his rapidly growing accumulation of merit points, and had been constantly splurging on the most expensive spirit foods. He had even gone to the magic pavilion to buy a large collection of magical items and offensive treasures. What excited him most was that in Sky City, there were certain shops that sold beast mounts. The most expensive could cost millions of merit points, and even the cheapest went for more than 100,000. Bazius Hun immediately fell in love with the idea of having a beast mount. After all, the cultivators he had seen in the city who went around on such mounts were all extraordinary figures. His desire itched in his heart, but unfortunately, he was worried that he couldn't actually afford one. Therefore, he waited a few days until he couldn't hold back anymore, and then spent over 100,000 merit points on a battle mount. To most cultivators in the city, a mount like this would be considered a luxury. It was fully 90 meters long, and looked like a fearsome crocodile. It had 3 eyes, was covered with armor-like scales, and had a cultivation base comparable to the early Foundation establishment stage. When Bazius Hun sat on the back of the crocodile, he felt extremely grand and imposing. Its growling cry echoed like thunder, and ensured that he was the subject of much envy as he rode it back to his spirit abode. In a few days, I'll pick a new place to stay, he thought. This spirit abode doesn't fit me anymore. I need an immortal's cave. And the best one at that. Even as his eyes sparkled with pride, he realized that there was an orange-robed cultivator waiting for him outside of his spirit abode, hands clasped behind his back. He was flanked by 7 or 8 red-robed disciples, all of whom seemed energetic and ready to fight. In fact, they weren't suppressing their cultivation bases, which ensured that a weighty pressure filled the entire area surrounding the spirit abode. However, even the orange-robed disciple was only in the great circle of Foundation establishment. As for the other Foundation establishment cultivators, Bazius Hun could tell that they wouldn't pose a threat to him at all, so he ignored them. They looked at him, and he looked back at them. As for the orange-robed disciple, as soon as he got a look at Bazius Hun's face, his expression turned very serious. Everyone in the city usually suppressed their cultivation bases to the limit. However, as for this orange-robed disciple, with careful scrutiny, he could determine if a person was weaker than him or not. The only people he would be unable to assess would be people who were already in the great circle of Foundation establishment, or higher. Currently, he couldn't assess Bazius Hun at all. However, it didn't occur to him that Bazius Hun might be in core formation. That was because, despite how packed Sky City was, there were actually very few core formation cultivators there. After all, with a gold core cultivation base, it would be a relatively simple thing to go on missions and earn the merit points necessary to be promoted to the Rainbow District. Well, this might be a problem. The orange-robed cultivator thought, frowning. Despite having run a background check on Bazius Hun, he hadn't found any information about him other than his surname. After a moment, he decided that, considering the level of cultivation base he was dealing with, he shouldn't beat around the bush. The ultra-fasting aid pill was too important, and therefore, the best choice in the situation was to start out by trying to cooperate with its maker. His frown turned into a smile. As Bazius Hun neared, the orange-robed disciple clasped hands and bowed. Brother Bei, I presume? I am your humble servant Zhu Tao, a leader of sorts within the Celestial Sky Society. I was hoping to discuss the ultra-fasting aid pill with you. If we cooperate, I think we can make a handsome profit. Chapter 384, Schemes and Tricks. What do you mean work together? Bazius Hun said, looking down at Zhu Tao from his position atop the crocodile. Zhu Tao was not very pleased that Bazius Hun hadn't dismounted from the crocodile, but his tone of voice didn't reveal that as he said, your humble servant wishes to purchase the precious pill formula for the ultra-fasting aid pill. Would you be willing to part with it for 100,000 merit points, Brother Bei? It's not for sale, Bazius Hun said, rolling his eyes. With that, he flew off of the crocodile, then swished his sleeve, causing it to fly into his spirit beast bag. Just as he was about to step into his spirit abode, Zhu Tao moved to block his way. Brother Bei, if you don't want to sell the formula, that's fine. But would you be willing to let the Celestial Sky Society be the exclusive dealer for your pill? Exclusive dealer? Hun looked at Zhu Tao for a moment. The truth was that going out to sell the pills on his own over the past few days had been a bit troublesome. If this Zhu Tao could do that for him, it would definitely save some effort. The Celestial Sky Society virtually runs Sky City, Zhu Tao said with a smile. Therefore, I am very confident that within a few short months, we could get your ultra-fasting aid pill to every corner of the city. By that point, you would be able to make a huge profit without having to do any of the grunt work yourself. Hun thought about it for a moment, and then began to discuss the particulars with Zhu Tao. 2 hours passed, and they finally agreed that the Celestial Sky Society would buy the pills for 300 merit points, resell them at a higher price, and then split any subsequent profits 50 out of 50. Hun almost felt like he was taking advantage of them, but Zhu Tao seemed quite pleased. Smiling, they swore a Dao oath and recorded it on a jade slip, which they then sent to the Justice Bureau of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect to make the deal official. Before leaving, Zhu Tao smiled and asked, Brother Bei, might I know your illustrious given name? Since we're partners now, I'd like to know a bit more about you. Hun stuck his chin up, waved his sleeve and loftily said, You can just call me Apothecary Bei. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zhu Tao smiled again and then took his leave. In the following days, Hun went crazy concocting medicine. Furthermore, he increased his daily quota from 50 pills to 100. That was his limit. Every time Zhu Tao came to collect the pills, he would simply hand over 30,000 merit points. As for the extra money from the profits, that would come later, after all sales were finalized. Another 7 days went by in a flash. During that time, the Celestial Sky Society's hard work ensured that the ultra-fasting aid pill created a huge stir in the East District. The entire place was thrown into an uproar, and the cultivators there were going crazy. Although the prices were quite high, many cultivators bought them, and soon, the spirit food market began to drop. Before long, virtually all of the cultivators in the East District were talking about ultra-fasting aid pills. Furthermore, the Celestial Sky Society made a point of crediting Apothecary Bei. As a result, virtually everyone in East District knew that the ultra-fasting aid pills were concocted by Apothecary Bei, with the Celestial Sky Society cultivators being nothing more than dealers representing him. Hun found something odd about that, but didn't do anything to stop them from spreading his name. Eventually, Zhu Tao came to share the merit point profits, which was a sum of tens of thousands. When he said that such profits would only continue to increase, Hun got more excited than ever. Of course, what Hun didn't know was that after the Celestial Sky Society got the ultra-fasting aid pills, their apothecary spared absolutely no cost or effort to turn the 100 pills into 3,000. Because of that, the negative side effects grew even more extreme. Over the course of the past week, Hun had given them 700 pills, but they had turned that into over 20,000 pills to sell. Furthermore, they didn't just sell them in the East District, they also sent them to the West, South, and North Districts. As for Hun, there was no way for him to catch wind of that in the short time which had passed. For the first time, Hun had more than 200,000 merit points saved up. Excited, he finally decided to spend 100,000 of them to become an orange-robed disciple. The new clothing was very comfortable, and as he went around on his battle beast, he felt extremely grand. With his ultra-fasting aid pill, he could easily dominate everything under heaven. However, even as he proceeded along down the street looking down upon all creation with haughtiness, he suddenly heard someone scream. Shocked, he stood up on his battle beast and craned his neck to see a cultivator off in the distance, writhing on the ground as his flesh rapidly withered up. Before he could even react, more people in the crowd suddenly fell to the ground, screaming as their bodies began to wither. Hun instantly started to get nervous. What's going on? Is the city under attack? He immediately sent his battle beast rushing back toward his spirit abode. Along the way, he was astonished to discover that dozens of people were falling to the ground and withering up. In fact, he even noticed that one of them was a cultivator who had bought his pill in the past. More than ever, he now felt that something strange was going on. Unfortunately, things were only getting started. The next day, even more people in the East District were suddenly struck with incredible, explosive levels of hunger. More than 100 people were affected, and already, the news was spreading like wildfire. Although no one had died yet, all of them ended up with damaged vital energy. Some could recover after a bit of rest, but for others, the injuries were more serious. Of course, the wrath of the cultivators was aroused, and as people began to look into the situation, it quickly became apparent that everyone who had been struck with sudden hunger and gauntness, without a single exception, had consumed an ultra-fasting aid pill. In terms of how serious the injuries to vital energy were, nobody paid much attention. As far as everyone was concerned, that didn't matter. Furthermore, Thanks to the whisperings of certain individuals, people quickly began to lay the blame on Bazish Hun. These ultra-fasting aid pills are fake. Apothecary Bay is a swindler. Damn it. Things are already bad enough here, I can't believe someone would stoop to conning us. If there weren't strict rules here, I'd personally go and kill Apothecary Bay. More and more people began to fall to the symptoms. As for the friends and family of the victims, as well as the other cultivators who weren't affected, they all began to simmer with rage. Of course, there were people egging them on secretly, attempting to sway public opinion and stoke the fury which was building in the East District. The anger quickly began to transform into killing intent, and despite Bazish Hun being a gold core cultivator, this wasn't the river-defying sect. This was the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, a place where he was a stranger. Furthermore, he had nobody to protect him, and as such, the rising anger being directed toward him filled him with a sensation of deadly crisis. It soon reached the point where he was nearly scared out of his mind. Thankfully, he had experienced similar situations in the Spirit Stream sect and the Bloodstream sect, so before anything could actually happen, he packed his bags and fled into the night. Now that he was descending from the high of suddenly having so many merit points, it occurred to him that he had been well played by the Celestial Sky Society. Damn you, Celestial Sky Society. I didn't do anything to offend you people. Gritting his teeth, he sped along under the cover of darkness, feeling very sorry for himself, and at the same time, extremely irritated. To have been schemed against and then toyed with in such a matter was a huge loss of face, and the anger in his eyes soon began to burn brightly. Of course, he couldn't bring himself to just flee without getting to the bottom of the situation. Not daring to go confront anyone from the Celestial Sky Society, he found some of the people who had been struck by side effects, and did a bit of research of his own. Soon, he understood the truth. The ultra-fasting aid pills these people consumed were altered. They weren't the pills I gave to the Celestial Sky Society. My pills might have some impurities, but the side effects should have been limited to minor damage to vital energy. Nothing that a bit of rest couldn't fix. Something that minor would be worth it in exchange for half a month without being hungry and having your energy drained. But the Celestial Sky Society changed my spirit medicine and made it far more harmful. They even reduced the effectiveness. Why would they do something like that? Gritting his teeth, he drew upon the power of his cultivation base to flee the East District and go to the North District. However, after arriving, it was to his shock that he found that there were also people there who had been harmed by consuming ultra-fasting aid pills. By this point, a thought struck him like lightning. I get it. The Celestial Sky Society is the most powerful organization in Sky City, and they control most of the shops and stores. The biggest profits in the city come from spirit food, and the ultra-fasting aid pills struck a huge blow to the spirit food industry. They came to me, not to work together to sell pills, but to completely destroy the reputation of my ultra-fasting aid pill. The more he came to understand what had occurred, the angrier he got. Well, isn't this interesting? They didn't use magic or try to assassinate me, they schemed their way to victory. Well, Bazish Hun can play that game too. You just wait, Celestial Sky Society. You just wait. Gritting his teeth, he settled down in the North District. Chapter 385, Running into Master God Diviner. After arriving in the North District, Bazish Hun rented another spirit abode. He also spent some merit points to get some food, and then sat down and focused on cultivation for a few days until the commotion in the city died down. Now that he was at the very source of the Heavenspan River, he could continuously work on his frigid school will evolving incantation, as long as he had enough food to make up for the energy drainage. The energy of heaven and earth in the area was majestic beyond description, and ensured that his cultivation was advancing by leaps and bounds. Although he hadn't quite broken past the frigid acolyte level, he was definitely far beyond his previous point. By now, he could emit shocking pulses of frigid chi out of his palm to form something like a projection of a person. That projection was one of the key signs of the frigid acolyte level, a frigid shadow. He also persisted in the cultivation of his undying muscles, making sure to spend time working on it every day. By now, he had completely finished his work on his second toe, and had moved on to his third toe. The patriarchs were right, he thought with a sigh. My cultivation is moving a lot faster here in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. Time marched on. 3 months later, the waves caused by the ultra-fasting aid pill incident had mostly died down. Virtually everyone in Sky City had heard that the whole thing was a scam, and as such, were very leery of any type of fasting aids. Because of that, it was impossible to sell ultra-fasting aid pills, and even if someone created a new type, no one would trust that it was real, and even fewer people would dare to consume one. The Celestial Sky Society had achieved their goal with minimal effort. In fact, they had even made a bit of profit in the process. Not only had the ultra-fasting aid pill been done away with once and for all of the blame had been placed onto the head of the now missing Apothecary Bay. Of course, the Celestial Sky Society also apologized to everyone who had been injured because of the pills, and used various means to provide compensation. In the end, there were almost no negative ramifications for them. The only thing they regretted was that they hadn't managed to incite the populace to rise up and put Bazius to death. However, as far as they were concerned, he was nothing more than a talented apothecary, not someone worth worrying about. It was a war that had been fought without unleashing a single magical technique, and Bazius had been thoroughly defeated. That fact left Bazius profoundly irritated. Had he lost in magical combat, he wouldn't have cared. But to have been defeated this way left him filled with fury, almost to the point of madness. Never before had he been humiliated in such a fashion, and he had even considering relying on the power of his cultivation base to go stomp the Celestial Sky Society. But then he realized that considering how large of an organization they were, even with his gold core cultivation base, they probably wouldn't be that easy to deal with. Relying on one's cultivation base isn't a true display of skill, he said to himself through gritted teeth. Wherever Bazius falls down, that's where he rises back up. I can scheme too, can't I? With that, he took a sip of 100 Flowers spirit alcohol, and then ate a mouthful of precious jade spirit rice. Those two particular brands of spirit food were relatively expensive, and had been his favorite back in the East District. Thankfully, after arriving at the North District, he still had some left over that he'd bought earlier. Unfortunately, over the past 3 months, he had been forced to watch as his food supply dwindled and the merit points in his identity medallion were slowly eaten away. He hardly had any left now. I guess I was just living too extravagantly before, he thought. He was even starting to regret having spent those 100,000 merit points to become an orange-robed disciple, and also realized that it had been a bit impulsive to buy his crocodile mound. What am I supposed to do? He thought, scowling on the verge of tears. I can't sell ultra-fasting aid pills anymore. Don't tell me that I'm going to have to go back to living frugally and survive by consuming my own ultra-fasting aid pills. With that, he ate another mouthful of spirit rice, his anger toward the Celestial Sky Society continuing to grow. Half a month later, he was on the verge of completely running out of spirit food, and he had almost no merit points left. Sadly, he had yet to come up with an idea of how to earn more merit points. Finally, when he was sure that the ultra-fasting aid pill commotion had died down, he sighed, took a bath in spirit water, and then worked up a quick disguise so that people wouldn't recognize his face. Then he left his spirit abode. I guess I have no choice but to sell my crocodile mound, plus all of those magical items I bought. Probably that jewelry too. Although he was loath to do such a thing, he didn't really have any other choice. After jumping onto his crocodile's back, he thought about how grand he must look with his orange robe. Unfortunately, his bag of holding was virtually completely empty. Thankfully, crocodiles were one of the most common types of mounts in Sky City, so nobody connected the current Bazius to the Apothecary Bay of the East District. As he proceeded along through the North District, quite a few people looked at him with envy and respect. There were even some orange-robed disciples who looked at him that way. After all, only people with lots of money or power could afford battle beast mounts. That, coupled with the glitter of the magical treasures with which he festooned himself, all made him look very impressive. However, such gazes only made Bazius feel worse. After today, he thought dejectedly, nobody is going to look at me like that anymore. Sighing, he decided to parade around the city for a bit longer. It was with great wistfulness that he toured the North District all the way until evening was about to fall. At that point, he gritted his teeth and decided to head to the Spirit Beast Pavilion. Along the way, he passed a certain alley where he happened to notice a familiar cultivator standing there. He was holding a banner in his hand upon which were written 3 characters. Master God Diviner. He was clearly much thinner than he had been when he had parted ways with Bazius. His face was waxen and sunken in, his eyes listless. He seemed to be in very bad shape. Few people paid any attention to him as they walked past, and even when he called out to try to drum up business, people simply ignored him. Considering the bleak expression on his face, and his blank stare, it almost looked like his soul had left him. Bazius was shocked at his appearance, and immediately felt bad for him. Patting his crocodile mound, he headed over in Master God Diviner's direction. Even before he got near, the crocodile's enormous frame cast a huge shadow over Master God Diviner, who shivered and looked up. The sight that met his eyes was a ferocious 90-meter-long crocodile looming over him. It had armor-like scales that glittered in the evening light, and the breath that escaped its nostrils as it breathed was enough to leave one's mind spinning. Atop the crocodile was Bazius, clad in the garments of an orange-robed disciple, looking very grand, surrounded as he was by the glittering light of magical treasures. Master God Diviner was instantly shaken, and his eyes began to shine with unprecedentedly bright light. His experiences during the past few months had left him with a keen understanding regarding people like this. They were like chosen in Sky City, people with tens of thousands of merit points at their disposal, many of whom were very close to becoming yellow-robed disciples. They were the truly powerful figures in the city, people whom Master God Diviner had came to envy and look up to during the past months. As of this moment, his excitement was building at the prospect of getting a client like this. Eyes sparkling, he straightened out his robe and then clasped hands and bowed. "Brother, please wait a moment. I am your humble servant Master God Diviner, and if possible, would like to speak a word with you." Bazius-hun blinked a few times, then remembered that he was in disguise. Therefore, he pretended to think about the matter for a moment before finally voicing his assent. Master God Diviner was so excited that he was trembling. The truth was that he hadn't even prepared any words to say in a situation like this. The mere fact that someone had agreed to listen to him left his eyes brimming with tears of excitement. Mustering his courage, he told himself, Master God Diviner. Master God Diviner. You definitely have to please this fellow. Look at how impressive he is. If you make him happy, the merit points will surely come flowing in. Furthermore, you might even be able to convince him to take you on as a permanent diviner. With that, he put a serious expression on his face and then performed a double-handed incantation gesture, then peered at Bazius-hun as if to look into his future. Soon, powerful fluctuations began to roll off of him, making him look quite imposing. However, a moment later, his eyes widened, and he began to tremble. No. No, it can't be. This can't be right. Why are my divinations showing me him? Hold on, let me start over. By this point he was breathing heavily, and a look of complete incredulity could be seen on his face. He quickly performed another double-handed incantation gesture, after which his eyes grew even wider. He almost looked like he had seen a ghost. You're? A strange expression could be seen on Bazius-hun's face as he looked down at Master God Diviner from his position on the crocodile. Obviously, Master God Diviner had deduced his true identity, which was no surprise considering that he did have some skill with divination. After all, he had divined information about Bazius-hun back in the Bloodstream sect days, and had always been fairly accurate. How did you get yourself in such a bad situation, Master Snort? Bazius-hun said. I mean, I thought I had it bad, but obviously, you have it way worse than me. Bazius-hun. Master God Diviner felt like he had just been struck by lightning. Trembling, he staggered backward. When he had performed the divination just now, what he had seen had been almost impossible to believe. Now that he recognized Bazius-hun's voice, he was left reeling in shock. Bazius-hun felt quite pleased to see Master God Diviner reacting in such a way. However, he cleared his throat and said, Keep your voice down. Chapter 386, Why aren't you kowtowing? Master God Diviner stared at Bazius-hun, his mind reeling, almost unable to believe how events were unfolding. However, he could believe it, no matter how much he didn't want to. He was currently teetering on the verge of passing out, and all he could think about were the grand aspirations he had harbored upon leaving Bazius-hun's spirit abode all those months ago, and also Bazius-hun's voice calling out to him as he left. Back then, he had been absolutely certain that he had made the right decision. Now, though, it felt like the world was playing a cruel joke on him. That was especially the case when Bazius-hun said, You have it way worse than me. That caused tears to instantly well up in Master God Diviner's eyes. There Bazius-hun was, glittering with the light of magical treasures, his face glowing with a healthy sheen, riding a huge crocodile. He didn't seem to have things bad at all, and it caused Master God Diviner's heart to fill with an intense sensation of injustice. The past few months had been very difficult. Few people believed the divinations he performed, and he had even gotten into some disputes with customers. At first, he hadn't worried about that, but as more and more people got angry with him, he had been forced to flee in terror from the East District. Eventually, he ended up in the North District, where he managed to get back on his feet to some extent. Unfortunately, his income was scanty, and he ended every day feeling hungry. Even worse, he had to pay a merit point protection fee to one of the local gangs to be allowed to have a spot to perform divinations. As he thought about all these things, Master God Diviner smiled bitterly. Realizing that he had to accept reality, he sighed and said, You really think you have it bad? I think you've actually gained some weight since I saw you last. Bazius-hun hopped off of the crocodile, which he then sucked into his spirit beast bag. As he stood there with his orange robe and glittering magical treasures, Master God Diviner couldn't help but gasp inwardly. He well knew that to become an orange robe disciple, one had to pay 100,000 merit points. Plus, a crocodile mount like the one Bazius-hun had would cost about the same. After all, Master God Diviner had even enviously passed through the Spirit Beast Pavilion before. Oh, I have it bad alright, Baziush-hun said sadly, let me tell you. It's been 2 meals now since I've had any precious jade spirit rice, and a whole day since I ran out of 100 flowers spirit alcohol. Plus, I haven't bathed in spirit water for nearly half a day. Look, I even smell a bit sweaty. I can't believe I've gotten so poor. Everything he had just said was true. After all, his life in the East District had been one of luxury and excess. Now that he was in the North District, everything was different, and he couldn't help but feel irritated about that. Master God Diviner's eyes glazed over. The mere words precious jade spirit rice left his heart trembling. Spirit rice like that was something he had only heard about, and had never even been able to smell, let alone taste. It was incredibly expensive, and it had once been his dream to try some. And yet here Baziush-hun was saying that he had gone 2 meals without eating any. And then there was 100 flowers spirit alcohol. That sent Master God Diviner even further in the direction of madness. That was the most expensive types of alcohol available in the city, and among his current circle of friends, being able to even drink a mouthful would have made him the subject of envy and jealousy. And yet here Baziush-hun was saying that he hadn't had any for a day. That implied that he normally drank it on a daily basis. And when bathing in spirit water was mentioned, tears began to stream down Master God Diviner's face. A mere glance at Baziush-hun's skin confirmed that it was glossy and imbued with spiritual energy. That wasn't from his cultivation base, it was caused by the special properties of the spirit water in the Starry Sky Tao polarity sect. Such water left the body with a layer of natural protection that was mysterious and profound, to say the least. However, such protection was definitely a luxury. If one went for 5 days or more without bathing in spirit water, it would naturally fade away. Master God Diviner stared at Baziush-hun, eyes glistening miserably. Junior Patriarch. Whatever, Baziush-hun said, waving his hand in grandly dismissive fashion. I brought you here with me, didn't I? Therefore, I'm responsible for you. You might have mercilessly dumped me early on, but I'm a magnanimous person. From now on, you stick with me, alright? Master God Diviner immediately began to tremble. The truth was that he would have stuck with Baziush-hun even if Baziush-hun tried to drive him away. He had already resolved to swear an oath to follow Baziush-hun even if it meant following him into death. Many thanks, Junior Patriarch. From the excited way he put his banner and table away, it was clear that he felt no attachment to his vendor spot. Hurrying to follow Baziush-hun, he said, So, Junior Patriarch, where are we going? Baziush-hun hesitated for a moment, but then decided to simply tell the truth. Let's go to the spirit bees. However, before he could finish speaking, 3 beams of light sped toward them. Apparently, these 3 people had noticed Master God Diviner getting ready to leave, and were now attempting to intercept him. 3 cultivators landed in front of Master God Diviner, one of them a middle-aged man with a cultivation base in the Great Circle of Foundation establishment. Leaving early because you got a new customer, Master God Diviner? He said. Very well, at least pay your daily fee before leaving. The man's eyes flashed like lightning, and although he wasn't exactly fat, neither was he skinny, and he wore an orange robe just like Baziush-hun's. Obviously, he lived a fairly comfortable life here in Sky City. Glancing at Baziush-hun, he looked back at Master God Diviner, a false smile stretching out across his face. Master God Diviner's face fell. These 3 were by no means strangers to him, they came from the group that controlled this area. They and a few dozen other cultivators that made up the gang forced all of the vendor stalls in the area to pay a protection fee for the right to do business. Master God Diviner was clearly embarrassed, and didn't want Baziush-hun to see him in such a situation. Lowering his voice, he said, I didn't do any business today. How about tomorrow? One of the red-robed disciples among the 3 interrupted Master God Diviner and said, We don't care if you did business or not. The fee is 10 merit points a day. That's what we agreed to, so pay up. Master God Diviner's expression flickered with distress. He knew that Baziush-hun, with his gold core cultivation base, wouldn't even bother to spare these 3 a glance. But Master God Diviner still didn't want to lose face in front of Baziush-hun. After all, he had been the one to part ways, and if he needed Baziush-hun's help in this situation, it would be far too embarrassing. Gritting his teeth, forced a smile onto his face and prepared to pull out his identity medallion. But then, the man in the orange robe said, Now that you have such a high-class customer, Master God Diviner, I'm afraid the 10 merit point fee won't be enough. We need you to pay for next month in advance. Rage immediately began to flicker in Master God Diviner's eyes. You people now, hold that temper of yours. If you don't have enough, I'm sure this new customer of yours wouldn't mind giving you an advance on your services. The orange-robed cultivator looked at Baziush-hun with a false smile, his eyes lingering on his numerous glowing magical treasures. Despite his greed, though, He didn't dare to push things too far. He could tell that Bazius Hun most likely had an impressive background. However, trying to get a few hundred merit points out of him wouldn't be too excessive. Junior Patriarch. Master God Diviner said hesitantly. However, Bazius Hun waved his hand to cut him off. Eyes shining brightly, he looked over at the orange-robed cultivator. Well, isn't this interesting? I can't believe I never thought of this myself. The look in Bazius Hun's eyes left the orange-robed disciple feeling very unsettled, and the two red-robed disciples suddenly had very serious expressions on their faces. You dare to try to take my money with a foundation establishment cultivation base? Bazius Hun said. I'm afraid things don't work like that. With that, he threw his head back and began to laugh loudly. The three cultivators instantly realized something was wrong, and were just getting ready to attack Bazius Hun when he suddenly waved his hand, causing a gale force wind to spring up. Rumbling sounds filled the air, and blood sprayed out of the mouths of the three cultivators as they were sent tumbling backward 30 meters. Core formation. Before the three of them could stop hurtling through the air, Bazius Hun made a grasping motion, turning the wind into bonds that wrapped around them and pulled them toward him. I have the feeling you people are in need of a good leader. What do you think? Join me, and we can rule everything under heaven. Bazius Hun was being very sincere, and in his mind, the grandiose words he had just spoken should definitely cause the three men to drop to their knees and kowtow. The three of them were trembling, and appeared to be on the verge of weeping. Even Master God Diviner was a bit taken aback. Don't worry. With me around, nothing bad will happen to you. Come, come. Lead the way to your headquarters so I can meet all the other fellow Taoists in your group. As of this point, he had completely abandoned his plan to sell his crocodile mound. These three cultivators had unwittingly opened a door that Bazius Hun had never imagined even existed. All of a sudden, he could almost see all the merit points that were waiting for him. Chapter 387, Fantasy Pills in Sky City. The East District had the reputation of being luxurious and extravagant. The North District was more out of the way, and not as well off. Most of the cultivators there were just ordinary people without impressive backgrounds. The Azure Dragon Society had started out relatively unknown in the North District. Considering the impressive name they had picked for their organization, one could well imagine the heroic aspirations of its founders. But ideals don't always measure up to reality. In the 100 years since its founding, they had never grown beyond the small sphere of influence they had started out with on the very edge of the North District. Luckily, the headquarters of the Azure Dragon Society happened to be an immortal's cave, and not a spirit abode. It even had a courtyard with a fountain. Unfortunately, the courtyard was overrun with weeds, and the fountain had long since dried up, but the place was good enough for a small organization like the Azure Dragon Society. The Azure Dragon Society only had about 30 members, and made their living from protection fees and selling spirit medicines that the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect neither prohibited nor endorsed. Although they couldn't count as being rich, they at least had it better off than average cultivators. Over their 100-year history, 8 of their number had already become yellow-robed disciples. The most successful of all was one of the original founders, who was now in the early gold core stage and lived in the Rainbow District. For old time's sake, and to keep the organization going, he occasionally came back to offer some support and assistance. However, it wasn't a simple thing to return to Sky City, so such visits were somewhat of a rarity. Therefore, the moment Bazius Hun walked through the door of the Azure Dragon Society with his gold core cultivation base, he was their new leader. After Bazius Hun and Master God Diviner entered the Immortal's cave, booms and bangs began to ring out. Then everything went silent. Moments later, people began to call out greetings. Greetings, boss. Bazius Hun sat down proudly in the seat of honor, Master God Diviner standing next to him with a somber expression on his face. Everyone else in the room was bruised and battered as they kowtowed, expressions of fear filling their eyes. With the exception of Bazius Hun, everyone present was in the Foundation establishment stage. The orange-robed disciples, including the one Bazius Hun had met earlier, both had bitter expressions on their faces. Smacking the arm of the chair, Bazius Hun raised his voice and said, "We're all brothers here. Don't worry. Now that I'm in charge, we're going to take over Sky City." The 30 members of the Azure Dragon Society exchanged awkward glances, but none of them dared to say a word. To Bazius Hun's pleasure, they simply bowed their heads. With that, he toured the Immortal's cave, picking the largest room for himself, where he sat down to practice some cultivation. As time progressed, he was coming to find that he was getting used to the strong spiritual power and energy drainage in the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect, and because of that, his cultivation speed only continued to increase. For example, his undying muscles were making rapid progress. As for Master God Diviner, he didn't have any feelings toward the Azure Dragon Society, either negative or positive. However, he already felt like he was somewhat in a leadership position, So while Baziush-hun was in secluded meditation, he took it upon himself to audit the Azure Dragon Society's account books. He also collected and organized all of the loose merit points. The Azure Dragon Society cultivators weren't happy about that, but didn't dare to say anything. Nor was there anything they could do about it. Baziush-hun was a gold core cultivator, and was like an enormous mountain that they could do nothing to contend with. All they could do was accept the situation. In fact, some of them hoped that having a gold core cultivator as their boss might put them on the path to a new and better lifestyle. However, such hopes and dreams gradually faded as time passed. Half a month went by, during which Baziush-hun never came out of his room and never did anything. However, considering the income of the Azure Dragon Society, all they had to do was be a bit frugal, and the addition of 2 new members didn't cause much trouble. Unfortunately, Baziush-hun did have a very big appetite, and also demanded the best quality food. He even required plenty of spirit water to bathe in every day. Because of that, anger began to fester in the hearts of the Azure Dragon Society. After an entire month went by, even Master God Diviner was reaching the limits of his patience. Since he was in charge of accounts now, he could see with his own eyes that the Azure Dragon Society's merit points were rapidly dwindling. Eventually, Master God Diviner led all of the cultivators to Baziush-hun, who was currently in the middle of eating a spirit chicken. Weeping, they began to explain their woes. "Boss, please spare us. Our meager profits aren't enough to fill your appetite, sir. This isn't going to work long term, boss. With expenses like these, the Azure Dragon Society is going to have to sell our Immortal's Cave within a few days at most." Even Master God Diviner chimed in to voice his frustration. Baziush-hun immediately felt bad. He had lived so extravagantly in the East District that his current lifestyle seemed like a big step down. However, to others, he seemed to be living in the lap of luxury. Even worse, he had made significant progress in his cultivation of his undying muscles, which caused his energy to be drained at a much higher rate than before. He had tried using some ultra-fasting aid pills, but that could only help on a superficial level. The truth was that he hadn't even realized that he was eating more food than usual. Considering how small the Azure Dragon Society was, he had already emptied their storerooms. The orange-robed cultivator that Baziush-hun had met in the very beginning looked tearfully at him and said, "Please, boss, let us off the hook. We've already cut back on food this past month. We increased protection fees and the prices we charge for our fantasy pills, but even with that, we're not making enough money to get enough food to eat." Baziush-hun cleared his throat in embarrassment. During his month of secluded meditation, he had completely forgotten about the grand words he had spoken about leading them to take over new territory when he first took over the Azure Dragon Society. "Wait," he said, "what are these fantasy pills you just mentioned?" "Huh? Oh. Well, fantasy pills are a type of spirit medicine that have gotten popular in the past few years. They don't really do much of anything other than induce hallucinations. Of course, the cultivators who consume them can alter the hallucinations to a certain degree, and thus experience any type of fantasy they wish. The possibilities are endless." Baziush-hun immediately demanded to see one of the pills, so the orange-robed cultivator pulled a small wooden box out of his bag of holding and handed it over. Baziush-hun accepted the box and opened it. Placed inside was a fingernail-sized black medicinal pill that emanated no medicinal aroma whatsoever. Curious, Baziush-hun picked it up to examine it more closely. Master God Diviner leaned over to have a look too. He had heard of the pills, of course, but this was his first time seeing one. Intrigued, Baziush-hun used his fingernail to start scraping the black coating off of the pill to see what was inside. The sight of an entire fantasy pill being so casually destroyed caused pain to rise up in the hearts of the rest of the Azure Dragon Society. As Baziush-hun scratched the coating off, his expression changed from one of curiosity into surprise. Then his eyes widened. After piercing through the black coating, a wisp of gray smoke began to swirl out from inside. Upon seeing the smoke, Baziush-hun gasped, and Master God Diviner cried out, "Junior Patriarch, is that your hallucination smoke?" The Azure Dragon Society cultivators' jaws dropped, although they really had no idea what Master God Diviner was talking about. A grim expression appeared on Baziush-hun's face as he reached out and grabbed the strand of gray smoke. After examining it closely, he was absolutely certain that this so-called fantasy pill was concocted from the very same hallucination smoke that he had accidentally created when concocting pills back in the Bloodstream sect. During the Great War of the Four Sects, he had altered the formula using the powers of gravity and repulsion, and then used it to create weapons for his compatriots to use. How could he ever have imagined that he would actually find that same medicine so far away in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect? Clearly, someone had acquired one of his hallucination spheres and then altered the formula, reducing the hallucinatory effects and also changing it so that whoever took the pill could control the hallucination to some extent and become lost in a wonderful world of their own making. Considering that Bazish-hun was an expert in the Tao of medicine, it only took a moment for him to understand everything that had happened. However, the changes to the medicinal pill were crude at best, and Bazish-hun could tell that they could lead to dangerous side effects. In the end, though, the fact that this pill had been created using his own hallucination smoke left Bazish-hun feeling very angry. To take without asking is robbery, he said through gritted teeth. Eyes flashing with anger, he looked at the Azure Dragon Society. Where did this fantasy pill come from? The Azure Dragon Society's two orange-robed cultivators could tell that something was off. The expressions on the faces of Bazish-hun and Master God Diviner were very telling, and they could only guess that some unimaginable turn of events had occurred. However, they didn't dare to keep any secrets. From the Celestial Sky Society. Yeah, the Celestial Sky Society is the biggest organization in Sky City. They have connections to all the businesses in the city, and they also control the city's underworld. They're the ones who distribute the fantasy pills. We smaller organizations just resell them for a small profit. Chapter 388, The Rise of the Azure Dragon Society. The Celestial Sky Society again? Bazish-hun's eyes flickered with icy coldness. Clenching his hand into a fist around the black medicinal powder in his palm, he looked around at the Azure Dragon Society cultivators and said, "How well do the fantasy pills sell?" The two orange-robed cultivators were panting, and their eyes were shining brightly. One of them quickly responded, "They sell great. We usually distribute a few hundred pills per month, and that's just us. If you counted all of the North District, the sales would probably be tens of thousands per month. As for Sky City as a whole, probably 200,000 or more. One fantasy pill is worth 50 merit points, so that's the equivalent of at least 10 million merit points per month." When Bazish-hun heard that, his eyes almost turned green, and he began to pant. "If the Celestial Sky Society can use my hallucination smoke to earn merit points, then so can I. All of you, wait here for me. I'll concoct some high-quality fantasy pills for you to sell." With that, he rushed into his room and slammed the door behind him. The Azure Dragon Society members looked over at Master God Diviner, hearts filled with curiosity over what was to come. "Master God Diviner, is it true that our boss really invented the fantasy pill? Is our boss really an apothecary? Can he really concoct fantasy pills? Heavens! If that's true, then good times are definitely to come." Master God Diviner was more excited than anyone, but he didn't let it show on his face. Looking around, he smiled faintly, and then gave a confident nod. "Don't you worry," he said. "I can't speak for the boss when it comes to other matters, but I can tell you that my junior patriarch is the best there is at medicine concocting." When the Azure Dragon Society heard that, their anticipation grew, and it was almost possible to see them calculating their future profits. As soon as Bazish-hun entered his room, he waved his hand, summoning several dozen pill furnaces from his bag of holding. These were furnaces that he had collected back in the river-defying sect, and were all different sizes and shapes. Considering how familiar he was with the hallucination smoke, he didn't plan to produce just one batch of fantasy pills at a time. He was going to concoct multiple batches simultaneously. The main thing he was concerned about was maintaining a standard of quality. After all, these pills weren't designed to be used in war, so he needed to control the hallucinatory effects. And that meant he had to control the strength of the pills. Of course, Bazish-hun had invented the hallucination smoke to begin with, so his ability to do that vastly exceeded that of the Celestial Sky Society's apothecary. He was completely confident that he would be able to concoct fantasy pills that were on a whole different level than the trash produced by the Celestial Sky Society. In terms of how to actually contain the hallucination smoke, the black coating on the Celestial Sky Society's fantasy pills had given him a bit of inspiration. After studying it a bit, he improved it, and then managed to actually fuse the smoke itself with the coating. Time passed, and outside, the Azure Dragon Society waited in eager anticipation. 3 days later, Bazish-hun emerged, eyes bloodshot but shining with excitement. Waving his sleeve, he sent out countless violet medicinal pills from his bag of holding. As they piled up on the ground, they formed a small mountain of more than 1,000 pills. The Azure Dragon Society members were shaking with excitement. Then, one of the cultivators clasped hands and bowed to Bazish-hun, hurried forward and carefully picked up one of the pills. After placing it into his mouth, he closed his eyes, and within moments, a look of intoxicated pleasure appeared on his face. Throwing his head back, he howled with complete and utter madness. Clearly, he was experiencing no side effects. As for the other cultivators, they knew that an important test was being performed, so they watched closely. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the cultivator still hadn't woken up from his reverie, and everyone else started to get very excited. The Celestial Sky Society's fantasy pill lasts for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, but Boss's pill lasts for even longer than that. And from the look of it, there are no harmful side effects whatsoever. Even as the Azure Dragon Society devolved into a hubbub, another incense stick's worth of time passed. Only then did the cultivator's eyes open. Although he seemed to be in a bit of a daze, he was clearly satisfied in an unprecedented way. After a long moment passed, he regained his senses. Trembling, he said, the hallucination was much more realistic than the fantasy pills from the Celestial Sky Society. And easier to manipulate. In fact, after a certain point, I completely lost myself. I didn't need to control the hallucination at all, it did everything I wanted. How pure. How unadulterated. This is what a fantasy pill is supposed to be like. The rest of the Azure Dragon Society grew even more excited. Panting, the cultivators looked at the pile of fantasy pills and realized that it was essentially a huge pile of merit points. One of the orange-robed cultivators excitedly said, "Boss, if you let us sell these fantasy pills, we can clear the stock in 2 months at the most." As of this moment, Bazius Hun truly was like nobility to these cultivators, a grand figure who existed on a different level than them. Bazius Hun was tired, but looked excited, and was clearly pleased with the quality of the fantasy pills he had concocted. Looking at Master God Diviner, he said, "For now, steer clear of the Celestial Sky Society. When the time comes to butt heads with them, I don't just want a little scuffle." Master God Diviner saw the gleam in Bazius Hun's eyes, and after a moment of thought, nodded. In recent days, he had made some inquiries of his own, and had heard stories of Apothecary Bay from the East District, and the methods the Celestial Sky Society had used in dealing with his ultra-fasting aid pill. His information had left him 90% that Bazius Hun and Apothecary Bay were one and the same. As of now, he was completely convinced, and also understood why Bazius Hun had disguised his appearance. In fact, he still hadn't even revealed his name to the Azure Dragon Society. Celestial Sky Society. Master God Diviner thought, his eyes narrowing. Almost immediately, countless nefarious plans sprang up in his mind, which he began to explain to the rest of the Azure Dragon Society. Bazius Hun remained off to the side, completely satisfied with Master God Diviner's performance. With Master God Diviner at his side, he didn't feel like a lone wolf anymore. At this point, he suddenly thought about Zubakai and the others. If only the rest of you merciless betrayers could turn over a new leaf. I can't believe you just abandoned me. Depressed, he went back to his room to practice cultivation. After Master God Diviner finished explaining all of his plans, the Azure Dragon Society went to work. They even got their friends and family involved in selling the fantasy pills. Considering that the Azure Dragon Society had been around for more than 100 years, they had good relations with many of the other small organizations in the North District. As such, the fantasy pill sales started out with a bang. Most of the merit points they earned were spent on recruitment efforts. Life was hard in Sky City, so as long as enough merit points were offered, there would be no shortage of people willing to join up. Bazius Hun had plenty to keep him busy. To keep up with demand, he had to concoct more and more fantasy pills, until he was concocting them in batches of 50 at a time. With the fantasy pills to support them, the Azure Dragon Society was able to fully call upon its 100 years of connections and history. With the help of Master God Diviner's plans and schemes, their numbers grew in shockingly rapid fashion. As their territory expanded, cultivators came constantly, hoping to join. Fantasy pill sales skyrocketed, until all of the North District was shaken. Because of how Vice Boss Master God Diviner had arranged everything, the Celestial Sky Society still hadn't noticed what was happening. Although only half a month had passed so far, that half month had seen heaven shaking, earth-toppling changes for the Azure Dragon Society. Eventually, the Celestial Sky Society finally took note of what was happening. 10 days after that, it had been a full month since the Azure Dragon Society began their big expansion. They had reinvested all of the merit points into their growth plans, and Bazius Hun had even decided to go all in by selling his crocodile mount to help out. By that point, the Azure Dragon Society had over 1,000 members. In Sky City, that didn't really count as anything amazing in terms of membership, but it was big enough that it was a cause for concern for the Celestial Sky Society. Unfortunately, the Azure Dragon Society was large enough now that using force on them wasn't an option. If any fighting broke out, they might end up breaking the rules of the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. Not even the Celestial Sky Society dared to push things too far when it came to the official rules of the sect. Bazius Hun was getting better and better at concocting the fantasy pills. In fact, sometimes he just set the pill furnaces up and then had Master God Diviner watch over them until they were ready to be completed. With more spare time on his hands, Bazius Hun was able to focus more easily on cultivation. At the same time, he had returned to his previous extravagant lifestyle. However, he no longer ate the precious jade spirit rice. Instead, he favored Heaven's Pan spirit rice, which was prepared by a special method using Heaven's Pan river water. It was the same with the alcohol, he only consumed the best. He had a new mount, too, a blue-eyed Kylan lizard. Whenever he went out on that mount, flanked by 100 followers, he made a very impressive sight. Time passed. 2 more months went by, and not only did the Azure Dragon Society continue to grow, they had expanded their influence into 3 of the other districts, ensuring that their fantasy pill sales only continued to increase. Simultaneously, the Celestial Sky Society's fantasy pill sales were dropping significantly. After all, the 2 pills were on completely different levels. Bezius Hun's life was getting better and better. Chapter 389, People Can Live Like This? Things here are so expensive. That was Bezius Hun a year ago, when he first arrived in Sky City. Hey, this looks pretty nice. It's a bit expensive but... whatever, I'll just grin and bear it. That was Bezius Hun during his days profiting from the ultra-fasting aid pills. This looks great. I'll take it. That was Bezius Hun when the Azure Dragon Society was beginning to rise to prominence in the North District. And now. Currently, Bezius Hun was in the Magic Pavilion, looking at about 100 magical items on display. Sounding very pleased with himself, he began to point at some of the objects. This one. That one. Oh, that one too. Those are the 3 I don't want. I'll take everything else. The shop attendants were sweating, and their hearts pounding at having such a rich and important person to deal with. Bezius Hun really couldn't help but live so extravagantly. Whether it was in terms of food, clothing, or anything else, he only got the best. If you added up the value of everything he was currently wearing, it would be valued at something around 700,000 to 800,000 merit points. In fact, if he wanted to be promoted to the Rainbow District, it would be a very simple thing. But Bezius Hun couldn't bear to leave Sky City, and was convinced that life on the Rainbow definitely wouldn't be as nice. In fact, he had even made some inquiries, and had been informed that his suspicions were correct. Nobody on the Rainbow lived like he did now. Therefore, he had made up his mind to spend the rest of his time as a hostage in Sky City. Only an idiot would go to that rainbow, he thought, humming a little tune as he swaggered through the crowd. When people in the North District caught sight of him, expressions of both envy and respect could be seen in their eyes. He was beside himself with delight, and couldn't stop thinking about how outstanding he was. Everywhere he went, he ended up being the center of attention. The truth was, he didn't really care much about the money, and didn't even pay much attention to how much the Azure Dragon Society was saving up. As long as there were enough merit points to keep the Azure Dragon Society running, he didn't care. However, there were a few aspects to his wonderful life that he wasn't too pleased about. Because the Azure Dragon Society had expanded so quickly, their new recruits were a mix of good and bad. Other organizations within Sky City had sent people to infiltrate them, and that was especially true of the Celestial Sky Society. Furthermore, as the Azure Dragon Society expanded into the other 3 districts, rumors began to spread. Some rumors claimed that Bezius Hun was none other than the Apothecary Bay from the East District. Others focused on how wicked and violent the Azure Dragon Society was. The third type of common rumor focused on how harmful and addictive the fantasy pills supposedly were. In the end, virtually all of the rumors were about the Azure Dragon Society and Bezius Hun, like a wide net slowly being stretched out over the both of them. Master God Diviner quickly caught on to this. Other than the first small group of cultivators who had made up the original Azure Dragon Society, few people ever saw him. He was Bezius Hun's trusted advisor who lurked in the shadows, unseen by the public. When Bezius Hun got Master God Diviner's report about the rumors, he took it very seriously. He was well aware of the devious ways of the Celestial Sky Society, and could well imagine that their lack of action during the past few months was because they were waiting for the right moment to deliver a fatal blow. Considering how seriously Bezius Hun took the matter, Master God Diviner did so as well. He quickly mobilized all of the Azure Dragon Society to try to counteract the rumors. Unfortunately, their work did little to quell the gossip, and in fact, it grew even worse. One evening, Bezius Hun was enjoying his evening meal, an exotic spread of the finest delicacies piled up as high as mountains. With 2 lovely female cultivators there to serve him. Master God Diviner also sat at the table, providing his usual daily report regarding the affairs of the Azure Dragon Society. That was when the news came in. Boss, the investigations we started running a few days ago identified one of the main sources of the rumors. We captured him and brought him in, and now we just need you to come decide what to do, boss. Bezius Hun grunted an acknowledgement as he continued to munch on the chicken leg he had just picked up. Master God Diviner smacked his hand down onto the table and gave a cold harumph. Bring him here. Let's see who it is that had the gall to stir up trouble for us. Before long, shrill shrieks of terror could be heard, drawing closer and closer to the room where Bezius Hun and Master God Diviner were eating dinner. Fellow Taoists of the Azure Dragon Society, spare me. I'm sorry. Really, I'm truly sorry. The shrieking grew louder and louder as two burly Azure Dragon Society cultivators dragged a young man with disheveled hair into the room. The young man didn't struggle at all as the two burly cultivators forced him onto his knees. Not daring to look up, he continued to whimper and cry for mercy. "Spare me, Boss Azure Dragon. I'm sorry, sir, really, I won't ever dare to do it again. I was a fool to work for the Celestial Sky Society. Please, forgive me, Boss Azure Dragon." The young man's wails were truly inspiring of pity. However, as the young man prattled on, Bezius Hun stopped gnawing on the chicken leg and looked closer at him. Next to him, Master God Diviner's eyes widened. Then, the two of them exchanged a glance. Both of them had simultaneously realized that, unexpectedly, the young cultivator begging for mercy was Zubakai. He had been beaten up, his nose swollen and his hair completely disheveled. His voice was hoarse, and he still hadn't even dared to lift his head. A strange expression appeared on Bezius Hun's face. Clearing his throat, he finished the chicken leg and then suddenly yelled, "Zubakai!" Zubakai had been kneeling there with his head bowed. In response to Bezius Hun's sudden outburst, he screamed and prepared to continue begging for mercy. However, the voice from just now seemed very familiar, and without even thinking about it, he looked up to find an unfamiliar face behind the mounds of exquisite delicacies on the table. The other face at the table was not unfamiliar, though. Shocked, he realized that the second person sitting there was Master God Diviner. Zubakai's jaw dropped, and a blank expression filled his eyes. In that moment, the unfamiliar face suddenly blurred, and then he was looking at a face that was anything but unfamiliar. Zubakai's mind was spinning, and a look of complete and utter incredulity could be seen on his face. "Bay!" he shrieked. However, before he could finish his sentence, a chicken leg shot through the air and entered his mouth. Coughing dryly, Bezius Hun smiled and said, "How did you get yourself in such a bad situation, Zubakai? I mean, I thought I had it bad, but obviously, you have it way worse than me." After seeing Bezius Hun's reaction, the two men holding Zubakai released him. Aware that some things weren't meant for their ears, they quickly departed. Zubakai's eyes were completely bloodshot from crying. As he looked at Bezius Hun with his glittering magical treasures, his face glowing with health, his table full of spirit food, Zubakai began to pant. The combined value of all of that wasn't quite enough to rise to the yellow-robed disciple level, but it was very close. In sharp contrast, the income he made from selling information couldn't reach that level in a 60-year cycle. Furthermore, the fact that Bezius Hun was now Boss Azure Dragon was completely mind-blowing, to the point where tears began to leak out of his eyes. In addition to all that, the two women waiting upon Bezius Hun weren't actual people, they were ingeniously crafted puppets. Zubakai trembled at that. Such lifelike puppets were astronomically expensive. Zubakai also couldn't help but notice all of the glittering magical treasures that Master God Diviner was wearing, and how his cultivation base fluctuations were clearly at a higher level than the last time they had met. Much to Zubakai's bitterness, Master God Diviner was obviously getting very close to core formation. By now, he was filled with deep and utter regret regarding his earlier decision to lead the group. As he thought back to the rough and bitter days he had experienced trying to gather and sell information, he almost couldn't believe he had been so arrogant. Furthermore, how could he have missed the fact that Bezius Hun had become the boss of the Azure Dragon Society? The mere thought of how leaving Bezius Hun had caused him to lose out on this incredible opportunity left him extremely bitter. "Junior Patriarch, I really messed up," he said, staring up piteously at Bezius Hun. As of this moment, he had decided in his heart that he would stick with Bezius Hun no matter what, even if he tried to drive him away. "Ah, whatever," Bezius Hun said, waving his hand in grandly dismissive fashion. "I brought you here with me, didn't I? Therefore, I'm responsible for you. You might have mercilessly dumped me early on, but I'm a magnanimous person. From now on, you stick with me, alright?" Tears of gratitude immediately began to pour down Zubakai's face. As for Master God Diviner, he cleared his throat awkwardly. After all, the words Bezius Hun had just uttered sound quite familiar to him. "It's getting late," Bezius Hun said, "so why don't you go rest up? Tomorrow we can reminisce a bit about old times." Having finished eating, Bezius Hun waved his hand, and one of the serving girls came over to wipe his mouth with a handkerchief. Sighing, he stuck his chin up and looked at the girl, then said, "Let's go. Carry me over to my pill concocting station." The two serving girls picked Bezius Hun up and floated away. He didn't even need to walk at this point. Master God Diviner quickly rose to his feet, clasped hands, and bowed. Then, in a voice which sounded well rehearsed, said, "Farewell, m'lord." This display left Zubakai shocked into stupefaction. How could he ever have imagined that life could be lived in such a way? Chapter 390, Kidnap Bezius Hun. I want to live like this too. Zubakai wailed inwardly as he watched Bazius-hun leave. A moment later, Master God Diviner rose from his bow, cleared his throat, and said, "Brother Zu, it's been a few months. How did you end up in such a bad situation?" Zubakai's wrath was immediately aroused. After all, it had been the goading of Master God Diviner that had convinced him to leave Bazius-hun to begin with. However, he knew that now was not the time to give voice to his anger. All he could do was put a bitter expression on his face and curse Master God Diviner inwardly. Master God Diviner actually felt a bit bad. Sighing, he said, "Don't blame me for all this. Even I had no idea that our junior patriarch would rise to such shocking heights. In Sky City, not everything depends on cultivation base, you know." With that, Master God Diviner arranged for a place for Zubakai to stay, and even gave him some merit points as pocket money. As Master God Diviner led Zubakai to his new accommodations, Zubakai came to realize that Master God Diviner also occupied a lofty position within the Azure Dragon Society. All the cultivators in the Immortals Cave who saw him gazed upon him with expressions of deep respect. Zubakai was starting to get more and more excited. That night, he found it hard to sleep. The next morning at dawn, he walked bleary-eyed out of his room, uttering another oath under his breath. "I have to become more important to the Junior Patriarch than Master God Diviner is." With Zubakai back, Bazius-hun now had one more of his original group of Dao protectors. Zubakai immediately began to go above and beyond the call of duty when it came to his work, gathering information and propagating rumors. Under his direction, the Azure Dragon Society wasn't just able to quell some of the bad rumors being spread about them, they were actually able to fight back with increasing effectiveness. Zubakai was going all out, using every trick in his book to achieve the best results possible. Bazius-hun had plenty of spare time on his hands. Master God Diviner took care of day-to-day operations, Zubakai was responsible for handling intelligence, and they had a few dozen orange-robed disciples to act as sub-bosses. The Azure Dragon Society was growing more and more stable. Their expansion hadn't slowed in the least, and in fact, they were still growing. As a result, their fantasy pill business grew with shocking speed. The Celestial Sky Society had been doing plenty of plotting and scheming, but it did little good. They were very capable of handling problems with individuals, but when it came to other large organizations in the city, they fell short. The rise of the Azure Dragon Society had come too quickly and unexpectedly, and because of that, the Celestial Sky Society was completely incapable of dealing with them. The matter with the rumors had been one part of their initial plan, and although it had started out well, in the end, it fell flat. As their other strategies failed, the Celestial Sky Society grew increasingly enraged by the Azure Dragon Society. One reason was that everything they did had to be accomplished from the shadows. Eventually, their research into the fantasy pill revealed that the boss of the Azure Dragon Society was none other than the very same apothecary Bay who had created the ultra-fasting aid pill. Unfortunately, when they tried to investigate Bazius-hun's past, they came up with nothing. Not even their agents in the Azure Dragon Society itself could come up with any information. Apparently, very few people within the Azure Dragon Society even knew the level of his cultivation base. Thanks to the training provided by Master God Diviner, the original members who did know a bit about Bazius-hun were circumspect and kept their information to themselves. Although the Celestial Sky Society was a bit apprehensive that Bazius-hun seemed to have come out of nowhere, it wasn't completely unheard of for people in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect to be so secretive. As far as looking into the origins of the fantasy pill, it might have seemed like a good idea, but the truth was that they had come across the pill completely by accident, and had no idea where it came from. Besides, the Eastern cultivation world was a huge place, and the things that went on in the lower reaches were of little interest to people upriver. As the days marched by, the Celestial Sky Society watched the Azure Dragon Society growing larger and larger. Eventually, the Azure Dragon Society's fantasy pill sales surpassed the Celestial Sky Society's, and that was the straw that broke the camel's back. The Celestial Sky Society's headquarters was in the central district of Sky City, and currently, a meeting was going on there to try to decide what to do about the Azure Dragon Society. Some were in favor of continued plotting and scheming, with the eventual goal of breaking the Azure Dragon Society apart. However, a plan like that would take some time to be effective. At one point in the meeting, a cold snort echoed out. "We can't wait any longer. It's not that our Celestial Sky Society can't use force to solve the problem, it's that we can't afford to break any rules. These people from the Azure Dragon Society are just too stubborn. Look, what's the point of having endless meetings about this? Have you people forgotten how powerful the Celestial Sky Society is? Let's just go kidnap that apothecary Bay. But we don't know the level of his cultivation base." Someone protested. "Without that bit of knowledge, trying to do something like that. There are plenty of things under heaven that we don't know. Is that a good reason to just back down?" No matter how impressive his background, can he match up to the Celestial Sky Society? We come from a Deva clan. As for his cultivation base, there's no way he's a nascent soul expert. It's even highly unlikely that he's at core formation. If he were, why wouldn't he have been promoted to the Rainbow District? Why would he waste his time here concocting medicine? The person making these arguments had a relatively high position in the organization, and as such, no one was willing to go against him. Although most of them weren't quite convinced that it was a good idea, they merely exchanged glances and then held their tongues. Soon, the Celestial Sky Society was stirring. They didn't have any core formation cultivators, only people in the great circle of the Foundation establishment stage, and a few quasi-core stage experts. After all, there were only red and orange robe disciples in their organization. Those who had reached the yellow robe level had already left, and couldn't easily be called back. In order to handle Beziashun, they gathered 10 quasi-core cultivators, as well as a few dozen in the great circle of Foundation establishment, plus even more who were in late Foundation establishment. After night fell, they headed straight into the North District, toward the Immortals Cave that was the headquarters of the Azure Dragon Society. A group that powerful was strong enough to dominate any other organization in the entire city. They didn't hold anything back in terms of speed. After all, this was a surprise attack, and the success of their plan hinged on clinching victory in the first move. Although the main plan was to kidnap him, if worse came to worst, they were also prepared to kill him, and deal with the consequences later. It was a dark and windy night, and Beziashun was just preparing to settle down cross-legged to start cultivating his frigid school will evolving incantation. After all of his recent cultivation, he was nearing the peak of the frigid acolyte level. The frigid chi which swirled around him would be shocking to anyone who could see it, and caused layers of frost to slowly cake the walls of the room. Thankfully, his cultivation was mostly focused inwardly, because such intensely frigid chi could freeze even Foundation establishment cultivators to death. He had just settled his chi and cleared his mind when, all of a sudden, his eyes widened. Looking up, a strange expression appeared on his face. But then, he merely cleared his throat, and then closed his eyes to meditate. Meanwhile, numerous shadowy figures were approaching the Immortals Cave. After exchanging glances, they charged forward, which caused the Azure Dragon Society's defensive spell formation to spring up. Immediately following that, thunderous booms filled the air as the Celestial Sky Society cultivators unleashed all of their most powerful attacks, blasting the spell formation shield to pieces. The Azure Dragon Society responded immediately, the cultivators inside shouting at the tops of their lungs and unleashing magical techniques in all directions. Beat it! But then the 10 quasi-core cultivators waded into the fight, and no matter how well prepared the Azure Dragon Society cultivators were, they couldn't deal with such power. They were immediately put on the defensive. By this point, the sub-bosses of the Azure Dragon Society realized what kind of people they were fighting. Quasi-core stage. Gasps rang out as the 10 quasi-core cultivators stomped everything in their path as easily as dried weeds. In almost the exact same instant, the spies that had infiltrated the Azure Dragon Society appeared. Boss Azure Dragon's room is right there. Arrogant expressions could be seen on the faces of the 10 quasi-core cultivators as they shot toward Beziashun's room. 6 of them were faster than the others, and it was with complete disdain that they crashed into his room. As for the other 4, they remained outside to prevent anyone from entering. After tonight, the Azure Dragon Society won't have any boss at all. One of the quasi-core cultivators said loftily. The Azure Dragon Society cultivators were getting very nervous, and the cultivators from the Celestial Sky Society were chuckling coldly, convinced that their mission had been accomplished, and that once a boom rang out from that room, they could flee. However, instead of a boom, their ears were met with silence. After the 6 quasi-core cultivators charged into his room, no sounds of combat emerged. It was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Expressions of shock began to appear on the faces of everyone in the crowd, with the exception of Master God Diviner and Zubake, who were looking on with disdain. What happened? Someone whispered. Something definitely seemed off about the situation. The door to the room looked like a black mouth ready to swallow up anyone who entered it. Many people present felt chills running down their spine just at the sight of it. The 4 quasi-core cultivators exchanged glances, and then gritted their teeth to take action. They couldn't just leave now and return with no information to report. Joining their power together, they moved to enter the room. However, before they could reach the door, a blast of frigid chi erupted from the room, filling the area. As the frigid chi filled them, it felt like they were being frozen in place, causing their eyes to go wide with disbelief. One of the quasi-core cultivators suddenly began to emit red light as he burned a paper talisman in defense. With the power of the flames assisting him, he managed to stagger backward a few paces, his face ashen. Eyes wide with shock and terror, he cried, "Core formation." Chapter 391, Are you fellow Taoist Zhang Dehai? Even as the words escaped the lips of the cultivator who had spoken them, he felt more frigid chi wrap around him, making it impossible for him to move. As for all of the other cultivators outside in the main area of the Immortals Cave, including those from the Azure Dragon Society and the Celestial Sky Society, they were completely and utterly shaken. What? Core formation? Heavens! The boss of the Azure Dragon Society is actually a core formation? There are only a few core formation experts in all of Sky City. Shouldn't he be in the Rainbow District? Damn it. I've never seen a core formation cultivator so bored as to forsake missions and merit points just to make a profit with business. The Foundation establishment cultivators from the Celestial Sky Society had expressions of complete shock on their faces as they began to flee. Even if they had more people on their side, they wouldn't be able to win in a fight against a core formation expert. The only thing they could think about now was escaping the area as quickly as possible. But how could Bazius-hun simply let them get away? A cold snort echoed out like thunder from his room, crashing into the ears of all of the Celestial Sky Society cultivators in the area. Agonized shrieks rang out as those cultivators began to tremble, and their cultivation bases destabilized. Having lost the ability to even move, they fell down out of midair to be immediately captured by the excited cultivators of the Azure Dragon Society. The fact that a mere snort could do that to such a powerful group of cultivators was dumbfounding. Of course, the Foundation establishment cultivators who had just been captured had encountered core formation experts before. But from what they could tell, Bazius-hun was far more terrifying than any such people that they had met. He hadn't even stepped out of his room, he had simply tossed the quasi-core cultivators out. However, that simple action had a profound effect on the Azure Dragon Society cultivators. Their boss was now even more mysterious and unfathomable than before, shocking to a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering degree. As for the people from the Celestial Sky Society, their hearts overflowed with indescribable astonishment and terror. Bazius-hun felt more than pleased about everything, and didn't feel at all like he was a gold core expert bullying Foundation establishment cultivators. In fact, he felt quite the opposite. I didn't go looking to cause problems for them, he thought. They came looking for trouble. Of course, he was also aware that what had just occurred could never be kept a secret. It wouldn't be long before news about him being in the core formation stage would fill all of Sky City. Well, that's fine, he thought. I was going to reveal myself soon anyway. To do it this way will make the Azure Dragon Society's expansion go even smoother. Marveling at his own command of strategy, and also at his impressive display of might, he chuckled complacently and then closed his eyes again to continue meditating. Naturally, Master God Diviner and Zubekai took care of everything outside. After taking all of the Celestial Sky Society cultivators into custody, they quickly began to plan what to do next. The following day, rumors began spreading through all districts of the city. Furthermore, the stories being told were so vivid and lifelike that everyone could visualize them as if they had been present. Did you hear? Last night, the Celestial Sky Society sent 10 quasi-core cultivators, dozens of people in the Great Circle of Foundation Establishment, and countless late Foundation Establishment cultivators to attack the Azure Dragon Society. However, they were totally routed. In fact, the Azure Dragon Society captured them all. How is that possible? How is it not possible? Guess what? The boss of the Azure Dragon Society is actually a core formation cultivator. It didn't take long for the rumors to fill the city, until everyone was talking about the matter. After all, core formation cultivators were somewhat of a rarity in Sky City. Normally speaking, they would be completely focused on doing missions to earn merit points, not engaging in idle activities with the organizations and gangs in the city. The 4 cities at the base of the waterfall were essentially considered to be outside of the Starry Sky Dao polarity sect, like the outer sects of most other sects. As such, everyone desired to leave them as quickly as possible. As the gossip proliferated, the Azure Dragon Society's reputation grew more and more exaggerated. At the same time, the Celestial Sky Society was shaken to its core. As for the leaders in their headquarters, they were enraged to the limit. After a few days passed, they eventually sent an emissary to the Azure Dragon Society and paid a hefty ransom of merit points to get their cultivators back. The Celestial Sky Society quieted down, and thus ended the first stage of the conflict. It wasn't that Bazius-hun hadn't considered completely wiping them out and being done with it. After all, the Celestial Sky Society didn't have any core formation cultivators at all. However, having been in Sky City for so long, he had come to an even deeper understanding of the background of the Celestial Sky Society. The truth was that, in terms of manpower, they didn't really count for much. He really could wipe them out single-handedly if he wanted to. However, the leadership of the organization were all servants in a Deva clan, that Deva being the very same boy who had brought Bazius-hun to the Starry Sky Dao polarity sect to begin with. After finding that out, Bazius-hun abandoned any ideas of wiping them out. As things continued to ferment in the Celestial Sky Society, the Azure Dragon Society continued to expand and become more famous. Bazius Hun's fantasy pills continued to rise in popularity in all 5 of the city's districts. Eventually, the Azure Dragon Society reached a terrifying level of power. Their merit point reserves also continued to grow, and more cultivators sought the security that came from being part of their ranks. There were even some smaller cultivator clans and minor organizations that officially joined the Azure Dragon Society. They had tons of merit points, and a boss in the core formation stage. Because of that, it only took 1 year for them to grow from a small gang into Sky City's second-largest organization. By that point, they had long since moved their headquarters from the original Immortals Cave to the very best area in the North District. Were it not for the fact that people couldn't actually own property in Sky City, they would likely have bought all of the real estate in the area and rented it out. In addition, Bazius Hun wasn't busy at all anymore. He had hired a huge team of apothecaries to concoct medicine for him. Of course, he kept the pill formula secret. In contrast, Master God Diviner and Zhu Bekai were both very busy handling the affairs of the organization. Eventually, Bazius Hun thought about his other Dao protectors, and wondered whether or not they had heard about his recent accomplishments. Song Ke is definitely out doing missions, so he probably doesn't know. But eldest brother has surely caught wind of the situation. Why hasn't he come looking for me? Even as he contemplated the matter, Chen Manyao showed up. She simply walked through the entrance of the Immortals Cave and said that she was Madame Bei, the Taoist partner of the Azure Dragon Society's boss. Considering that the boss of the Azure Dragon Society was like the sun in the noonday sky, that made Chen Manyao extremely important as well. No one was willing to offend her, and they quickly escorted her to see Bazius Hun. After listening to her explanation about why she'd left and then come back, Bazius Hun felt a bit of a headache coming on. Realizing that he couldn't send her away, he sighed and agreed to let her stay. Because she continued to claim to be Bazius Hun's Taoist partner, everyone in the Azure Dragon Society treated her with extreme respect. Bazius Hun didn't feel like dealing with the matter, so he focused on Big Fatty Zhang. Worried that he might be in some sort of danger, he passed down orders that the entire Azure Dragon Society was to be on the lookout for him. Of course, in the orders, he didn't use the nickname Big Fatty Zhang, but rather his friend's true name, Zhang Dehai. The Azure Dragon Society was a huge, powerful group, so tracking down a single person was not a very difficult task. That was especially true considering that the orders had come from the boss himself. In fact, to many cultivators, it was an opportunity to make a name for themselves in the organization, and so soon, everyone was looking for Big Fatty Zhang. It was impossible to prevent the Celestial Sky Society from hearing about the matter, and they also began a search for Big Fatty Zhang. There was nothing that could be done about the matter, and Bazius Hun knew that, so he also sent people to keep watch over the Celestial Sky Society. As the search went on for Big Fatty Zhang, there was a small cultivator clan in the West District whose clan chief had just recently joined the Azure Dragon Society and had quickly risen to the rank of sub-boss. He had just been given the notice handed down to look for Big Fatty Zhang, and as soon as he saw the picture of the subject of the search, beads of sweat popped out on his forehead. For some reason, the person the boss was looking for looked very much like a spirit enhancer who had accidentally destroyed one of his magical items about 6 months before in a failed spirit enhancement attempt. That young spirit enhancer had claimed to be surnamed Zhang. In his fury, this sub-boss had imprisoned the spirit enhancer and forced him to perform spirit enhancements day and night to make up for the loss. Something like that didn't involve killing, so the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect didn't care about it. Eventually, the sub-boss had forgotten about the lone spirit enhancer, but now that he suddenly came to mind, the man started trembling. He thought back to when he'd apprehended the spirit enhancer, and remembered thinking that as long as the young man didn't die, he could use him to perform spirit enhancements in the future. Regret and nervousness gripped him as he realized that it was possible the young man very well could have died since then. Without any hesitation, he began to rush toward the clan's spirit enhancement workstation. Even from a distance, he could make out the gaunt and shriveled Big Fatty Zhang, his eyes listless as he weakly held a flying sword out in front of him. Off to the side, one of the clan's servants was berating him loudly, "Hurry it up. If you destroy another flying sword, then I'm gonna." Before the servant could finish speaking, he saw the clan chief rushing over, and immediately put on a fawning expression. Just when he was going to clasp hands in greeting, the clan chief slapped him across the side of the face, sending him spinning through the air with a squawk to land about 30 meters away. "Damn it. I can't believe you were being so rude to my honored guest." When Big Fatty Zhang saw this happen, he shivered and looked over nervously at the clan chief. However, the clan chief was even more nervous than him. Hurriedly helping Big Fatty Zhang to his feet, he cautiously asked, "Are you fellow Taoist Zhang Dehai?" Chapter 392, Dao Protector Reunion. In Big Fatty Zhang's mind, this clan chief was a completely domineering figure, and he had never before seen him act this way or speak with such courtesy. In this part of the city, he was the kind of person who could bring a torrent of trouble to anyone who bothered him. Not only was he an orange-robed disciple, he was also the chief of an entire cultivator clan. Supposedly, this clan had once produced a cultivator who went all the way to the nascent soul stage, and although he had long since perished, he had left an impression on the cultivators in this part of the city that continued on down to this day. Big Fatty Jong had started out very confident in being able to make a living with his spirit enhancement abilities, but after a string of failures, including one very important magical item belonging to this clan chief, he had ended up being imprisoned in their clan headquarters. Half a year had gone by, and Big Fatty Jong felt like he was descending into insanity. He didn't do anything other than perform spirit enhancements, and never got enough food to make him full. Were it not for his intense determination to keep living, he probably would have long since died from hunger and exhaustion. He was instinctively afraid of the clan chief already, but to hear the man speak his own name left Big Fatty Jong trembling even harder than before. However, deep in his heart, he also felt anger, and that seeped into his eyes. If looks could kill, then the way he was staring at this clan chief right now would cause the man to explode violently. Fellow Taoist, please, just tell me. Are you Zhang Dehai? The clan chief's anxiety was mounting, and he didn't dare to even think about simply killing the young spirit enhancer to silence him. The Azure Dragon Society was too big and powerful, and the matter would definitely be found out eventually. If the boss found out he'd imprisoned Zhang Dehai, only to kill him later, the entire clan would be doomed. Yeah, that's right. Big Fatty Jong yelled. I'm Zhang Dehai. The clan chief felt like his head was about to explode. He started shaking physically, and his pupils constricted into tiny dots. To see him reacting this way gave Big Fatty Jong a very bad feeling. Suddenly feeling weak at the knees, he cursed inwardly and was just about to say something more when the clan chief unexpectedly spun to face the clan servant he had just knocked to the side. You dumbass servant! He shouted. Don't you remember how I told you this young man was an honored guest? You're supposed to respect guests. You were instructed to take care of him, but instead, you used him to screw me over. With that, he raised his hand and slapped the servant again, sending him spinning off to the side once more. Blood sprayed out of the servant's mouth, along with a bitter scream. Completely bewildered by why his master would suddenly act this way, he was just about to beg for mercy when the clan chief yelled, Men, get this servant out of my sight. Cripple his cultivation base and throw him into the dungeon. With that, the clan chief hurried over and helped Big Fatty Jong to his feet. Smiling at him amiably, he tried to sound as apologetic as possible as he said, Brother Jong, all of this was a big mistake. If you want me to execute that servant, just say the word. You must have had it so difficult these days, Brother Jong. Patting the dust off of the dumbfounded Big Fatty Jong's shoulders, the clan chief supported him by the arm as he led the way to the clan's main hall. Raising his voice, he called out, Prepare the best spirit food and the finest liquor as my apology to Brother Jong. Within moments, the entire clan was buzzing with activity. Although everyone was scratching their heads in confusion, none of them dared to question what was happening. An entire table of spirit food was prepared, and the clan chief himself waited upon Big Fatty Jong. He even called over some female clan members to sit next to him. Big Fatty Jong was more taken aback than ever at this sudden change of events. Never had the clan chief acted so politely, and he couldn't fathom why he would be acting like this. However, after seeing all the spirit food on the table, he put the matter out of mind and immediately began wolfing it down. The clan chief stood off to one side, trembling inwardly, but keeping a smile plastered on his face as he continuously served new dishes. Furthermore, the beautiful female clan members continued to give Big Fatty Jong meaningful glances. Although they were somewhat confused about why they had been told to do this, they didn't hold back, and one of them even began to gently massage his neck. The others kept his drinking glass full, and even chatted with him in subdued tones. Although Big Fatty Jong was feeling very nervous about what was going on, he simply gritted his teeth, threw caution to the wind, and enjoyed what was happening. 2 hours later, Big Fatty Jong had eaten and drunk to his heart's content. Finally, he slapped the table and looked over at the clan chief with a glare. Alright, just what is going on here? The clan chief couldn't keep the bitterness out of his voice as he replied, Brother Jong, what happened before really was a big mistake on my part. Please, don't take it to heart. Clasping his hands, he eyes the female clan members, then gritted his teeth and continued, Brother Jong, if you don't despise them too much, why not just take these daughters of the clan as your own? The young women gasped, and opened their mouths to protest, but the clan chief's fierce glare kept them silent. Big Fatty Jong was scared speechless, and more nervous than ever. He simply couldn't decide what to do. After a moment passed, he asked, Why are you doing this? Considering how Big Fatty Jong was pressing the issue, The clan chief didn't dare to try to pull the wool over his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Brother Zhang, the boss of the Azure Dragon Society is scouring the city looking for you." "Azure Dragon Society?" Big Fatty Zhang said, looking confused. He had been imprisoned back when the Azure Dragon Society was first starting to rise to prominence. Back then, there had been plenty of people who had never even heard of them, including Big Fatty Zhang. Considering the expression on Big Fatty Zhang's face, the clan chief quickly explained how, during the past few months, the Azure Dragon Society had risen to the heights of glory. Big Fatty Zhang was now shaking harder than ever. "Somebody important like that is looking for me?" He grabbed a big flagon of alcohol and took a long drink. Before long, evening was falling. Peppering Big Fatty Zhang with non-stop apologies, the clan chief led him out and toward the North District to finally meet the illustrious boss Azure Dragon. Along the way, Big Fatty Zhang heard a lot of people on the street talking about the Azure Dragon Society, and his nervousness grew. Soon, the moon hung high overhead, and the two of them were in the North District, right outside of a sprawling immortal's cave. It had 18 enormous stone golems standing guard outside, along with countless cultivators. Inside, it was just barely possible to see rank upon rank of powerful cultivators patrolling about. Glittering spell formations surrounded the immortal's cave, and high in the sky above it was a magical projection of an azure dragon. It was extremely realistic, and a mere glance at it would be enough to fill anyone's heart with shock. This is the Azure Dragon Society?" Big Fatty Zhang asked hesitantly. The clan chief nodded. Of course, this wasn't the clan chief's first time coming here, but he was still extremely nervous. Big Fatty Zhang was already having trouble breathing, and truly could not fathom why an important person like the boss of the Azure Dragon Society would possibly be looking for him. However, he had no choice but to follow the clan chief as he cautiously headed toward the main gate and reported in. Before he could even finish making an explanation, 3 beams of light shot out from inside the Azure Dragon Society. The person in the lead had a long orange robe on, and wore a beautiful headdress embroidered with an azure dragon. It was none other than Uchiha. He was festooned with various defensive jade jewelry, and glittered with dazzling magical treasures. He even had a halo hovering above his head, and couldn't have looked more impressive. Flanking him were Uchiha and Master God Diviner. By this point, Uchiha looked very different than he had when he'd first been reunited with Uchiha. His face had a healthy glow, and he was also covered with all sorts of glittering treasures. He looked like the picture of riches and honor. As soon as Uchiha appeared, the Azure Dragon Society was thrown into a hubbub. Cultivators and maidservants poured out from inside the Immortal's cave, and the cultivators who were already outside trembled and dropped to their knees to kowtow. "Greetings, boss. Greetings, boss." Their cries created a rumbling like that of thunder. At that point, Big Fatty Zhang realized to his shock that the clan chief next to him had also dropped to his knees and was kowtowing. Big Fatty Zhang was the only one left standing, his eyes wide as he stared in shock at Master God Diviner, Uchiha, and Uchiha. "Nine Fatty." Big Fatty Zhang said, completely flabbergasted. "Eldest brother." Uchiha cried. Laughing loudly, he stepped forward and embraced Big Fatty Zhang. Big Fatty Zhang returned the embrace heartily, looking like he had just been reunited with family. When the clan chief from the little cultivator clan saw that, his heart shook with fear that Big Fatty Zhang would try to get revenge on him, and put a look of ultimate remorse and supplication on his face. Big Fatty Zhang was so excited that he didn't even notice how the clan chief was looking at him. His laughter mingled with Uchiha's as the two of them excitedly headed toward the Immortal's cave. Chapter 393, File a Grievance. Of the 5 Dao protectors Uchiha had brought with him, the only one unaccounted for was Song Kei. The other 4 had all returned to Uchiha's side. Even Chen Manyao was behaving herself. To Uchiha, it felt completely wonderful to have people relying on him for reasons other than his cultivation base. It was something he often thought about during his meditation sessions. Now that Big Fatty Zhang was back, Uchiha felt as if a huge weight had been lifted from his heart. Big Fatty Zhang was different than Master God Diviner and Uchiha. Their friendship had begun on the very first day that Uchiha became a part of the cultivation world. In fact, almost as soon as Big Fatty Zhang arrived at the Azure Dragon Society, he became its second most important figure, with a standing higher than Master God Diviner and Uchiha. Of course, Master God Diviner and Uchiha took this in stride. They were well aware of how close Uchiha and Big Fatty Zhang were. As the Azure Dragon Society expanded and grew more powerful, not only did they compete with the Celestial Sky Society with their fantasy pills, but in other areas as well. However, such efforts couldn't be met with success quickly, and needed a lot of merit points to be invested. At the moment, the fantasy pills were still the bread and butter of the Azure Dragon Society. Uchiha didn't actually have a hand in such matters, he delegated the authority to Big Fatty Zhang and the others. Overall, Bazius was completely pleased with how amazing he was. The only thing that he wasn't happy about was that he actually didn't own his own Immortals Cave. Everything in Sky City was rented out by the sect. After making some inquiries, he learned that it would be easier to find a phoenix feather or a Kylan horn than to find someone in Sky City who owned their own property. The only way to get one would be to have someone very powerful backing you. Unfortunately, Bazius didn't have any powerful backers, so he had no choice other than to abandon the idea. Instead, he focused on his cultivation, using much of his profits from the Azure Dragon Society to purchase spirit medicines and spirit food to increase the speed of his progress. It was only after spending about 1 million merit points that he finally reached the point where he had successfully cultivated the third level of the Undying Live Forever technique from the toes of his left foot all the way up to his calf. When that part of his leg pulsed with the power of his undying muscles, he could send astonishing fluctuations rolling out from it, fluctuations that could shake heaven and earth with intense power. The power in his left leg vastly surpassed that of his right leg, and was the source of the most incredibly fleshly body power he had at his disposal. After a few tests, Bazius realized that he hadn't just experienced an increase in strength, but also speed. At the moment, his left leg could move at least twice as fast as his right. Of course, even before that, he had been one of the top figures in his cultivation level in terms of speed, thanks to his undying Heavenly King body and Heavendao Gold Core. Therefore, anyone who saw his speed now would be left gasping with shock. In fact, thanks to this increase in speed, Bazius actually felt as if the other parts of his body were sluggish. One day, when I finished cultivating the undying muscles, then when I burst out with full speed. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bazius' eyes shone with anticipation. Back in the Middle Reaches, in the river-defying sect, it would have taken a very long time to reach this point, even with the help of the Blood Ancestor. But here at the source of the river, in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, the indescribably strong spiritual power, plus the vastly superior spirit medicines and spirit food, made everything completely different. The only catch was that acquiring those resources required merit points, and a lot of them. Thankfully, that was exactly what Bazius had. In addition to his success with his undying muscles, the vast quantity of merit points at his disposal ensured that his frigid school will evolving incantation also advanced by leaps and bounds. The Heavenspan River water here was much different than in the lower or middle reaches. It was so much stronger and purer that the lesser versions could hardly compare. At one point, he even spent tens of thousands of merit points to buy an entire bowlful. Eventually, he reached the peak of the frigid acolyte level. With the wave of a hand, he could cause frigid coldness to fill a 300-meter area, within which would appear a single blurry frigid shadow. Bazius could switch positions with the frigid shadow at will. If used correctly in combat, it was a trick that could help him win in an unexpected way, and perhaps even turn a defeat at the hands of a powerful opponent into a victory. Bazius was very excited about this, and even set up a special training ground to practice in. After sealing the place so that he was completely alone, he performed some tests. Upon summoning the frigid shadow in a location inside the 300-meter frozen area, he could take a step forward and then instantly take the shadow's place. It was almost like a teleportation. After familiarizing himself with the process, he was left so excited that it was difficult to put into words. After reaching the peak of the frigid acolyte level, his techniques all improved, and his cultivation base also advanced. Because of the frigid chi buildup in his Heavendao Gold Core, his cultivation base was now at the peak of the early Gold Core stage. With one more step forward, he could break through into mid-Gold Core. Bazius was already certain of how to head in the direction of that breakthrough. It was none other than reaching the frigid adept level. Once I reach the frigid adept level, I'll step into the mid-Gold Core stage. And that day isn't too far off. He threw his head back and laughed uproariously, musing that coming to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect really was the right choice. In fact, if he had known how wonderful Sky City was going to be, he would have come earlier. Even as Bazius reveled in complacency, the hostilities between the Celestial Sky Society and the Azure Dragon Society were increasing. In fact, numerous meetings had been held in the Celestial Sky Society to try to figure out what to do about Bazius and the Azure Dragon Society. Unfortunately, Bazius was a core formation cultivator, something that had caught them completely unawares, and had also lost them the initiative. Their previous failed attempt to take him out had also significantly damaged their awe-inspiring reputation. Of even greater significance than that was that the sheer size of the Azure Dragon Society made any schemes and plots they hatched relatively useless. Furthermore, in terms of their ability to use force, although they had a powerful background, they didn't have even a single core formation cultivator in their organization. Although everyone talked about how they came from a clan with a Deva patriarch, the truth was that the top orange-robed disciples in the Celestial Sky Society were nothing but servants in that clan. As such, their background sounded very impressive, but nobody in the clan really cared that much about them. They really had no choice other than to report the matter to some of their superiors and hope that someone would show up to help them. However, despite having made several such requests over the past months, nobody had paid them any attention. Things to do with core formation cultivators weren't very important to the clan as a whole, and definitely wouldn't mobilize the forces of the entire clan to help them. The Celestial Sky Society would have to handle the matter on their own. After waiting for quite some time without getting a response, the people in the Celestial Sky Society realized what was going on, and yet, weren't willing to just give in. We can't let things keep going on this way. That's right. That damned Azure Dragon Society rose up too quickly and violently. If we don't do something soon, we're going to be playing second fiddle to them forever. But the clan has been ignoring us. I can't believe we haven't been able to turn up any information about the background of Boss Azure Dragon. There's something fishy going on, I'm telling you. It's almost as if someone has wiped out all records of him. As the discussion played out, a shadowy figure sat off to the side, a person who seemed to be wreathed in flickering darkness. Suddenly, he spoke in a sinister voice. Since the clan is ignoring us and Boss Azure Dragon is too mysterious, then why don't just take the fantasy pills out of the picture? That would cripple the Azure Dragon Society, resolve this deadlock, and also make it more clear how to completely finish things. As for exactly how to take the fantasy pills out of the picture, it's simple. You people just never put enough thought into it. Simply file a grievance with the sect regarding fantasy pills. After all, they still aren't really legal to sell. His words were met with silence, and yet, all of the Celestial Sky Society's leaders' eyes began to shine brightly. The person who had just spoken was none other than the boss of the Celestial Sky Society. After the decision was formalized, the Celestial Sky Society sprang into action. They compiled a list of all the supposed side effects and harmful aspects of the fantasy pill and reported them to the sect. Furthermore, they backed the effort with all the money and connections they had at their disposal. 3 days later, an order came down from Sky Quarter Rainbow, which was announced everywhere in Sky City. The Sky Quarter Peak Lord had ordered that disciples were forbidden from purchasing fantasy pills. And there was more. A jade slip shot through the air in a bright beam of light toward the Immortals Cave that was the headquarters of the Azure Dragon Society. It pierced through all of the defensive spell formations like a hot knife through butter before coming to a stop before Bazia's Hun. Then, scintillating light burst out from it, along with a profoundly ancient voice. Hostage Bazia's Hun from the river-defying sect is to report immediately to the Sky Quarter Peak Lord. Chapter 394, Sky Quarter Rainbow. Bazia's Hun had just been in the middle of performing some breathing exercises, so the sudden arrival of the jade slip caused his eyes to go wide. Shivering, he said, "The Sky Quarter Peak Lord? He wants to see me? What does he want? I don't even know him." From the tone he had detected in that voice just now, the speaker hadn't seemed very pleased. What's going on? Even as Bazia's Hun's nervousness began to mount, Master God Diviner and Zubekai showed up, serious expressions on their faces. Big Fatty Zhang seemed very angry, and the other leaders all looked extremely anxious. Zubekai gritted his teeth and said, "Junior Patriarch, the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect just issued orders prohibiting the trafficking of fantasy pills. This is definitely the handiwork of the Celestial Sky Society. They're trying to cut off our main source of income." Zubakai's life had been quite comfortable lately, and he had very much enjoyed seeing merit points rolling in without stop. But now, it seemed that it all was coming to an end. How could he not get nervous? "What do we do, boss? Without fantasy pills, the Azure Dragon Society is in great danger." "That's right. We've been expanding too quickly recently, and the news about the restrictions on the fantasy pills is definitely going to spread like wildfire through the city." Zubakai wasn't the only nervous one. The other cultivators in the Azure Dragon Society were all thinking the same thing. After all, the vast majority of the Azure Dragon Society's income came from fantasy pills. Without those pills, the Azure Dragon Society's enormous size would quickly become its biggest disadvantage. After all, to maintain its current size required a significant merit point expenditure in salaries. If too much time went by, they would be forced to cut back in certain areas, and the Celestial Sky Society would definitely take advantage of that. They would go in for the kill, and try to destroy all the advances that the Azure Dragon Society had made in the past. In the final analysis, the biggest problem was that the Azure Dragon Society didn't have any resources built up. Compared to the Celestial Sky Society, they were like a huge, empty building, fundamentally unstable and prone to collapse at any moment. Sadly, other than Bazia's Hun's Dao protectors, virtually all of the other Azure Dragon Society cultivators present were all starting to ponder what move to make next. If the leadership was doing that, it almost wasn't necessary to mention the ordinary cultivators who made up the rest of the organization. Bezius Hun knew that if he didn't handle this situation well, the entire Azure Dragon Society could collapse. However, now wasn't the moment to ponder the Azure Dragon Society's situation. The glittering jade slip still hovered in front of him, and even as everyone who had just rushed in was still peppering him with questions, his eyes flashed, and he cleared his throat. "What are you getting so anxious for?" Everyone's mouths snapped shut. Bezius Hun was the boss of the Azure Dragon Society, and a gold core cultivator. Even more importantly, he was the inventor of the fantasy pill. Although he didn't have much of a role in the daily operations of the organization, the Azure Dragon Society was his, and he was the most stabilizing force within it. "I know the Celestial Sky Society has powerful backers, but did you really think I wouldn't have some too?" With that, he rose to his feet, stuck his chin up, and pointed at the jade slip. "Look at that, all of you. What is it?" Everyone looked over in surprise, and soon people realized that it was an object from the Rainbow District. "That's the command medallion of the Peak Lord of Sky Quarter Rainbow. I knew I saw a beam of light flying down from Sky Quarter Rainbow. So, it came here. It was actually a message for our exalted boss." The cultivators of the Azure Dragon Society couldn't help but gasp as they looked over at Bezius Hun, eyes shining with bright light. "Don't tell me that the boss actually has special connections with Sky Quarter itself?" As everyone was reeling in shock, Zubake, Master God Diviner, and Big Fatty Jong were all staring at Bezius Hun with blank looks, completely unable to wrap their minds around how he could possibly be connected to the Sky Quarter Peak Lord. "As long as you understand the situation," Bezius Hun said coolly. "Well, now I'm going to go pay a formal visit to the Sky Quarter Peak Lord. We'll figure out our next step after I get back." With that, he waved his sleeve, grabbing the jade slip and walking out the chamber. As he left, all of the Azure Dragon Society cultivators clasped hands and bowed. Although they were still somewhat worried, they felt much more relieved than they had been moments before. That attitude would have a big influence on the cultivators under their control, and at the very least, would ensure that the restrictions placed on fantasy pills would not cause chaos in the Azure Dragon Society, at least not for the time being. Bezius Hun's act had been pulled off perfectly. Even Big Fatty Jong had been taken in, and watched Bezius Hun with both confidence and anticipation. However, as soon as Bezius Hun left the Azure Dragon Society's Immortals Cave, he almost collapsed into tears. Moments before, he had been standing tall and straight, but now he was racked with anxiety. At the same time, his rage toward the Celestial Sky Society burned hotter than ever. However, there was no time now to dwell on his anger. "What does the Sky Quarter Peak Lord want with me?" he thought nervously as he headed toward a certain location in the central district of Sky City that led to the Rainbow District. This was where newly promoted yellow-robed disciples would came to head to the Rainbow. As for red and orange-robed disciples, they could only enter this area if they had special invitations or orders. Upon reaching the teleportation portal, he produced the jade slip and took a deep breath. Trying to look solemn and tragic, as if he were going for broke, he stepped forward into the portal. Rumbling sounds could be heard, along with the dazzling light of teleportation, which wrapped around him for a moment before fading away, and him along with it. When he reappeared, he was in the third level of rainbows at the bottom of the waterfall, on the second rainbow. As soon as he materialized, he looked around to find himself surrounded by richly ornamented buildings connected by green jade paths. Immortal trees flourished everywhere, and spiritual energy wafted about, making the place seem like the picture of a celestial paradise. There were ponds and immortals' caves, as well as domesticated spirit creatures frolicking within the trees and waters. Soft, seven-colored light permeated the entire area, creating a spectacular scene of beauty. Yellow-robed disciples could be seen everywhere, sitting in meditation or strolling about. Everything was quiet and peaceful, completely lacking the raucous brouhaha common in Sky City. There were flowing crowds of people, and yet all of the cultivators looked cold and indifferent. Each and every one seemed tall and slender, with mysterious light swirling around them that made them seem like something from beyond the mortal world. Apparently, there was some sort of restrictive spell in place that made the strong spiritual energy softer and more gentle, and ensured that one's energy was not drained while absorbing it. Bezius Hun was immediately taken aback. This was his first time seeing the world that existed on the rainbow, and he couldn't help but rub his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. Sure enough, it was all there. One interesting thing he noted was that although the Rainbow District was large, it was only about half the size of Sky City. Even as Bezius Hun looked around in amazement, the air in front of him distorted, and a female yellow-robed disciple stepped out of thin air. She had long flowing hair, and lovely facial features, although her expression was a bit cold. Looking Bezius Hun up and down, she said, "You're Bezius Hun?" A serious expression took over Bezius Hun's eyes. This young woman was at the peak of the early core formation stage, just like him, and yet the method she had used to appear in front of him was quite astonishing. This was his first time encountering someone in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect who was in the same cultivation level as himself, and also his first time seeing firsthand some of the divine abilities and magical techniques that he had only just heard about so far. If her cultivation base had been higher than his, he might have reacted differently. But considering they were in the same level, he decided that he couldn't let himself look weak, so he proudly stated, "Yeah, I'm Bazish-hun. Who are you? Come with me. My master wants to see you. By the way, watch your step around here. Core formation cultivators can get killed here very easily if they get lost." With that, she turned and began to walk off. Her words made Bazish-hun feel more nervous than ever as he hurried to follow her. The two of them became two beams of bright light that shot off into the distance. As they flew along, Bazish-hun looked down at the things passing by below, and quickly came to realize how the sky quarter rainbows were set up. There were 5 ring-shaped districts that seemed to be filled with more coldness and pressure the further they went toward the center. Eventually, the young woman led him to the middle ring, where a shockingly tall mountain peak became visible. It was surrounded by dazzling 7-colored light, and was completely devoid of any type of plants or vegetation. The only thing visible on the peak was an enormous temple, gray in color and surrounded by an indescribable energy. Just by looking at it, Bazish-hun got the feeling that it wasn't a temple, but rather, an ancient wild beast. The young woman came to a stop after leading Bazish-hun to the foot of the mountain. Then, she stepped back a few paces, maintaining her silence. Even as Bazish-hun was wondering what exactly she was doing, an ancient voice suddenly drifted out from the temple at the peak of the mountain. "Admit to your crimes, Bazish-hun." Chapter 392, Dao Protector Reunion. In Big Fatty Zhang's mind, this clan chief was a completely domineering figure, and he had never before seen him act this way or speak with such courtesy. In this part of the city, he was the kind of person who could bring a torrent of trouble to anyone who bothered him. Not only was he an orange-robed disciple, he was also the chief of an entire cultivator clan. Supposedly, this clan had once produced a cultivator who went all the way to the nascent soul stage, and although he had long since perished, he had left an impression on the cultivators in this part of the city that continued on down to this day. Big Fatty Zhang had started out very confident in being able to make a living with his spirit enhancement abilities, but after a string of failures, including one very important magical item belonging to this clan chief, he had ended up being imprisoned in their clan headquarters. Half a year had gone by, and Big Fatty Zhang felt like he was descending into insanity. He didn't do anything other than perform spirit enhancements, and never got enough food to make him full. Were it not for his intense determination to keep living, he probably would have long since died from hunger and exhaustion. He was instinctively afraid of the clan chief already, but to hear the man speak his own name left Big Fatty Zhang trembling even harder than before. However, deep in his heart, he also felt anger, and that seeped into his eyes. If looks could kill, then the way he was staring at this clan chief right now would cause the man to explode violently. Fellow Taoist, please, just tell me. Are you Zhang Dehai? The clan chief's anxiety was mounting, and he didn't dare to even think about simply killing the young spirit enhancer to silence him. The Azure Dragon Society was too big and powerful, and the matter would definitely be found out eventually. If the boss found out he'd imprisoned Zhang Dehai, only to kill him later, the entire clan would be doomed. Yeah, that's right. Big Fatty Zhang yelled. I'm Zhang Dehai. The clan chief felt like his head was about to explode. He started shaking physically, and his pupils constricted into tiny dots. To see him reacting this way gave Big Fatty Zhang a very bad feeling. Suddenly feeling weak at the knees, he cursed inwardly and was just about to say something more when the clan chief unexpectedly spun to face the clan servant he had just knocked to the side. You dumbass servant! He shouted. Don't you remember how I told you this young man was an honored guest? You're supposed to respect guests. You were instructed to take care of him, but instead, you used him to screw me over. With that, he raised his hand and slapped the servant again, sending him spinning off to the side once more. Blood sprayed out of the servant's mouth, along with a bitter scream. Completely bewildered by why his master would suddenly act this way, he was just about to beg for mercy when the clan chief yelled, Men, get this servant out of my sight. Cripple his cultivation base and throw him into the dungeon. With that, the clan chief hurried over and helped Big Fatty Zhang to his feet. Smiling at him amiably, he tried to sound as apologetic as possible as he said,